Langdon Bylesby. Observations on the Sources and Effects of Unequal Wealth * 1827. About Bylesby all we know is that he was a self-taught printer and inventor, he had written a satire defending patents, and that he eventually became a rather successful Philadelphia businessman. The Sage of Monticello has put it on record, in a shape that will not speedily be obliterated, that mankind are most disposed to suffer, while evils are sufferable, than to right themselves by abolishing the forms to which they are accustomed. How near or how distant the verity of this dogma may place the remedy of the evils of unequal wealth which it has herein been attempted to array and expose, remains to be seen, and, perhaps, a conclusion could only be obtained by determining the point to which these evils will continue sufferable, and this must be one of two cases. Either, first, when the evils result in general distresses, that cannot be resisted or repaired under the existing forms, or, second, when the conviction becomes general that such distresses must ensue, unless the existing forms are abolished and replaced by better kinds. Reform, under the first circumstances, is mostly accompanied with violence and disorder, owing to the distress coming, partially, by surprise, and the urgency for relief not being able to brook the delay necessary for digesting the plans which are abundantly suggested for obtaining it, or to overcome the interests that may be adverse to reform. In the second case, the same wisdom and foresight that perceives the approaching dilemma, deliberately provides its remedy, and avoids the worst by timely stepping out of its course into the newly prepared forms. However, whatever amelioration in this matter takes place, there pp. 97-98, 102-112, 116-119, 129. 118. Socialism in America can be no fear but that it will proceed in the latter manner, for ages of experience, and abundance in late years, demonstrate, that though violence may change the operation of oppressive circumstances, yet the very means of violence plant anew the seeds from which it must again spring up and grow with renewed vigor. But there is good reason to believe that the germ of peaceful reform has already sprouted, and will in good time shower its fruit around one's equals us. What will be the precise features of a system that shall supplant the existing systems of unequal wealth and individual privation, will probably require some experiment to disclose, yet, with the aid of the light shed on it by that distinguished philanthropist, Mr. Robert Owen, and his co-adjutors, we may venture to say, the most prominent ones will certainly be: first, such an arrangement as will secure to the producer the full products and control of the fruits of his labor, from the incipients to their consumption. Second, that all exchanges of products will be based on principles of reciprocity, or equal quantities of labor for other equal quantities. Third, that no one consume the products of labor without yielding exact compensation therefor, in some shape or other, unless incapacitated, and fourth, the consequent evasion of those uses of money from which it has been customary to derive interest. It has not yet been demonstrated that a perfect community, or state of measured equality, can permanently exist, even when its objects are confined to the pursuit of the arts of life alone, but that they are not likely to when enthralled by any extraneous observances or pre-requisites has already been assumed and argued. Indeed, there seems to be something in the human disposition or temper that revolts at the idea of a pure community, as well as an intermixture of injustice in their practice, which it is difficult to reconcile with the common notions of the rights of things. If it could so happen that some persons should be born with 4 eyes, and the perfect use thereof, they would have as just a right to see all that they qualify them to see, as they who are born with only 2. So also it would seem if natural strength, acquired dexterity, or more vivid intellect, enabled one to ply his labor with such effect as to produce a greater quantity than another, he would have as fair a right to the larger as the other to the lesser quantity, provided such superiority be not used to the depression of another, and, altogether, extended capacity admits of extended enjoyments, and it has a right to such enjoyments, so far as it fabricates them for itself in conformity to the general good. But, that something approaching the nature of a community, or, more properly, an association for securing equal advantages, could be made to procure those results for every department of productive industry, the elucidations of the subject by the experiments and disquisitions of Mr. Owen and others already adverted to, leave no room to doubt, and, with modifications suited to each particular kind, would be easily put to practice, though it cannot be said that more than the fundamental principles have yet been laid out, and they must depend much on experience for their perfection. Nevertheless, whatever be the power of such establishments as they have projected to effect general comfort and happiness, by equalizing interests throughout both agricultural and manufacturing affairs, and in the efficiency of which we have the most implicit belief, yet we do not perceive how the means they propose, to wit, the erection of limited and independent villages, comprising a variety of concerns, are to include the immense and important interests, with valuable uses, embraced in the composition of large cities, in which an equalization of advantages, in order to obtain the same benefits, is full as desirable as in other situations. However, we believe it practicable to come at a similar result by the most feasible means, and at the same time preserve from desolation, by turning to account the stupendous quantity of the products of labor which are there bestowed in the variety of buildings accommodated to the present systems of inequality and deprivation, in conjunction with maintaining and confining the precious metals to their legitimate and happy uses, in the form of a circulating representative of labor performed, or wealth actually produced. For which purposes the felicity of the contrivance seems to fall little short of divine inspiration, apart from its profanation and abuse to the devices of injustice and oppression, through the operations of unfair profits, usury, and stock institutions. We will therefore refer, for the merits of the propositions for the former purpose, to the plans themselves, introduced in an appendix to this book. 120. Socialism in America under the title of Practical Illustrations, and proceed to offer some ideas towards the latter object. The term equality, unfortunately, from its association with other words of similar force and value in recent transactions that have left recollections of horror on men's minds, ever comes before them with suspicious aspect, and when plans for equalizing the condition of mankind are spoken of, the unreflecting, measuring things to be with things that were, accompany them with apprehensions of commotion, disorder, irreligion, rapine, and destruction. When, at the same time, there is foreign to its establishment, as is unequal wealth to that of sound morality, strict honesty, and unaffected piety. The establishment of forms that shall effect a system of equal advantages, would, in their very progress, offer additional security against eruptions on any man's property, and never cost either the wealthy or needy the contribution of a single cent which they did not cheerfully give, however it might, by its peaceful operations, interfere with the revenues of a few of the former class, though the circumstances of 19/20ths of society would be vastly improved. But in order to obtain this result, it is proper that all distinctly first understand the origin of the insecurity and inconveniences with which they are burdened, and then unite in concert of action to cultivate the means of relief, for which there are multitudes of imperfect models around them. Small capitalists have discernment enough to join, in companies of greater or less numbers, to give effect to their operations, and the greater ones have sufficient ingenuity to combine their wealth for a mutual profitable investment, in the shape of stock, for the erection of some institution, as a bank, insurance office, or other establishment professing to be a public benefit, and, by their processes, contrive to forward and uphold each other in the advantages they have become possessed of, until the insecurity inseparable from the dishonesty of the present systems may happen to prostrate them. Now, it wants nothing more than the institution of associations on almost the identical principles of any of those, to complete the object, except that instead of money composing the stock, it should consist of the productive labor of its members, properly adjusted and applied, and a short course of discreet application would demonstrate to every man that the ability to perform the manipulations and labor of any handicraft or art, in connection with the assistances that ingenuity has already devised, would be of similar value to him as the dividend on a capital of many tens of $1,000s, under the prevailing forms. This character and nature of such an institution would, perhaps, be best expressed by a title like this: Association for Securing Equal, or Mutual, Advantages, or Interests, preceded by the appellation of such particular kind of mechanics, or other departments of industry who adopt it, the objects and operation of which will be best illustrated by an outline of some articles proper for organizing an association of the kind contemplated, and which might, with alterations to suit circumstances, be found applicable to every branch of productive industry, and even commercial and maritime pursuits. However, to display it more familiarly, we will adapt it generally to mechanical businesses of permanent location as they are commonly practiced in cities, by the following exemplification. We, whose names are hereunto annexed, in order and with intent to secure to ourselves the full profits and benefits of our labor and application, as also to escape the inconvenience and distress of unsteady employment, arising from the practices and arts of competition, or from the caprice of those who have obtained the management and control of the exercise of our craft, and further, with an intention to equalize the value of labor when devoted to the production of different articles of necessity or convenience, and also to avail ourselves of such devices to relieve our toil, and increase our ease, as our craft has been, or from time to time may be found susceptible, resolve to unite and organize ourselves into a cooperative body, under the title of the Association of Mutual Advantages of the City of, to pursue which objects, severally and collectively, we do agree to advance, in shares of dollars each, the sum of dollars, to be appropriated to the providing of such buildings, and the purchase of such materials, as will be necessary for the prosecution and exercise of our craft, and to appoint certain asterisk it will readily occur to all that these shares should be of as diminutive an amount as the carrying of their views into effect will possibly admit, in order to open the prospect to the greatest number. For many artisans are so circumscribed in their means that a small amount presses them hard. In many mechanical trades, perhaps $30 or $40 per member would be sufficient. Of our number, whose abilities may be competent to apportion the work and superintend the sales of our products, we do agree that no other requisite shall be necessary for admission to this association than being a reasonably good workman, and paying the amount of a share into the general stock. But, if an applicant be not a competent workman, he shall submit himself to the instruction of a member who is, on such terms as they can accommodate, until he may be so acknowledged. We do agree that while we freely admit to the advantages of this association all whose handicraft and wishes accord with ours, we will likewise unreservedly discard all whose conduct may tend to injure or dishonor its character and views, after due admonition and notice. We do agree that every member, so far as practicable, shall be supplied with that kind of work at which he is most expert, or that may be most agreeable, and to arrange compensation in such order as will best equalize the avails of equal dexterity and industry. We do agree, so to divide what work is to be done, that all may have an equal chance to receive a fair share of the profits, provided that in no case work shall be retarded on account of the negligence or indolence of any one to whom it may be apportioned. The foregoing, it is believed, will be found to contain the fundamental principles for an association that would have the power of securing to its members the products of their labor, though some variations and numerous additions would be required to suit it to every kind of manufacture, as the circumstances of each have need, particularly in the case of builders, comprising masons, carpenters, and c. But all mechanics, traffickers, mariners, and others, will have no great difficulty in perceiving by what modifications it might be made applicable to their condition and pursuits. It will readily occur to any who consider of the project, that the amount of capital for erecting such an institution should be confined within as moderate bounds as possible, as well as being divided into shares of a very small compass, in order that the whole trade may be enabled to fall in. For, the more nearly the whole are embraced, the more decisive and certain will be its success, and the necessity for the remainder exceeding, as also their ability to contend with competition from without. If an association comprise the whole of the workmen of a particular species of manufacture in a certain locality, the bone and muscle of it belongs to that association. Therefore, an individual who might persist in maintaining an exclusive establishment could only supply it with his own labor. But, as the attendant burdens of rent, and would be proportionably greater, he would persevere to disadvantage, if not finally sink. It can likewise scarcely escape notice, that the establishment of such associations would relieve its members and their business from the oppressive charges for rents, in situations where the artificial circumstances of the existing systems have rendered the position more valuable. For any location within a convenient distance of the center of consumption would answer equally well, there being no attraction to particular places by competitors, all being involved in this establishment. Hence, in proportion as similar institutions should be adopted by other manufacturers whose accommodation would be equally untrammeled by arbitrary location, the inequality of wealth arising from disparity in the value of houses and position, would at once fall to the ground. For while the principles of such institutions should be conformed to and persevered in, none could have any superiority over others, and the immense sums yearly extracted from the labor of mechanics, in the form of rents, would be saved them. For the high rate of the value of property in cities, or rather in particular parts of cities, arises wholly from the artificial circumstances attending the existing systems of competition and exclusion, in the production of necessaries and conveniences, and distributing them by the agency of extensive capital. But under a system of equalization they would descend to a value corresponding with the labor expended in their erection, except occasionally some little advance on account of the preferences for a city, or superior situation for domestic enjoyments or other satisfactions. What the average result would be as to the extent of the means of comfort and enjoyment which each individual would possess in the event of a general change of systems, cannot yet be distinctly determined, but there is sufficient data to warrant the assertion that each can have abundance, with ample leisure to enjoy it. And though some may, possibly, have greater affluence, if the term will apply, than others, yet poverty would become an obsolete word. Thomas Skidmore, The Rights of Man to Property, * 1829. Skidmore was a leader of the radical or agrarian wing of the New York Workingmen's Party. The full title of his book suggests the burden of his argument, The Rights of Man to Property, being a proposition to make it equal among the adults of the present generation, and to provide its equal transmission to every individual of each succeeding generation on arriving at the age of maturity. The principle which the first of all governments in any country, and, indeed, every succeeding government, should adopt and practice, is this. In dividing that which is the equal and common property of all, the apportionments should be equal, and if it is concluded, as it will be, where men understand how best to pursue their own happiness, that a life lease of property is better than any other, that will be the term preferred to every other. Then will everyone understand that he has full liberty to use the materials of which, during his lifetime, he is the master, in such a manner as, in his judgment, shall promote his own happiness. He will understand, too, that if the use which he shall make of them, shall be such as to meet the approbation of those who come after him, they will be disposed to follow his example. But if not, that still the successor has a right to make such other use of the same, as to him shall seem good, with the knowledge that every other person coming after him, too, will be equally free. Society, thus organized, gives notice to all its members, that they are to use their own industry, with a view to their own happiness, and cannot be allowed, on any pretense whatever, whether of kindness or otherwise, to interfere with others in the same pursuit. Under these circumstances, then, no one would seek to acquire property for the purpose of making it an instrument, to be placed in the hands of children, of domination over the children of other parents, and every one *pp. 119 to 121, 124 to 129, 136 to 139, 142 to 144. Would be willing that all, in whatever age or generation they might appear, should have equal possession of the materials of the world, and, of course, of the means of assuring their own happiness. If anything can add force to these observations, it is, that as regards the prevailing ideas, as to who are and who are not successors to property, they are altogether founded in error. In a community where the soil, the equal and common property of all, should be divided equally, and the equal portions held by each member, for 1 year only, what member could say he had a successor? Is there anyone on whom he could confer the right of occupying that which, by the death of his own tenure, he is compelled to vacate and abandon? Where the tenure extended to the term of 10 years, who then would have a successor? If, indeed, there be any at all, the community itself is the successor, and there is no other. So also is the community the successor, and the sole successor, in the case where the government is so organized, that every member of it holds property during his life. At his death, it returns to the community, and these, in duty to every member of which it is composed, yield to them, at the suitable age, their share of the common property, and secure to them its enjoyment during their lives. There is, therefore, no such thing, then, as successor, in the meaning in which the word is received among men at the present day. It is only a misunderstanding of our rights that could have tolerated its use or existence among us. We may go yet farther, and suppose any and every nation, at its first settlement, to have a population as great as ever it can support, and as ever will be desirous to draw support from its soil and other resources. If now, a given, and, as near as may be, an equal portion of its population, be imagined to die off, every day, and if it be further imagined also, that a portion of new individuals, so to call them, arrived at maturity, should appear, equal in number to the deceased, and take their places, this substitution of a new population, thus daily, supplying the waste of human beings produced by death, would make the nation perpetual. And in the operation of this daily substitution, the same principles would bear sway, that I have endeavored to inculcate throughout this work, that of the equal rights of man to the property of the great domain of nature. It is not here the place, to say, how beneficially such principles would act in promoting human happiness, should it be found that this substitution can easily and happily be accomplished. It is enough now to observe, that they are our rights, that they belong to every human being, that they are not to be contravened, withheld or denied, among a people who understand them, without incurring a terrible responsibility, and that there is every reason to believe that a method will be devised, before the conclusion of this work, which shall assure to every individual, all that his rights and his happiness require. Chapter IV. The proposition. If I have seemed, to the reader, to understand myself, if I have taken the world as it is, and placed man, as it regards his rights to dominion over it, where he ought to be, it must be conceded that I have done much, but it is also to be conceded, that much more remains to be done, to put the rightful owners in possession. Whoever looks at the world as it now is, will see it divided into two distinct classes, proprietors and non-proprietors. Those who own the world, and those who own no part of it. If we take a closer view of these two classes, we shall find that a very great proportion even of the proprietors, are only nominally so, they possess so little, that in strict regard to truth, they ought to be classed among the non-proprietors. They may be compared, in fact, to the small prizes in a lottery, which, when they are paid, leave the holder a loser. If such a phenomenon in the history of man, for such is the situation in which we find him in all countries and in all ages, could have possibly found an existence, under a system that should have given each individual as he arrived at the age of maturity, as much of the property of the world, as any contemporary of his, was allowed to possess at a similar age, I say, if under such a system, such an unhappy result should have arisen, as we now see, afflicting the human race, there would be nothing to hope. We might despair of seeing things better than they now are, and set ourselves down in quiet content, that there was no remedy. But when we see that the system which has prevailed hitherto, and prevails to this moment, is not of this description, that it acts on principles in direct opposition to it, that it gives to some single descendant of some holder of property under William Penn, possessions of the value, perhaps of $1 million, while, it may be, 100,000 other inhabitants of Pennsylvania, collectively, have not half that sum. And all this, merely because of a few beads having been given to some Indians, some 200 years ago. How is it possible to have had a different result? The system is one, that begins, by making whole nations paupers, and why should it not be expected that they would continue so? Indeed, it would be a miracle, exceeding everything of the kind that has ever been supposed to have happened, if we had seen, from such an organization of things, anything but what we now see. The truth is, all governments in the world have begun wrong. In the first appropriation they have made, or suffered to be made, of the domain, over which they have exercised their power, and in the transmission of this domain to their posterity. Here are the two great and radical evils, that have caused all the misfortunes of man. These and these alone, have done the whole of it. I do not class among these misfortunes, the sufferings with which sickness afflicts him, because these have a natural origin, capable, however, of being nearly annihilated by good governments, but greatly aggravated by those that are bad. If these remarks be true, there would seem, then, to be no remedy but by commencing anew. And is there any reason why we should not? That which is commenced in error and injustice may surely be set right, when we know how to do it. There is power enough in the hands of the people of the state of New York, or of any other state, to rectify any and everything which requires it, when they shall see wherein the evil exists, and wherein lies the remedy. These two things it is necessary they should see, before they can possess the moral power and motive to act. I have succeeded, I think, in showing, for that is self-evident, that man's natural right to an equal portion of property is indisputable. His artificial right, or right in society, is not less so. For it is not to be said that any power has any right to make our artificial rights unequal, any more than it has to make our natural rights unequal. And inasmuch as a man, in a state of nature, would have a right to resist, even to the extremity of death, his fellow, or his fellows, whatever might be their number, who should undertake to give him less of the property, common to all, than they take each to themselves, so also has man now, in society, the same right to resist a similar wrong done him. Thus, today, if property had been made equal among all present, right would have taken place among them, but if tomorrow a new member appear, and provision be not made to give him a quantity substantially equal with all his fellows, injustice is done him, and if he had the power, he would have the perfect right to dispossess all those who have monopolized to themselves not only their own shares, but his also. For it is not to be allowed, even to a majority, to contravene equality, nor, of course, the right, even though it be of a single individual. And if, alone, he has not power sufficient to obtain his rights, and there be others, also, in like condition with him, they may unite their efforts, and thus accomplish it if within their power. And, if this may be lawfully done, upon the supposition that yesterday, only, a government was made, and an equal enjoyment of property guaranteed to all, how much more proper is it when, unjust government existing, it has never been done at all? When the whole mass of people, as it were, 99 out of every 100, have never had this equal enjoyment, in any manner or shape, whatever? If still there be those who shall say that these unjust and unequal governments ought not to be destroyed, although they may not give to man, in society, the same equality of property as he would enjoy in a state of nature, then I say, that those are the persons who, in society, if any body, should be deprived of all their possessions, inasmuch as it is manifestly as proper for them to be destitute of property, as it is for anyone else. If slavery and degradation are to be the result, they are the proper victims. After an equal division has been once made, there seems nothing wanting but to secure an equal transmission of property to posterity. And to this, there is no irremovable objection. For, I think I have succeeded in showing, that the right of a testator to give, and of an heir to receive, is a mere creature of the imagination, and that these rights, as they are called, ought to be abolished, as interfering with the real rights of the succeeding peroration, is 2e. But, in some respects, the reasoning in which I have allowed myself to indulge, in the course of the present chapter, is of a kind calculated to compel me to blend two things together, which ought to be kept separate, that is the injustice and enormity of unequal first possession, and the effects growing out of it. The reader will know what I call first possession. It is, that which the governments of every country order to be given to him who is so fortunate as to have what is called a legator, whatever he shall have requested, out of anything which he possessed at the termination of his life. The effects, of which I spoke, as growing out of it, are, the additions made to it, by acquisition, the operation of that state of things, where a few have all, and the many nothing. I use the word legator, but the word donor is equally applicable, since the latter gives the property, it may be, a few years sooner, the difference being only in time. It will be better, therefore, to defer combating any further objections, which will naturally arise, to that which is yet to be proposed, until a full view can be had by all, of the features it will exhibit. So much has been said as to what really is not, and should not be, that the reader is, no doubt, prepared to anticipate, in part, what should be, to foresee the modification, which it is necessary our state government should undergo, before the rights of property, which belong to man in his natural state, can be secured to him, in the artificial state in which society finds him, and before the rights of posterity can be preserved to them, as they should have been to us, for their own exclusive use and benefit. This modification will be accomplished by pursuing the following. Plan 1. Let a new state convention be assembled. Let it prepare a new constitution, and let that constitution, after having been adopted by the people, decree an abolition of all debts, both at home and abroad, between citizen and citizen, and between citizen and foreigner. Let it renounce all property belonging to our citizens, without the state. Let it claim all property within the state, both real and personal, of whatever kind it may be, with the exception of that belonging to resident aliens, and with the further exception of so much personal property, as may be in the possession of transient owners, not being citizens. Let it order an equal division of all this property among the citizens, of and over the age of maturity, in manner yet to be directed. Let it order all transfers or removals of property, except so much as may belong to transient owners, to cease, until the division is accomplished. 2. Let a census be taken, of the people, ascertaining and recording in books made for the purpose, the name, time when born, as near as may be, and annexing the age, the place of nativity, parentage, sex, color, occupation, domicile or residence and time of residence. Since last resident in the state, distinguishing aliens from citizens, and ordering, with the exception of the agents of foreign governments, such as ambassadors, and c. that all such aliens shall be considered as citizens, if they have been resident for the 5 years next previous to the time when the before-mentioned division of property shall have been ordered. 3. Let each citizen, association, corporation, and other persons at the same time when the census is being taken, give an inventory of all personal property, of whatever description it may be, and to whomsoever it may belong, in his, her, or their possession. Let also a similar inventory of all real property, within the state, be taken, whoever may be the owner of it. And from these data, let a general inventory be made out of all the real and personal property, within the state, which does not belong to alien residents or transient owners. To this, let there be added all property in the possession of our tribunals of law and equity, and such state property, as can be offered up to sale without detriment to the state. 4. Let there be, next, a dividend made of this amount, among all such citizens, who shall be of and over the age of 18, if this should be fixed, as I am inclined to think it should be, as the age of maturity, and let such dividend be entered in a book for the purpose, to the credit of such persons, male and female. 5. Let public sale be made, as soon after such dividend is made, as may be practicable, to the highest bidder, of all the real and personal property in the state. Care must be taken that the proper authority be required to divide all divisible property, that shall require it, into such allotments or parcels, as will be likely to cause it to bring the greatest amount, at the time of sale. 13. Property belonging to persons, not citizens, but transiently resident among us, and dying here, to abide by the laws which govern the state or nation to which such person belonged, in the disposal of property in such a situation, provided such state or nation allows the property, or the value thereof, of our citizens, dying there, and leaving property, to be sent home, to abide by the operation of our own laws. 14. Other states or nations adopting a similar internal organization, as it regards the transmission of property to posterity, and consenting to bestow patrimonies upon minors born in this state, and who shall prefer receiving them in any such foreign state, upon their producing documents certifying the fact of their nativity, age, and c. and that they have received no patrimony from their native state, shall have the favor reciprocated, under like circumstances. Otherwise, a minor born in another state must reside the last 10 years of his minority in this, before he can be considered as entitled to the patrimony of a native-born citizen, and must moreover be liable to severe punishment, if, either after he has received his patrimony, he accepts aught from his native or other state by way of legacy or gift, or, before maturity, he receives such legacy or gift, and then accepts the patrimony in question. 15. All persons of full age, from abroad, ambassadors and c. excepted, resident 1 year among us, are citizens, and must give up all property over an amount equal to the patrimony of the state for the year being, unless such persons were citizens of a state, acknowledging the equal rights of all men to property, in manner the same as this state is supposed to do. 16. All native-born citizens from the period of their birth, to that of their maturity shall receive from the state, a sum paid by monthly or other more convenient installments, equal to their full and decent maintenance, according to age and condition, and the parent or parents, if living and not rendered unsuitable by incapacity or vicious habits, to train up their children, shall be the persons authorized to receive it. Otherwise, guardians must be appointed to take care of such children and receive their maintenance, allowance. They are to be educated also, at the public expense. 17. When the death happens, of either of any two married persons, the survivor retains 1/2 of the sum of their joint property, their debts being first paid. The other half goes to the state, through the hands of the public administrator, this officer taking charge of the effects of all deceased persons. 18. Punishment by imprisonment, for a term of 14 years, should be visited upon him, who, during his lifetime, gives away his property to another. Hospitality is of course not interdicted, but charity is, inasmuch as ample provision will be made by the state for such persons as shall require it. The good citizen has only to inform the applicant for charity where his proper wants will be supplied. 19. All persons after receiving their patrimony, will be at full liberty to reside within the state, or to take it, or its avails to any other part of the world which may be preferred, and there to reside, as a citizen or subject of another state. 20. Property being thus continually and equally divided forever, and the receivers of such property embarking in all the various pursuits and occupations of life. These pursuits and occupations must be guaranteed against injury from foreign competition, or, otherwise, indemnity should be made by the state. I have thus developed the principles of the modification which the government of this state should undergo, and the means necessary to accomplish it, in order that every citizen may enjoy in a state of society, substantially, the rights which belong to him in a state of nature. I leave the reader therefore for the present to his own reflections, intending in the next chapter to offer such reasons as the subject admits, for enforcing the propriety of adopting such modification, and of the means proposed, of accomplishing it. The Associationist. Albert Brisbane. A concise exposition of the doctrine of associationism *, 1843. In 1840 Brisbane published his seminal book, Social Destiny of Man. By 1843 there was an associationist movement abroad in the land, and it was time to apply Fourier's principles to real societies. Brisbane wrote a concise exposition, as a primer on how to build phalanxes. It might be noted that he disapproved of the haste and euphoria attending the rise of the phalanxes. He favored a more deliberate kind of experimentation. Association is the social destiny of man, is the true and natural system of society, predestined for him by the Creator, and will, when established upon earth, secure to him that happiness for which he has so long sought in vain, and the elements of which exist in and around him, in the beautiful creations of material nature, and in the noble faculties and sentiments with which God has endowed him. This true and natural system of society cannot be established at once. It must be a gradual work, and before it can become universal, the truth and goodness of its principles must be demonstrated practically and upon a small scale. For that reason a commencement must be made with a single association, which will show its immense advantages, show the happiness and prosperity which it will secure to man, and lead to a general adoption. We shall explain the laws and mechanism of this single association, which is the germ or primary element of the system of society which we advocate, as the village or township is the germ or primary element of the present system of society. Of states. Thus, the United States is but a repetition of townships. Now, if the township be falsely organized, that is, if the families composing it live according to a false system, if there be conflicts of interests, opposition, discord, waste and poverty among them, then the whole body politic, composed of these falsely organized townships, will contain all their defects, and discord, injustice, poverty, and the numerous evils which they engender, will exist universally. But if we can organize the townships rightly, so that unity of interests, concert of action, vast economies and general riches will be attained, then, in spreading these rightly organized townships, and rendering them general, a social order will be gradually established, in which peace, prosperity and happiness will be secured to all. The great and primary object which we have in view is, consequently, to effect the establishment of one association, which will exhibit practically the great economies, the riches, the order and unity of the system, and serve as a model for, and led to the founding of others. We shall explain the laws and mechanism of this one association, and we will remark that in so doing, we shall explain the whole system of society which we seek to establish, the same as in explaining the physiological laws of one individual, we explain those of the whole human race. The system of association which we propose to the world, is not the plan or scheme of an individual, it is not the invention of mere human reason, like so many political systems which have been established, from the Republic of Lycurgus down to our modern democracies. It is deduced from and based upon universal principles, and is the application to the social relations of mankind of the laws of order and unity, which govern the universe. Fourier discovered the laws of universal unity, or the laws which govern creation in its 5 grand spheres or movements, which are: first, the Mareret movement, or the laws which govern the movements of the heavenly bodies, or universal matter. 2d, the aromal, or the laws which regulate the distribution and influences of the imponderable fluids on the kingdoms of creation, animal, vegetable and mineral. 3d, the orchant, or the laws according to which God distributes forms, properties, colors, flavors, etc. to all created things. Fourth, the insti viciarbit, or the laws according to which God distributes instincts and passions, and lastly, the soctet, or the laws which govern the succession and mechanisms of the societies of intelligent beings throughout the universe. From a knowledge of these laws of universal unity, Fourier deduced the true and natural system of society, destined for man, and which, when realized in practice, will produce social order and harmony upon the globe, a reflex of the harmony which reigns in the universe. Throughout his works, he declares that he gives no system or plan of his own. He claims the merit only of having discovered the system of nature, which will secure to mankind as many blessings as the false social institutions, set up by human reason, have entailed upon them miseries and misfortunes. Before concluding these general remarks, let us particularly request the reader not to confound the system of association, discovered by Fourier, with the trials made by the Shakers, Rapets and others, nor with the system devised by Mr. Owen. The views of the latter have excited in the public mind the strongest prepossessions against the magnificent problem of association, and raised up most serious obstacles to its impartial examination. The errors of individuals, however, should be carefully separated from so grand and important a subject, and to condemn association because Mr. Owen has advocated a community of property or attacked religion, shows a want of impartiality and discrimination which no reflecting mind, we hope, will be guilty of. Necessity of a social reform. When new views and principles are put forth, they invariably meet with the opposition and condemnation of the great majority of men, no matter how good or true they may be, or how important the results which they promise to realize. Against this procedure we protest, and, in behalf of suffering humanity, we ask that preconceived notions and prejudices as well as hasty criticism be for a time laid aside, and an impartial and conscientious investigation of the system, which we advocate, be entered into. If we look around us, we see numerous parties, laboring isolatedly to carry out various reforms, political, administrative, currency, abolition, temperance, moral, and C. Which proves, first, the depth and extent of the evil that preys upon society, and second, the necessity of a fundamental reform, which will attack that evil at its root and eradicate it effectually, instead of lopping off a few branches. If the plan of such a reform has really been discovered, how worthy of the candid examination of every being, whose soul burns with a desire to see poverty and misery banished from the earth, and who feels a sacred pride for the happiness and elevation of his race. To meet and disarm fears and suspicions which may arise in the conservative mind, we will hasten to state that the reform we contemplate, although fundamental in its character, is not destructive, but constructive. It will not tear down, but build up. It will respect what is true and good in society, and will change quietly and by substitution what is false and defective. It will violate no rights, injure no class. It will not impoverish the rich to enrich slightly the poor. It will not change the victims of poverty and misery, but will improve and elevate the condition of all, without taking from any. It can moreover be tried on a small scale, and it will only spread, when practice has shown its superiority over the present system. Unlike political reforms, which, to effect the smallest change of policy, agitate and often convulse a whole country, and array one half of the people against the other half, it will not affect a space as large as a township and but a few hundred persons, and will not extend beyond these narrow limits unless its advantages, practically demonstrated, excite a strong and general approbation in its favor. To show the necessity of a social reform, we will glance at the misery which exists upon earth. Its extent, depth, and intensity prove that political and other partial reforms can effect but little permanent good, and that recourse must be had to new and thorough measures. Men of talent and genius, who are devoting your energies to political, administrative and other minor reforms, examine the grand question of a social reform, so much more vast, and so much more pregnant with great results. Why waste your powers upon ephemeral projects, which, if carried out, will effect but little good, and will soon be forgotten, sinking into oblivion your names and your efforts? In 50 years hence, how small will the question of a sub-treasury or national bank appear, and who will remember the men that frittered away their day and hour in discussing it? When the broad field of a social reform, which spreads out so far beyond the narrow field of political reform, lies open before you, when a reorganization of society, which is the grandest undertaking that any age can offer, calls for your efforts, how can you consent to labor for minor and secondary reforms, which disappear for the most part with the day that brings them forth? If a social reform can be effected which will dignify industry and render it attractive, increase immensely production or real wealth, secure abundance to the poor and permanent prosperity to the rich, extend the refining and elevating influence of superior education to all, widen the sphere of intellectual existence, and combine the pleasures of art and science and social life with the pursuits of useful industry, how desirable would be the result, and how worthy of the persevering efforts of men of pure motives and exalted ambition. The mind of man has not yet elevated itself to the idea of undertaking with intelligence and foresight a social reform, but the age is sufficiently prepared for this grand idea to warrant its being broached and discussed. The world has run through and accomplished those various minor and preliminary reforms, political, legislative, judiciary, and which first occupy the attention of men, and there is nothing now to prevent them from comprehending that it is not changes in the government and administration, or on the surface of society that are required, but a fundamental reform in the social organization itself. Let us now turn from these general considerations, and cast a glance at the condition and tendency of things in our own land. The history of the United States proves practically and beyond the possibility of denial, that political and administrative reforms cannot secure to the people happiness and social elevation. We have enjoyed a long period of peace. The best talent of the country has been devoted to politics. Various parties, federal and democratic, have had the ascendancy. Different policies, Hamiltonian and Jeffersonian, have been carried out. The labors of from 13 to 26 state legislatures, of a national Congress and an unshackled press, have been devoted to the work of improvement, and after all, what great results have been attained? Are the people happier? Are they more elevated, morally and socially? Have they pleasing and encouraging prospects before them? Are they moving onward toward some high destiny which excites enthusiasm? No, far from it. Real evils, such as collective poverty and dependence, anxiety for the future, fluctuations in trade and in industry, and instability in political policy, have increased and with marked rapidity. It is true that commerce has been greatly developed and extended, but it has been in so incoherent and disorderly a manner that violent revulsions have every few years taken place, which have plunged the country at each period into the greatest distress, and entailed ruin upon all classes of society. Besides, commerce prospers in proportion to the amount of profits which it draws from productive industry, from agriculture and manufactures, so that its prosperity is a very deceptive sign of public welfare. It is true, also, that great internal improvements have been carried out, but how injudiciously and wastefully have they been prosecuted? A majority of them are unfinished and pay no returns, and many of the states that have undertaken them have become bankrupt, causing the ruin of thousands of individuals who loaned them their money. The great achievement of the country is its progress in industry, which has been most rapid. Vast forests have been cleared, towns and cities built, immense lines of roads made, vessels and steamboats without number constructed, and the resources of the country wonderfully developed. But this great movement is not to be ascribed to political and legislative action, but to the fact that the energies of the people, instead of being wasted in war, or repressed by military power, as has been the case in all other countries, have been directed to practical improvements in the development of industry. This great industrial progress is worthy of the highest praise and excites admiration, but while it has taken place, social evils, as we said, have increased and with surprising rapidity. Our anarchical commercial and financial system, together with free competition, which is exceeding in intensity and relentlessness all bounds, are engendering universal distrust, antipathy, selfishness and antagonism in society, and contaminating all the practical affairs of life with fraud, injustice and double-dealing. Competitive strife among the laboring classes, which arrays them in hostility against each other, and machinery in the hands of the few which works against them, are gradually reducing the price of wages and prolonging the time of toil, and these and other circumstances prognosticate for them a future of poverty and degrading dependence. Their condition has already become more precarious. The difficulty of obtaining employment is greater, and the means of living more uncertain than ever. The mechanic and laborer can no longer look forward as in former years with the hope of securing a home for old age, but consider themselves fortunate if they can satisfy present exigencies and obtain the means of subsistence for the day. While this change in the social condition of the masses has been going on, frauds and revulsions in trade and finance have become more frequent, more sweeping and unforeseen, spreading ruin among the rich, and rendering them extremely insecure in their possessions. Our whole system of commerce and industry has become a round of killing cares, harassing anxieties, disgusts, hopes blasted, and unforeseen reverses and ruin. The business world is an arena of conflicts, overreaching and fraud, a school for the most callous selfishness and duplicity. Its spirit has rendered business tact, craft and petty cunning the most important of qualifications, made the practice of truth and justice impossible, degraded the higher faculties of the mind, sunk the pursuits of art, science and useful industry below the mere ability of money-making, set up wealth as the standard of excellence and respectability, and rendered its acquisition a mania, to which all the higher and more noble aims of life are sacrificed. Such are results which are growing out of the present system of society, as it is advancing to maturity. With the spectacle of them before us, should we remain satisfied with the political, administrative and other partial reforms, which occupy public attention, or undertake a social reform, which will eradicate at once the numerous evils which the present false organization of society engenders? Practical organization. Of association. Number of persons. The proper number of persons for an association is about 1,800, or, if we suppose 6 persons on an average to a family, 300 families. This number is not chosen arbitrarily, but is based upon the number of distinct characters which we find in man, and which compose the full scale of human character. It is only in large associations of 1,800 persons that all varieties of talents and capacities, as well as the proper capital, skill and knowledge, can be combined, which are necessary to secure a perfect prosecution of industry and the arts and sciences. If the members of an association are of different degrees of fortune, of different characters, tastes and talents, and possess varied theoretical and practical acquirements, the easier it will be to associate and harmonize them. Diversity in these respects will, in a true system of association, be a source of concord, union and harmony. For an association on a small scale, 400 or 500 persons, or 80 to 100 families, will be sufficient. But this is the smallest number with which an association can be organized, in which the harmonies of the system, moral, material and social, can be sufficiently developed to show its immense superiority over the present organization of society, in which industry can be rendered attractive, vast economies introduced, and the passions usefully employed and nightly directed. These conditions cannot be fulfilled, and social harmony cannot be attained in small associations of 2 or 3, or even 20 or 30 families. 80 families or about 400 persons, at least, are necessary. All harmony is based upon a variety of elements properly combined, and the science of association teaches us that the smallest number of individuals or elements of social harmony, with which the essential parts of the mechanism of an association can be organized, is the number we have here given. Small associations of 200 persons, or about 40 families, could be established, which would offer great advantages, as regards economy, profit, material comfort and a judicious application of labor and capital, over the present system of isolated families. But the mechanism would be so much reduced, and so incomplete, that it would afford but few of the charms and advantages of a large association. A great many persons will wish to form small and incomplete associations. They would do better to combine their means and form a large establishment. To show the importance of doing so, we will state that it is only in large associations that the following essential conditions can be fulfilled. 1. Dignify industry and render it attractive. 2. Effect great economies, which, in large associations, are fourfold what they are in small ones. 3. Establish a great variety of occupations, in art and science and industry, suited to the tastes, talents and capacities of both sexes and of all ages, and offer to every one congenial spheres of activity. 4. Secure to every person congenial and pleasing social relations, and the choice of sympathetic characters. Avoid all forced contacts, and absorb any individual antipathies in collective affinities. 5. Combine capital sufficient to prosecute industry, and particularly agriculture, which is the main branch of it, upon a vast and scientific scale, and to give to everything connected with them, to the fields, gardens, workshops, tools, implements and working dresses, convenience and elegance, without which industry cannot be rendered attractive. 6. Organize the mechanism of the groups and series, without which the passions, now so discordant and rebellious, cannot be usefully and legitimately employed, and harmoniously developed. 7. Give to children a complete moral, intellectual and physical development, which is only possible in large associations, where industry is rendered attractive, and the arts and sciences are extensively cultivated. Let these conditions be fulfilled, and the advantages of association will be found so immense, that the isolated household, with its cares, waste and monotony, will be abandoned at once. Contrast between association and the present social order. If we wish to picture to ourselves in imagination an association established and in operation, we must imagine spreading out before us a fine domain, covering an area of 3 miles square, beautifully and scientifically cultivated, diversified with gardens, fields, fruit orchards, vineyards, meadows and woodlands. In the center a large and elegant edifice, with spacious and commodious outhouses, combining architectural beauty with convenience and economy, fine flocks, teams and implements greeting everywhere the eye, and an intelligent and prosperous population engaged from attraction in the care and cultivation of the whole. The useful and the beautiful would be in every way united. The loveliness of nature would be heightened by the works of man, and the charms of social life and the pursuits of art and science and useful industry would be in every way combined. A. Would not 1,800 persons, united in an association, prosecuting with order and economy all their industrial and business operations, and dividing equitably the product of their labor in talent, each receiving a share according to the part which he or she has taken in creating it, live much more in accordance with the 142. Socialism in America dictates of wisdom, than if they were divided into 300 families, inhabiting as many isolated little tenements, as lonely in general as they are inconvenient, with poor farms and workshops, poor flocks, tools, implements and machinery, and without the charm of varied social relations, without art, science and other intellectual enjoyments, which give to human existence its elevation, and constitute the true life of man. We leave the reader to answer the question himself. To furnish more data for forming an opinion, let us contrast more minutely the manner in which 300 families now live, and the manner in which they would live in association. The contrast will show us the immense superiority of association, as regards economy, and unity of action and interests over the present system. 300 families require at present 300 separate houses, 300 kitchens, 300 kitchen fires, 300 sets of cooking utensils, 300 women to do the cooking, and if they are farming families, 300 little farms, 300 barns and sheds, 300 teams, innumerable walls and fences, and everything else equally as complicated and uselessly wasteful. All the cares and labor attendant upon providing for the wants of a family, such as cooking, washing, marketing and keeping up fires, must be gone through with 300 times daily by the 300 families, and with the same detail as for an assemblage of 1,800 persons, except the difference of scale. Association will avoid this monstrous complication and waste. Instead of 300 little kitchens and 300 fires, it will have 4 or 5 large and convenient kitchens, with as many fires, by means of which, not only the cooking can be done, but the entire edifice warmed. Instead of 300 little fireplaces and cooking stoves, and as many sets of cooking utensils, it will have its extensive kitchen ranges, its large boilers and ovens, and machinery on the largest scale and the best that can be invented for facilitating culinary operations. Instead of 300 women to do the cooking, it will have a few experienced cooks, engaged by turns every other day. Instead of 300 poor teams, half the time idle, it will have merely the requisite number, and of the best quality. Instead of the immense number of walls and fences now required, it will have a few extensive hedges. And instead of making all its sales and purchases at retail, paying in profits to traders one copyright. The secular communitarians 143 half of the product of its labor, it will make them at wholesale, and in the most economical manner. To what immense economies would association give rise? What a source of riches it would be. We live in an age, the all-absorbing desire of which is wealth. If men would but add sentiments of justice and philanthropy to their greedy strife after money, they would see that it is only in association that their wishes can be satisfied, and that all can attain prosperity. Unity of interests, resulting from the system of joint stock. Property of association. We will briefly explain the means by which association will effect a perfect unity or identity of the individual with the collective. Interest. Unless we can render the interest of the individual that of the whole, and the interest of the whole that of the individual, or, in other words, unless we can establish unity in the sphere of worldly interests, we can never introduce practical truth and justice into the relations of men, nor attain those higher unities in church and state, after which more advanced minds, sick of strife, dissension and controversy, are beginning to aspire. Let us explain how this primary unity will be attained. The interest upon the stock of the members of an association will not be paid out of the product of this or that part of the domain, or out of this or that branch of manufactures, but out of the total product of the entire domain and all branches of manufactures. As a consequence, every individual owning stock, if it be but a single share, will wish that every portion of the soil should be cultivated in the best manner, and every branch of manufactures prosecuted with the greatest skill and judiciousness. The better all this is done, the larger will be the interest which each individual will receive, and as the desire of large dividends will exist in association as at present, there will be, as a consequence, a general desire on the part of all members to render the association in the highest degree productive and prosperous. Not only will every individual wish that all branches of industry should be prosecuted in the best possible manner, but he will wish that the edifices, tools, implements, flocks, fences, etc. should be carefully taken care of and preserved from injury or damage, for if 144. Socialism in America, any damage were done to them, the expense of repairs would have to be deducted from the general product, which would lessen the interest which he, in common with the other stockholders, would receive. What each individual member will wish, the entire association will wish, and from this unity of interests will result a concert of action in prosecuting all branches of industry, and a perfect unanimity of feeling in all temporal affairs and interests. No one can promote his own prosperity without promoting at the same time the prosperity of all those around him, and no one can injure his neighbor without injuring himself. It is only in joint stock associations, where each individual is interested in the entire capital invested, that a perfect union of interests can be established, and man can be made to desire truly and ardently the welfare and prosperity of his fellow man. From this solidarity, this reciprocal and mutual dependence, will result a unity of feeling, which will soon extend from pecuniary affairs to political, religious, and other spheres of society. In such an order of things, how easy will it be to realize practically the precept, "Do unto others as you would that others should do unto you." In fact, the practical operation of association will lead to it, as the present system of society leads to a conflict of all interests and to universal antagonism and enmity. And when a body of persons, perfectly united, are working for each other's welfare, how easy will it be also to put in operation that other precept, "Love thy neighbor as thyself." Impossibility of any tyranny of capital in association. It is often asked whether one or more capitalists will not become owners of the stock of an association, and exercise a tyrannical control and dictation over its members and its affairs. Nothing of the kind can take place. To explain this, we will suppose an extreme case. We will suppose that one individual has become the proprietor of all the stock of an association. This monopoly will give him, as we shall see, no arbitrary control over the association and its affairs. Vision of the domain, workshops and manufactories, and the regulation of its industrial affairs and interests. The person who owns the stock may be elected a member of this council, and, as such, will have a voice in the management of its affairs, but out of the council and as a private individual, he can exercise no control. He cannot dictate, for example, the system of cultivation which shall be pursued, the crops which shall be grown, the branches of manufactures which shall be prosecuted, where the fences or hedges shall be located, how the fields and gardens shall be laid out and cultivated, or direct any similar operations. All these details must come under the direction of the council, which, composed of the most talented and experienced members of the association, will of course be able to exercise a far more judicious control than can a single individual. No individual in association will possess the absolute ownership of the soil, manufactories and other means of production as at present, to use and abuse them as he wishes, and to prevent the rest of the members from working upon or in them, if his caprice shall so dictate. He will own the stock, which represents them, a much more desirable form of property, but the soil and manufactories will remain under the control and direction of the association, and the right of working in or upon them will be secured to all its members. We see this restriction upon capitalists in operation at present in stock companies. A stockholder in a railroad cannot, for example, alter the direction or tear up a part of the track equal in value to his stock, or prevent travelers from going over the road, and this restriction is found advantageous to all. Capitalists will possess in association very great advantages. Their money will be safely invested. They will be exempt from the frauds, revulsions and the numerous accidents of business, which ruin upon an average 3/4 of them. They will be relieved from the anxiety and the trouble of constant supervision, and as the profits of association will be large, they will receive a liberal interest on their money. But capitalists in association will not wish to exercise any dictation or tyranny. They would disgust their fellow men by such a course, who, being secured the right of labor or of constant employment, would be pecuniarily independent, and would not submit to any imposition. Should capitalists, however, endeavor to exercise any tyranny, the members could move off in a body and leave there. 146. Socialism in America property unproductive, and, besides, any arbitrary dictation on their part would derange the operations of industry, decrease production, and lessen as a consequence their profits. The tyranny of capital, one of the last relics of tyranny, and the most repulsive, will be swept from the face of the earth by association. If it be feared by some persons that a few individuals in an association will monopolize the stock, and exercise an absolute control, it is very confidently asserted by others that the selfishness of men, and their rapacity to acquire wealth, will be insurmountable obstacles to social union and concord. Let us answer this objection. The reader will bear in mind that the interest upon the capital or shares will be paid out of the total product of the association, so that no one can desire large profits for himself without desiring the same for all the other members. Suppose then that there are some extremely avaricious persons in an association, who are very desirous of accumulating wealth. What means will they have to employ to attain their end? They will have to see that all parts of the domain are cultivated in the best manner, all branches of manufactures prosecuted judiciously, that the edifices, implements, machinery, etc. are not injured, and that no waste takes place. This is the policy which they will have to pursue. They cannot, as a consequence, promote their own prosperity without promoting at the same time the prosperity of all the other members. Their thirst for gain will not be satisfied, as at present, at the expense of their fellow men, but will, on the contrary, conduce to their welfare. By this means individual selfishness will be neutralized, and made to subserve the good of the whole. Under the present condition of things, the injury done to others by extortion or fraud is individual gain. But in association, where the interests of the individual and those of the mass are identical, no one can add to his own store without adding to that of the rest of the community. Cities in the combined order. We have shown that universal association is contemplated by its advocates, and that the reform which will lead to it can be effected peacefully and gradually, without injury to any class or any interest in society. The universal establishment of this new social order renders it necessary that cities should be provided for. The secular communitarian's 147 doctrine of association would be incomplete and imperfect if it did not provide for universal and collective arrangements in society, as well as for the details and minute arrangements of a single association. Cities are necessary parts of the social machine, and we will briefly glance at their construction and arrangement in the combined order, for they must differ materially and widely from cities of the present social order. The contrast between the cities of the combined order and the cities of existing society will be as striking and as brilliant as the contrast between the comforts and splendors of an association or combined household, and the inconveniences, monotony and dullness of the single or isolated household. What is the general character of a city in civilized society, and what will it be in the combined order? A brief answer to these questions may convey to the reader an idea of the difference between them. A city at present is a heterogeneous mass of small and separate houses of all sizes, shapes, colors, styles and materials, which are crowded together without regard to architectural unity or design, convenience or elegance. It is cut up with irregular and narrow streets, dark lanes, confined courts, and cramped yards and alleys. It has its dirty and muddy streets, that annoy the inhabitants, its filthy gutters that fill the atmosphere with noxious exhalations which are injurious to health, and presents a scene of confusion, incoherence, waste and disorder. A city of civilized society is a vast and crowded receptacle of human beings not connected with each other in friendly union and orderly association, but huddled together in conflicting and antagonistic aggregation. It is, for the most part, a sink of poverty, and with its isolated dwellings, the hiding place of 1,000 vices and crimes. All that our civilized cities can boast of in regard to riches and splendor, intelligence, refinement and enjoyment, serves but to render the poverty, the ignorance, the degradation and suffering, which abound in them, more hideous and painfully disgusting. The cities and capitals of association must contrast most powerfully with those of civilized society, and they will do so. A city in the combined order will be a group of magnificent associations, disposed with order and unity of design, surrounded by noble and extensive gardens and grounds, for the recreation and healthy OC. 148. Socialism in America occupation of the inhabitants, in which all the beauties of nature and the perfections of art will be combined and united to charm and delight. For every 12 associations there will be one association which will be the capital or head of the 12, corresponding in some degree to the county town of a county. It will be the administrative center of the associated county, and at it will be held the periodical exhibitions of industry, art and science, public celebrations, etc. A district of country comprising several associated counties, or about 150 associations, will have a larger capital, formed of a group of associations, as above described. A state composed of several associated districts will have a larger capital, formed of a series of associations, or of a number of single associations arranged in serial order. Nations and continents will have, likewise, their capitals, which will be embellished and atomed with all the resources of creative art and industry, and the magnificence of which can only be conceived when we consider the wealth and power of nations in universal association, and the collective pride and interest which they will take in all grand unitary arrangements. The science of association teaches us the unity of the human race, and that this unity requires universal unitary arrangements, political, social and religious, corresponding to their political, social and religious unity, with grand central metropolises for the regulation and government of the affairs relating to these unities. Thus the cities of the combined order will be great centers, administrative, scientific, industrial, artistic and religious, each for the region over which it presides. There, the legislative bodies and great councils of industry, art and science, and the great annual industrial, artistic and scientific exhibitions will be held, and there also will be located the grand galleries of art, the scientific collections, the libraries, universities, etc., upon a scale much more extensive and magnificent than those of single associations. The cities in the combined order will be centers of collective knowledge, which they will draw and collect in fragments from all parts of the world, and again communicated to every association. Horace Greeley versus Henry J. Raymond. Association discussed * 1847. Over a period of several months in 1847, these two men, Greeley, the associationist and publisher of the New York Tribune, and Raymond, the conservative editor of the Courier and Inquirer, debated the merits of communitarianism in their respective newspapers. Later in the year the debate came out as a pamphlet under the title, Association Discussed, or the Socialism of the Tribune. Examined. Henry J. Raymond. Reply to Letter V. In our last article we endeavored to show that the inherent vices and weaknesses of human nature would render impossible such a community of interest and of life as the Tribune advocates. The essential selfishness of man would be at war with the essential principle of association, and would inevitably destroy it. While men continue vicious or imperfect, while they are governed or influenced by prejudice, passion, or self-seeking in any of its forms, they cannot combine and carry forward such a community as that proposed. The Tribune, while professing to reply to this objection, actually concedes its full force and validity. Says the editor of that paper, I know that vicious persons must have a new spirit breathed into them before they can comprehend and act upon the vital principles of social unity. I know well that an association of indolent or covetous persons could not endure without a moral transformation of its members. Now it seems to us that this concession is fatal to the whole theory of association. It certainly implies that individual reform must precede social reform, that the latter must have its root in the former, that association cannot advance beyond the personal *pp. 28, 31-35, 37, 40-41. 150. Socialism in America. Reformation of the individuals who compose it. This point the Tribune concedes, and the same thing has been conceded by some of those who have hitherto been most zealous in support of association. The position, then, is fully conceded that men must become good, must have a new spirit breathed into them, must undergo a moral transformation, before they can carry into effect the scheme of association. This is essential as a preliminary step. How is it to be effected? The Tribune says, by association. I know also, says the editor, that its organism tends strongly to correct the faults inimical to its existence. This seems to us a gross absurdity. Association is thus expected to make its own indispensable conditions. It is to create its own creator, to produce its own cause, to effect that personal reform in which it must originate. The very statement of the case demonstrates its absurdity. Horace Greeley. Letter 7. Oh, moralists, who treat of happiness and self-respect in every sphere of life, go into the squalid depths of deepest ignorance, the uttermost abyss of man's neglect, and say, can any hopeful plant spring up in air so foul that it extinguishes the soul's bright torch as soon as kindled? Queries Dickens. To the editor of the Courier and Inquirer. I intend in this article to discuss directly and sufficiently the doctrine of circumstances and their influence on human character and destiny. It seems to be your chief difficulty in regard to association, that it requires good dispositions in its members, which dispositions it is obvious that a large portion of the human family now lack, and under existing circumstances are little likely to attain. Hence you argue, in the spirit of the Caliph who bummed the Alexandrian library, that, since the ignorant and squalid are now confessedly unfit for association, they can only become so by an intrinsic melioration, which, if effected, would render association unnecessary. Let us consider this. Here is a community, say the people of Patterson, N.J., or of some ward of this city, comprising every grade of fortune from boundless wealth to extreme indigence and emaciation. Some enjoy incomes of $50,000 per annum, with little labor or care on their own part. Others, by the most strenuous industry, cannot earn $200 per annum, yet from this must pay the rent, food, and fuel of the family. Many, in the greatest need, can find no way to earn a penny for weeks, but are compelled to subsist at all events. And is not this necessity calculated to degrade them in spirit and in morals? Take two men of equal and medium qualities, and secure to one ample, unfailing, remunerated employment, enlightened associates, daily opportunities to perfect himself in industrial, scientific, and historical knowledge, with the moral certainty of an enduring home and a generous subsistence, while you leave the other to struggle with the wants, temptations, alternations of excessive labor and involuntary idleness of a mere laborer in this city at present, and who can doubt that the former would naturally grow wiser and better, increasing in self-respect and the respect of his associates, while the latter would steadily gravitate toward the grog shop and the almshouse? Not that every individual circumstance like the former would become wise and good, nor that every hod carrier and street sweeper of our city is doomed to end his days intemperate and probably in the almshouse, but that the tendency in each case is to the result I have indicated. Take another illustration. My religion teaches me, as I think yours does you, that your son and mine are no better than the children of equally tender years now growing up in the cellars of Cross Street and the garrets of Republican Alley. Yet you know, as I know, that the chance of these latter coming to what is called a bad end is immensely the greater. The class of newsboys, for example, is mainly recruited from the cellars and garrets tenanted by our city's crowded wretchedness. They are by nature no better and no worse than other boys just outgrowing infancy. And yet few years pass before a large proportion of those who commence as newsboys find themselves tenants of the House of Refuge, Blackwell's Island, and C. How is this? These same boys, if early trained to habits of industry and good conduct, would mainly have been virtuous and useful members of society. But a mere child of 10 or 12 years is driven forth by the intemperance or destitution of his parents, perhaps by the loss of them, to try to earn a living by his own exertions, and almost the only business upon which he can enter without preparation, without permission, and without capital, is that of selling newspapers. A shilling will start it, and the gains are in hand every evening. But this very 152. Socialism in America facility overstocks the calling, and renders its proceeds meager and precarious. Thus evening often falls upon the lad trudging wearily, hungrily home, his pockets empty, his papers unsold. He is morally certain of abuse, if not blows, should he thus seek the shelter of the miserable hovel which his parents inhabit. One desperate chance remains to him. He raises the cry, airs the Hextra, Herald, Tribune or Sun. Got the news of another great battle in Mexico. Santa Anna defeated, 5,000 killed. At once his stock of papers is snapped up at double prices, and he turns the first corner and scuds home, with a full pocket and a light heart. He takes his oyster supper and a glass of grog with a chuckle at his own adroitness, and jots down in his mental notebook that honesty is the best policy. Sometimes, at others a little jocular roguery does better. To be sure, he has damaged his line of business, somewhat, but he has reaped all the benefit of that, while all but 1,000th part of the damage falls on others. Those who curse the trick and resolve never to believe a newsboy again will not identify him should they meet next day. So he has taken a degree in his education, and is ready for some more daring resort in his next fit of desperation or temptation. So with hack driving about our city, and scores of other callings which our existing society creates and sustains after a fashion. Hundreds all around are making a livelihood in vocations which require no personal integrity on their part, many in ways which integrity would rather obstruct. The young man who deals out silks gracefully in a fashionable Broadway store, or mixes juleps dexterously in a genteel Broadway bar, may keep a mistress in the next street or spend his nights in the gambling dens of Park Place. Yet those by whom he lives know nothing of this. His current reputation is not affected by it. It is but a little while since a man entrusted with the responsible and lucrative business of collecting rents on a large city property was exposed and compelled to fly, after having for months, if not years, been engaged in decoying young women into his den under pretense of employing them as servants, and then accomplishing their ruin by violence when blandishments, threats, and drugs would not effect it. How many are now pursuing like nefarious courses can only be guessed, but all can see that our present social arrangements afford the amplest facilities and impunity to such crimes. There is, or recently was, in the state prison at Sing Sing at least one poor servant GITL who was sent there on a trumped-up charge of stealing, because she had been seduced by the son of her employer, and no other means occurred to the family of preventing an unpleasant expense and scandal. But I will not multiply examples. Briefly, it seems to me that if some malignant spirit had undertaken to contrive a social framework which should subject the poor, the humble, the ignorant, to the greatest possible amount and variety of temptations, which should virtually constrain many and irresistibly draw far more to the ways of dissipation and sin, he could hardly, in the light of Christianity and such civilization as we have, devise anything more admirably adapted to his purpose than the social system under which we now live. What, then, do we propose and hope ultimately to accomplish. Granted that the mass of the destitute and squalid are incapable of rising by their own efforts to a level with the requirements of a just and beneficent social order, are unable even to appreciate such an order or to desire its establishment, what then? The good work must be done, nevertheless. I say let those who are capable of conceiving a true society proceed at once to actualize it, as an example and encouragement to others. Let the wealthy contribute of their wealth, the wise of their wisdom, the learned of their science, the good of their piety and charity, to construct a social organization wherein no honest and industrious man can become a pauper or a serf, and no widow and orphans be driven out from home into a cold and cheerless world because the husband and father has been snatched from them by death. I know all men are not now capable of doing what is needed, but I know some men who are, and I am confident that these, by affording example and opportunity, could speedily work a vast change in others. Give but 100 of the right men and women as the nucleus of a true social organism, and hundreds of inferior or indifferent qualities might be rapidly molded into conformity with them. I believe there are few of the young and plastic who might not be rendered agreeable and useful members of an association under the genial influences of affection, opportunity, instruction, and hope. I see many now hurrying down to deathbeds of drunkenness and pauperism whom I am sure would have been retained in life, vigor, usefulness, and honor, had these influences surrounded them from childhood, and I trust that some of the thousands preparing to follow in the downward road will yet be. 154. Socialism in America arrested and preserved. Who ever heard of a drunken or begging shaker? When you persist in saying to me that reform must be effected by some other agency than that which association offers, that agency is Christianity, you compel me to regret that I cannot render myself intelligible to you. To my mind, association is the palpable dictate of Christianity, the body whereof true religion is the soul. I cannot doubt that if Christ were here in New York today, and could gain access to the dwelling of our Astor, Lenox, Whitney, and C., he would say to them in terms as he has already done in substance, cease amassing wealth for yourselves or your descendants. Cease building sumptuous palaces from which your brethren are expressly, and splendid churches whence they are virtually, shut out. Cease isolating yourselves in heart and life from the masses who need to be benefited by your superior intelligence, wisdom, morality, refinement, if such you have. Cease to make a gain of the wretched hovels in which famine and despair are now festering into sin and crime. Employ your vast wealth in drawing forth from these dens of darkness and misery their crowded, shivering inmates, and placing them where they will have pure air to breathe, ample space to occupy, bread to eat, unfailing and fairly remunerated work to do, with all those refining influences of elevated social intercourse, judicious counsel, ample instruction, an enduring home and a horizon of hope, which you can so well appreciate and of which most of them know nothing. That, it seems very plain to me, is just what Christianity would have done, and which it is now urgently calling on the wise and wealthy to combine their efforts and their means to accomplish. Henry J. Raymond, Reply to Letter V. In its reply to our last article, the Tribune professes to discuss sufficiently the doctrine of circumstances and their influence on human character. By a strange oversight, however, it omits to state what that doctrine is. The omission is remarkable, because the question is important. If circumstances, or that arrangement of them which constitutes society, be the actual cause of existing evils, then those evils may possibly be removed by changing that arrangement. But if evil has another and a far different origin, then it must clearly have another and a far different remedy. For the remedy in any case must not only modify the conditions, but remove the essential cause of the evil it is designed to cure. We regret, therefore, that the Tribune does not tell us which of those opposite views it entertains. We find in its article expressions which might warrant the inference that the Tribune's doctrine regards circumstances as the cause of existing evil. But the only points distinctly stated are that the ignorance, squalor, and general wretchedness of the degraded poor subject them to temptations from which others are comparatively free, and that a change in their condition is very desirable, on moral as well as physical grounds. We cannot understand why the Tribune should labor so hard to prove what we expressly conceded at the very outset of this discussion, unless its object be to excite odium, instead of answering argument. The existence of misery, and the necessity of relieving it, are not in controversy, for we have never doubted either. It is only upon the remedy to be applied, that the Tribune and ourselves are at variance. That paper insists that association is the only agency by which the poor can be relieved, that the ignorant, the vicious, and the degraded cannot be reclaimed, unless the virtuous, the wise, and the rich establish with them a community of interests and of life. That to benefit a part, the whole must be changed, that to furnish some with good dwellings, all must abandon their houses and dwell together under a common roof. That the whole fabric of existing institutions, with all its habits of action and of thought, must be swept away, and a new society take its place, in which all must be subject to common customs, a common education, common labor, and common modes of life, in all respects. This, its fundamental position, we deny. We deny the necessity, the wisdom, and the possibility of removing existing evil by such a process. We would not thus destroy the good in order possibly to amend the bad. It is not the method of wisdom or benevolence, it finds no support in common sense or sober judgment. The Tribune promised to prove that it is not only the best, but the only means of relieving the poor, but thus far it has not even attempted to fulfill its promise. It has asserted and illustrated in every possible variety of forms the existence of evils, and the necessity of removing them, and has drawn fancy pictures of the state of things when that removal shall. 156. Socialism in America have been effected. But its proof that association, and nothing but that, can accomplish it, is to come hereafter, if it come at all. We, on the contrary, have sought to show, 1. That association can never be established, 2. That if established, it could never endure, and 3. That if it were permanently established, it would increase tenfold the evils it is designed to cure. But, says the Tribune, Christianity commands the rich to relieve the poor, association proposes to do that work. Therefore, association is the palpable dictate of Christianity, and men, if they be Christians, must be associationists. Now here the premises are true, but they do not warrant the conclusion. The argument illustrates the Tribune's habitual assumption of the very point in dispute, namely, that association is the only means by which the poor can be relieved. It assumes that no man can befriend the poor unless he espouse association. The best test of true benevolence is practice, not precept. Let us look for what it is, not what it professes. And, bringing the matter to this standard, we have no hesitation in asserting that the members of any one of our city churches do more every year for the practical relief of poverty and suffering than any phalanx that ever existed. There are in our midst hundreds of female sewing societies, each of which clothes more nakedness and feeds more hunger than any association that was ever formed. There are individuals in every ward, poor, pious, humble men and women, who never dreamed of setting themselves up as professional philanthropists, who do more in visiting the sick, in seeking out and relieving the poor, in encouraging the despondent, and in ameliorating the condition of the degraded and the destitute, than was ever done by any associationist, from its first apostle down to the humblest of his deluded followers. And one of those three individuals, vilified by name in the Tribune's article as the selfish, grasping despisers of the poor, has expended more money, and accomplished more actual good in aiding the poor, in providing for them food, clothing, education, and sound instruction, moral and religious, and all the blessings of which they stand in need, than has been effected by the advocates of association in half a century, throughout the world. Hundreds of thousands of dollars have been expended by the associationists, in propagating their theories of benevolence, and in making benevolent experiments. Yet where is the practical good they have accomplished? Graded they have raised, the vicious they have reclaimed, the poor whom, in any way, they have assisted and blessed. The Tribune sneers at practical Christianity as filling wretched hovels with Bibles and tracts, while bread and clothing and health are needed. Does the taunt come with good grace from a system which theorizes over starvation, but does not feed it, which scorns to give bread and clothing to the hungry and naked, except it can first have the privilege of reconstructing society? And is not the taunt proved to be false, by the fact that all the relief which poverty gets comes from Christianity, either directly from its hand, or indirectly from the spirit of charity which it has infused into every department of social life? All may not be done that should be done, for the poor, the wretched and the sinful, but of all that is done, how small is the share which the social reformers of the day contribute? Horace Greeley, Letter V, to the editor of the Courier and Inquirer. As progress is my watchword and the appointed limit of this controversy approaches, I will endeavor to resist the strong temptation to follow you into an infinity of irrelevant discussions. It seems to me that the doctrine of circumstances, namely, that circumstances of position, opportunity, encouragement, instruction, temptation, and exert a vast and often vital influence, whether for good or evil, over the formation and quality of the human character, has already been sufficiently set forth and illustrated. The deduction therefrom that we should systematically endeavor to secure to all, as nearly as may be, education and training under such circumstances as will tend to incline them to industry, temperance, virtue, self-respect, instead of those which naturally tempt to idleness, dissipation, vice and debasement, seems too obvious to need more explicit assertion. I pass, then, to another branch of the general arrangement. You say that I have not attempted to prove association the best means of relieving the poor. How truly the reader must judge. Most surely, if I have not attempted this, I have attempted nothing whatever. All my articles have had this single aim. 158. Socialism in America thropic effort. Yet I deeply feel that other plans contemplate, mainly, a mitigation of the woes and degradations which are the consequences of extreme poverty, while association proposes a way, in my judgment rational and feasible, of reaching the causes of these calamities, and absolutely abolishing pauperism, ignorance, and the resulting vices. I need not, surely, recapitulate my statements of what association is, and how it will do what it promises. You yourself seem to admit that the evils of caste, pauperism, constrained idleness, intemperance, and have been abolished by the Shakers, under an organization far less favorable, it seems to me, than that of association. I know you say, the Shakers are virtuous, not because they belong to a Shaker establishment, but because they have within them virtuous principles. But I ask you to consider the fact that these same Shakers are in the habit of taking gladly any such infants as they can get, foundlings, illegitimates, destitute orphans, and see. The very material from which our houses of refuge, penitentiaries, and prisons are mainly recruited, and training them up, with scarcely a failure, into these same industrious, moral, sober, virtuous adults. Does anyone believe that the difference between the children trained about the 5 points and those educated by the Shakers, or under virtuous and comfort-giving auspices elsewhere, is intrinsic, and not superinduced by the force of circumstances? Henry J. Raymond, reply to letter 8. We acknowledge, at the outset, the sincerity and success of the Tribune's endeavor to resist the strong temptation to follow the course of our last argument upon this subject. It is barely possible, to be sure, that the temptation was not so strong as the editor would have his readers suppose, and that the struggle to resist it was, therefore, less severe than they might infer. But, at all events, the endeavor was successful. The temptation was resisted, and our entire argument remains untouched, except by the general plea that it was all irrelevant. Whether that plea be well-founded or not, our readers can easily determine. Association is urged by its advocates as a substitute for the social system which now exists. It is presented as a plan for reaching the causes of social evil, for abolishing pauperism, ignorance, and the resulting vices. It is intended, of course, for universal adoption, as a substitute for the present form of society. Of course, therefore, its merits can be canvassed fully and fairly only by supposing it to have attained the universal dominion at which it aims. We may, it is true, discuss the principles on which it rests, and bring them to the test of established truth, without reference to the manner in which they are to be carried out. But if we seek to investigate the practical workings of the new system, it must be relieved from all the influences of the existing form. We must suppose association to be universal. Suppose that all men were living, not as they now do, but as association would have them. What would then be the tendency of things? What would then be the prevailing influences upon human character and human life? And what the results which, so far as reason can decide, those influences would produce? These are the questions involved in this discussion, and upon no other hypothesis can they find an answer. This simple statement, it will be seen, sweeps away at once most of the Tribune's attempted arguments in defense of the system. It destroys, for example, the pertinence of the Tribune's references to the Shaker, Rap, Moravian, and other communities which, it is assumed, have fully succeeded. The cases are not analogous. These little communities exist in the very heart of the old society. They are surrounded on every side by its laws, its habits, and its atmosphere. They find in that society markets for their produce, laws for the repression of crime, penalties for attempted fraud, a constant pressure which keeps them together, and a place into which they may expel all troublesome members. In association, of course, when universally established, this could not be so. There could be no such thing as conditions of membership or expulsion for misconduct. All classes, the wise and the stupid, the industrious and the lazy, the virtuous and the profligate, must then exist together, and must be entirely free from the laws, restraints, habits, and influences of the old society. The association could not avail itself of any of the aids or resources of the old form. It must exist alone, and furnish its own restraints, its own methods of education, of worship, and of promoting general order. And when all society, moreover, had assumed that shape, when all the towns and cities in the land had been converted into phalanxes, each producing all the varieties of needed products, where would any of them find a market for their surplus? There would then be no world of 160. Socialism in America, outside barbarians, to be supplied, but each would produce all it would need, and something more, as is affirmed. Here is a fatal difference between the two cases. All these little communities, moreover, are under the complete control of some one or more persons. They are absolute monarchies on a small scale. They are held together, furthermore, by the bond of a common religious faith, which is different from that of the rest of the world. Their manner of life is a part of that religious faith, and their faith renders them passively subservient to the will of their leader. In association there is to be no such head, and no such bond. There is to be no supreme power, clothed with authority, and with the means of enforcing it. While the new phalanxes exist in the bosom of the present society, so long as they enjoy the defense and shelter of its laws and its influences, they may possibly hold together. But remove this support from them, make the system universal, and it would fall to pieces. At all events, the assumed success of the Shakers, Rapids, and Circa, which, moreover, is not real, affords not even the shadow of a presumption to the contrary. The Harbinger, June 14, 1845. The following extract is from the first issue of The Harbinger, published by Brook Farm. Introductory notice. In meeting our friends, for the first time, in the columns of The Harbinger, we wish to take them by the hand with cheerful greetings, to express the earnest hope that our intercourse may be as fruitful of good, as it will be frank and sincere, and that we today may commence a communion of spirit, which shall mutually aid us in our progress towards the truth and beauty, the possession of which is the ultimate destiny of man. We address ourselves to the aspiring and free-minded youth of our country, to those whom long experience has taught the emptiness of past attainments and inspired with a better hope, to those who cherish a living faith in the advancement of humanity, whose inner life consists not in doubting, questioning, and denying, but in believing, who, resolute to cast off conventional errors and prejudices, are hungering and thirsting for positive truth, and who with reliance on the fulfillment of the prophetic voice in the heart of man, and on the universal providence of God, look forward to an order of society founded on the divine principles of justice and love, to a future age of happiness, harmony, and of great glory to be realized on earth. We have attained, in our own minds, to firm and clear convictions, in regard to the problem of human destiny. We believe that principles are now in operation, which will produce as great a change on the face of society, as that which caused beauty and order to arise from the chaos of the primitive creation by the movings of the divine spirit, and to impart these convictions and principles to the hearts of our readers, will be our leading purpose in the columns of this paper. It will be, then, in the light of positive ideas, not of fanciful conceptions, that we shall criticize the current literature, the political. 162. Socialism in America movements, the social phenomena of the day, and without inquiring how far we may be in accordance with the prevailing standards of fashion or popular opinion, speak our minds on the subjects we shall discuss, with entire independence of outward authority. Our faith in the high destiny of man is too profound to allow us to cherish the spirit of antagonism. We would not destroy but reconstruct. And if our readers expect to find in these pages the fierce ebullitions of Jacobinical wrath, to be entertained with the virulence of invective against the evils which we condemn, or to be stimulated with the sallies of personal abuse, they will certainly be disappointed. Those who wish to indulge a taste for such condiments must look elsewhere for its gratification. We trust that ruffian and reformer are not convertible terms. If they be, we lay no claim to the title of the latter. We mean to discuss all questions of public interest, with the utmost freedom and with a single eye to the finding of the whole truth, being well assured that the whole truth and the highest good are connected in indissoluble union. But we have no desire wantonly to violate any cherished convictions, nor to maintain what is new simply because it is new. It is our belief that there is much good, mingled with much error, in all the parties and sects both of the Church and of the State, and it is the duty of all persons who sincerely desire to aid in the progress of the human race, not to abandon themselves blindly to one particular doctrine, but to try all and to hold fast that which is good. The time has come for politicians and philanthropists to break the restraints of a barren, one-sided sectarianism, to assume some higher and broader ground, which will enable them to select the good of all partial creeds, to combine it in a consistent and glorious whole. Nor can this process degenerate into a meager and barren eclecticism, whenever we take our stand on the broad and universal principles, which the true science of human nature unfolds. With a deep reverence for the past, we shall strive so to use its transmitted treasures, as to lay in the present, the foundation of a better future. Our motto is, the elevation of the whole human race, in mind, morals, and manners, and the means, which in our view are alone adapted to the accomplishment of this end, are not violent outbreaks and revolutionary agitations, but orderly and progressive reform. In politics, it will be our object to present fair discussions of the measures of political parties, taking the principles of justice to all men as our standard of judgment. By sympathy and conviction we are entirely democratic. Our faith in democracy is hardly inferior to our faith in humanity. But by democracy we do not understand a slavish adherence to regular nominations, nor that malignant mobocracy which would reduce to its own meanness all who aspire to nobler ends than itself, but that benevolent, exalting, and refining creed, which holds that the great object of government should be to secure the blessings of liberty, intelligence, and good order to the whole people. We believe in the rights of man, best summed up in the right to a perfect development of his whole nature, physical, intellectual, and moral, and shall oppose partial or class legislation, as inconsistent with the fundamental principles of republican institutions. Yet we shall take sides with no party, but proceed from time to time to remark upon all parties, with the frankness and independence which our position fully enables us to exercise. If our politicians take offense at what we shall say, the fault will be their own, and our only apology will be a little more severity. Foreign politics, which are too much neglected by the journals of the country, will be regularly treated by us, in the form of well-digested reviews of the English, French, and German press. In literature, besides elaborate notices of new publications, with the aim to inform and improve the taste of the public, and not to gratify the cupidity of booksellers, it is our wish to keep a faithful record of literary intelligence, noticing the most important works that are issued in Europe and this country, and giving brief sketches of the matter of those most generally interesting to the American reader. The fine arts too shall have due honor done them. Music, the art most appreciable to the many, most associated with the hopes of humanity, and most flourishing always where humanity is most alive, we shall watch with almost jealous love, striving not only by criticism of all important musical performances, schools and publications, but also by historical and philosophical essays on the principles of the art itself, and the creations of its master minds, to keep it true to the standard of pure taste, true to the holy end for which the passion of hearing harmonies was given to man. Painting, sculpture, architecture, the drama, and all arts which seek the good, by way of the beautiful, will, we hope, be criticized in practice, and interpreted in theory from the same humanitarian and universal. 164. Socialism in America point of view. For this end, we shall have correspondents in our principal cities, on whose taste and power of communication we can rely. Summaries of intelligence under this head from Europe too, from countries where art has a home, will occasionally be offered to our readers. Musical criticism is a thing which has not hitherto existed in our country. Instead of the unmeaning praise, and petty partial censure with which all concerts are alike served up in our newspapers, we would humbly hope to contribute something, if only by our sincerity and impartiality, toward a sound and profitable criticism. In science, as far as the limits of a weekly newspaper permit, we shall preserve a record of the most important improvements and discoveries, considered with a special reference to their bearing on the great object of all our labors, the progressive well-being of man. The interests of social reform will be considered as paramount to all others, in whatever is admitted into the pages of the Harbinger. We shall suffer no attachment to literature, no taste for abstract discussion, no love of purely intellectual theories, to seduce us from our devotion to the cause of the oppressed, the downtrodden, the insulted and injured masses of our fellow men. Every pulsation of our being vibrates in sympathy with the wrongs of the toiling millions, and every wise effort for their speedy enfranchisement will find in us resolute and indomitable advocates. If any imagine from the literary tone of the preceding remarks, that we are indifferent to the radical movement for the benefit of the masses, which is the crowning glory of the 19th century, they will soon discover their egregious mistake. To that movement, consecrated by religious principle, sustained by an awful sense of justice, and cheered by the brightest hopes of future good, all our powers, talents, and attainments are devoted. We look for an audience among the refined and educated circles, to which the character of our paper will win its way, but we shall also be read by the swart and sweaty artisan. The laborer will find in us another champion, and many hearts, struggling with the secret hope which no weight of care and toil can entirely suppress, will pour on us their benedictions as we labor for the equal rights of all. We engage in our enterprise, then, with faith in our cause, with friendship for our readers, with an exulting hope for humanity, and with a deep conviction which long years of experience have confirmed, that every sincere endeavor for a universal end will not fail. $Y equals. The secular communitarians 165 to receive a blessing from all that is greatest and holiest in the universe. In the words of the illustrious Swedenborg, which we have selected for the motto of the Harbinger, all things, at the present day, stand provided and prepared, and await the light. The ship is in the harbor, the sails are swelling, the east wind blows, let us weigh anchor, and put forth to sea. A. J. MacDonald, Visit to the North American Phalanx 1851. MacDonald, the chronicler of American communitarianism, spent some time at the North American Phalanx, the most durable of the Fourierist colonies. His report was published in Noyes's History of American Socialisms. It was dark when I arrived at the phalanstery. Lights shone through the trees from the windows of several large buildings, the sight of which sent a cheering glow through me, and as I approached, I inwardly fancied that what I saw was part of an early dream. The glancing lights, the sounds of voices, and the notes of music, while all nature around was dark and still, had a strange effect, and I almost believed that this was a community where people were really happy. I entered and inquired for Mr. Buckland, whose name had been given me. At the end of a long hall I found a small reading room, with 4 or 5 strange-looking beings sitting around a table reading newspapers. They all appeared eccentric, not alone because they were unshaven and unshorn, but from the peculiar look of their eyes and form of their faces. Mr. Buckland, a kind man, came to me, glancing as if he anticipated something important. I explained my business, and he sat down beside me, but though I attempted conversation, he had very little to say. He inquired if I wished for supper, and on my assenting, he left me for a few minutes and then returned, and very soon after he led me out to another building. We passed through a passage and up a short flight of steps into a very handsome room, capable, I understood, of accommodating 200 persons at dinner. It had a small gallery or balcony at one end of it and 6 windows on either side. It was furnished with 2 rows of tables and chairs, each table large enough for 10 or 12 persons to dine at. There were 3 bright lamps suspended from the ceiling. At one end of the room the chairs and tables *pp. 473 to 481. The secular communitarians 167 had been removed, and several ladies and gentlemen were dancing cotillions to the music of a violin, played by an amateur in the gallery. At the other end of the room there was a doorway leading to the kitchen, and near this my supper was laid, very nice and tidy. Mr. Buckland introduced me to Mr. Holmes, a gentleman who had lived in the Skinny Atlas and Trumbull experiments, and Mr. Holmes introduced me to Mr. Williston, who gave me some of the details of the early days of the North American phalanx, during which he sometimes lived in high style, and sometimes was almost starved. He told of the tricks which the young members played upon the old members, many of whom had left. On looking at the dancers I perceived that several of the females were dressed in the new costume, which is no more than shortening the frock and wearing trousers the same as men. There were 3 or 4 young women, and 3 or 4 children so dressed. I had not thought much of this dress before, but was now favorably impressed by it, when I contrasted it with the long dresses of some of the dancers. This style is decidedly superior, I think, for any kind of active employment. The dress seems exceedingly simple. The frocks were worn about the same length as the Highland kilt, ending a little above the knee. The trousers were straight, and both were made of plain material. Afterward I saw some of the ladies in superior suits of this fashion, looking very elegant. Mr. Holmes showed me to my bed, which was in the top of another building. It was a spacious garret with 4 cots in it, 1 in each corner. There were 2 windows, one of which appeared to be always open, and at that window a young man was sleeping, although the weather was very wet. The mattress I had was excellent, and I slept well, but the accommodations were rather rude, there being no chairs or pegs to hang the clothes upon. The young men threw their clothes upon the floor. There was no carpet, but the floor seemed very clean. It rained hard all night, and the morning continued wet and unpleasant. I rose about 7, and washed in a passageway, leading from the sleeping rooms, where I found water well supplied, past rows of small sleeping rooms, and went out for a stroll. The morning was too unpleasant for walking much, but I examined the houses, and found them to be large framed buildings, the largest of the 2 having been but recently built. It formed 2 sides of a square, and had a porch in front and on part of the back. It appeared as if 168. Socialism in America. The portion of it which was complete was but a wing of a more extensive design, intended to be carried out at some future time. The oldest building reminded me of one of the Rapite buildings in New Harmony, excepting that it was built of wood and theirs of brick. It formed a parallelogram, 2 stories high, with large garrets at the top. A hall ran nearly the whole length of the building, and terminated in a small room which is used as a library, and to which is joined the office. Apartments were ranged on either side of the hall upstairs. All the rooms appeared to be bedrooms, and were in use. The new building was more commodious. There were well-furnished sitting rooms on either side of the principal entrance. The dining hall, which I have before mentioned, was in the rear of this. Upstairs the rooms were ranged in a similar manner to the old building, and appeared to be very comfortable. I was informed that they were soon to be heated by steam. All these apartments were rented to the members at various prices, according to the relative superiority of each room. As the bell at the end of the building rang a second time for breakfast, I followed some of the members into the room, and on entering took my seat at the table nearest the door. Afterward learned that this was the vegetarian table, and also that it was customary for each person always to occupy the same seat at his meals. The tables were well supplied with excellent, wholesome food, and I think the majority of the members took tea and coffee and ate meat. Young men and women waited upon the tables, and seemed active and agreeable. An easy freedom and a harmonious feeling seemed to prevail. I made the acquaintance of Mr. John Gray, a gentleman who had lived 5 years among the Shakers, and who was still a Shaker in appearance. Mr. Gray is an Englishman, as would readily be perceived by his peculiar speech, but with his English he had gotten a little mixture of the down east, where he had lately been living. Mr. Gray was very fluent of speech, and what he said to me would almost fill a volume. He spoke chiefly of his Shaker experience, and of the time he had spent among the Socialists of England. He said it was his intention to visit other communities in the United States, and gain all the experience he could among them, and then return to England and make it known. He was a dyer by trade, on which account he was much valued by the Shakers, and was very useful in taking care of swine. He spoke forcibly of the evils. The secular communitarians 169 of celibacy among the Shakers, and of their strict regulations. He preferred living in the North American phalanx, feeling more freedom, and knowing that he could go away when he pleased without difficulty. He thought the wages too low. Reckoning, for instance, that he had earned about go CTS per day for 10 hours labor, he got in cash every 2 weeks 3/4 of it, the remaining fourth going to the phalanx as capital. Out of these wages he had to pay $1.50 per week for board, and $12 a year rent, besides extras, but he had a very snug little room, and lived well. He thought single men and women could do better there than married ones, but either could do better, so far as making money was the object, in the outer world. He decidedly preferred the single family and isolated cottage arrangement. I made allowances for Mr. Gray's opinions, when I remembered that he had been living 5 years among the Shakers, and but 4 months at the North American, whose regulations about capital and interest he was not very clear upon. I might speculate on this strange mixture of minds, but prefer that the reader should take the facts and philosophize for himself. Here were persons who, for many years, had tried many schemes of social reorganization in various parts of the country, brought together not from a personal knowledge and attraction for each other, but through a common love of the social principles, which like a pleasant dream attracted them to this, the last surviving of that extensive series of experiments which commenced in this country about the year 1843. I retired to my cot about 10 o'clock, and passed a restless night. The weather was warm and wet, and continued so in the morning. Rose at 5 o'clock and took breakfast with Dr. Lazarus and the stage driver, and at 5:45 we left the phalanx in their neat little stage. During the journey to Keyport the doctor seemed to be full of association, and made frequent allusions to that state in which all things would be right, and man would hold his true position. Thought it wrong to cut down trees, to clear land, to raise corn, to fatten pigs to eat, when, if the forest was left alone, we could live on the native deer, which would be much better food for man. He would have fruit trees remain where they are found naturally, and he would have many other things done which the world would deem crazy nonsense. The Icarians. Etienne Cabot, The History of the Colony or Republic of Icaria in the United States of America * 1855. This is an extract from a translation by Thomas Treacle of Cabot's Colony Icarian aux Etats Unis d'Amérique, 2nd edition, published in Paris in 1855. A year after the pamphlet appeared, Cabot was unceremoniously cast out of the colony he had founded. Provisional establishment at Nauvoo. The colonists arrived on March 15 at Nauvoo. They rented at once some dwelling houses, a farm and some ground. They purchased a number of buildings, grounds, horses, cattle, etc. Shortly afterward, they bought the remains of the Mormon temple, which had been burned 2 years before and now had only its 4 walls standing, with an enclosure of 4 acres, for the purpose of establishing there a school or an academy. They roughly organized each day, repairing the old houses and making the most necessary furniture. They established individual apartments, 2 schools, one for little girls and another for little boys, 2 infirmaries and a pharmacy, a large kitchen and a dining hall for common meals, a bakery, a butchery, a laundry and scullery. The gardening and farming were organized at once while the stables and the cattle were provided for. They soon purchased a steam flour mill with a distillery and a pigsty, and later added a sawmill. Boats and fishing nets were made which proved quite profitable, while the hunt furnished game for the infirmary. The trades for men were organized: tailoring, shoe and sabbat making, mattress making, bricklaying, plastering, carpentering, joinery. Iowa Journal of History and Politics, April 1917. Volume 15, pp. 224 to 226, 233,239, 253 to 255, 285 to 286. The Secular Communitarians 171 Turning, wagon making, coopering, blacksmithing, lock and gunsmithing, sheet iron working, stove smithing, and tinning, watchmaking, weaving, tanning, gardening, farming, wood cutting, baking, milling, cooking, etc. Trades for the women were organized such as lace making, dressmaking, washing, ironing, cooking, etc. A general assembly was organized together with elections, either for managers or for the assembly committees, for the director of the workshops or for the commissioners and officers. Entertainments and merrymakings were organized, as were also the rural recreations. Instrumental and vocal music classes, concerts and theaters, with courses and readings in common, were established. A store was established at St. Louis to sell the products of the shoemakers, bootmakers, dressmakers, and lacemakers, of the millers and of the distillery. A coal mine was worked for fuel. A printing and lithographic office was provided to print all home pamphlets and 2 newspapers, one in French and one in German. There was a library, a small collection of physical and chemical apparatus, and a small assortment of hunting weapons. All members of the colony work and are distributed among the several shops for men and women. Each trade or shop selects its managers. Whenever the farmer calls for an unusual number, all necessary help is taken from those shops or trades which can without inconvenience furnish it. In the summer the work is suspended during the heat of the day. There are no household servants, each woman having the care of her own household. All enter and leave the workshops at the same time. Breakfast, dinner and supper are eaten in common. Women who are about to be confined or are nursing children may be authorized to work at their homes. There is equality in meals as elsewhere. The managers are the servants of all their brothers. After supper come the recreations, good times, meetings, courts, general assembly, discussions. On Sunday there is instruction in true Christianity, admission of new members, marriages, individual or common promenading. 172. Socialism in America with music and country like meals, good times, a concert and the evening play. The colony has a constitution, of 183 articles, deliberated upon during 9 meetings and finally accepted unanimously. There was debated and voted upon also during many meetings a law in regard to the General Assembly and one regarding admission to, withdrawal and exclusion from Icarian membership. The colony has obtained from the Illinois legislature an act which incorporates and recognizes the Icarian community. Twice, unanimously, Cabot has been elected president of the community and was re-elected a third time in 1852 during his absence, and 3 times since. A general idea of the Icarian system. Doctrine or principle. Naror. Ganvi. We, Icarian communists, do not believe that the universe was the effect of chance, and we do like to admit a first cause absolutely intelligent and provident, that is called a creator, supreme being, God, nature, providence. We believe it to be useless and dangerous to insist upon disquaring the origin, form, and essence of this first cause. Useless because we are convinced that it is the one mystery and human intelligence has not the understanding, or the means, or the necessary faculties to penetrate this mystery. Dangerous because the examination of these questions leads to discussions which degenerate nearly always into disputes, divisions and even hatreds. Gop. Correction. But we consider God as the preeminent and all-powerful one, as the infinite and perfection in all. Gop. Father of the human race. We like to consider God as the father of the human race, as love, goodness, justice, indulgence. We imagine that he is the most perfect father, the most just, the most tender, that this better father has only love for his children and that he loves them all equally. Destiny or humanity. Happiness. We like to admit that God, the most perfect of fathers, has willed happiness for his children on earth. We see that he has lavished all, air, warmth, light, water, earth, with its metals, fruits, and animals, to make us happy in. The secular communitarians 173 satisfying all our needs, food, lodging, dress, protection, etc., etc. And we believe that the instinct, intelligence and reason that he has given us suffice with his other gifts, to assure the happiness of mankind. Evid, misfortune. However, the history of all peoples, in all times, shows us evil everywhere. The wretchedness of the mass by the side of the opulence of a small minority. Vices and crimes bomb from opulence as from misery, ignorance, oppression. The exploitation of the poor by the rich. The desperation and insurrections of the poor threatening continually the rich and troubling their security. Murders and criminal punishments. Revolutions and underscore reactions ceaselessly leading to new despair, new insurrections, and new calamities. In a word, we see man unfortunate nearly everywhere and always. But we cannot believe that this must be the destiny of humanity. We cannot believe that the evil must be without remedy, for man is essentially sociable, intelligent and perfectible. Sacrasmiri, goop nature. Man is sociable and consequently attracted toward his like, sympathetic, compassionate, affectionate, naturally good. Intelligence. Man is eminently intelligent. Perfectibility. Man is evidently perfectible through experience and education. But what is the remedy for the evil? And first, what is the cause? Cause or EVM. We believe that the cause is in a bad social and political organization, resulting from the ignorance, inexperience and error of humankind from its beginning. Rimpi. We believe that the remedy must be in a better social and political organization. The basis of a better social organization. We believe that this better social organization must have for its basis principles contrary to those which are the cause of evil. That is to say, brotherhood, equality, solidarity, the suppression of poverty and individual property, in a word, communism. For us, the remedy is in the fraternal and politically equal association that we call the community. Ter communary. The community is a great association or a great universal society, partnership or company, organized and based. 174. Socialism in America upon the principle of human fraternity with all its consequences, in which the associates consent to put in common all their goods, abilities and work, to produce and enjoy in common. Socrary. It is a true society in which there are not any exploiters and exploited, but true associates, all brothers and equals. It is an organized company which must show organization and order everywhere, with intelligence and reason as well. Fraternity. Fraternity is for us the essential, radical or fundamental principle, generator of all other principles, and which necessarily comprehends all in itself alone. Fraternity is itself the consequence of the other principle stated at the beginning, that the Supreme Being or God is the Father of all men, from which it follows that all men are his children, that all are brothers, and that the human race forms only one family of which all the members should love one another and devote themselves mutually to their interest and common welfare, as we conceive that they should be the most perfect brothers. For us, the consequences of fraternity are solidarity, unity, equality, liberty, the suppression of individual property and money, the improvement of education, the purification of marriage and the family and the organization of work. The principle of fraternity is a principle at once philosophical and religious, social and political. In our eyes, it is the most advanced and fruitful idea. It is the principle of the evangels and Christianity. In a way, we believe we can say, from the present, that our Icarian communism is the purest morality, the sweetest philosophy and the most sublime religion, since it is nothing else than Christianity in its primitive purity, such as Jesus Christ instituted. Icarian social organization. In the Icarian system, the colony, the state, or the nation, forms a true society. This society is perfectly free and voluntary, that is to say, it imposes itself on no one, and it does not cannot force, anyone to enter. It includes only those who, voluntarily, freely, in perfect knowledge of motive, consent to become a part. And it admits only those who understand well, and who adopt completely its principles and conditions, and who unite the necessary qualities. The secular communitarians 175. This society makes its own social contract or constitution in its laws. It determines its own social and political organization, institutes its public functions and chooses its functionaries. It takes all means of preventing wretchedness and poverty, ignorance or superstition, and of assuring well-being and abundance. Education, equality, order and liberty. Its organization has for its fundamental and generative principle, fraternity, and once for all, it can be said and repeated that it is the purest. Morals, the sweetest philosophy and most sublime religion. It is also a society of mutual help, a universal assurance, a true family, the members of which call themselves brothers, engaging themselves to practice the principles of the brotherhood. There each works for all, and all work for each. It has for secondary principles, equality, solidarity, community and unity, which are the necessary consequences of fraternity. It is a blending of communism and individualism. The home, for example, is individual, each having a home for himself, wife and family. But the property, in place of being individual or personal, is social, undivided, and common or public or national. Profoundly convinced by experience that one can have happiness only through fraternal association and equality, the Icarians wished to form a society founded on the basis of the most complete and perfect equality. All must be associates, citizens, equals in rights and duties, without any sort of privilege for any one. All must partake equally in the expenses of the association, each following his necessity and the advantages of the society and his own needs. All must form only one family, of which all members are united by the ties of brotherhood. Icarian Constitution. Preliminary considerations. Nature has overwhelmed man with kindness. She has poured out upon the earth, around man, all the elements and productions necessary to teach him the use of these things. She has desired the happiness of humanity above all things else. And still history shows us man unhappy nearly everywhere and always. Man is by nature sociable, consequently sympathetic, affectionate. 176. Socialism in America and good. Yet history shows us, in every time and all countries, vice and crime, oppression and tyranny, insurrections excited by despair, and civil wars, proscriptions and massacres, anguish and torture. But man is highly perfectible, consequently human progress is a natural law and evil cannot be without remedy. If evil had its origin in the vengeance of a jealous and pitiless God who imposed eternal punishment upon the innocent posterity of a sinful person, whose disobedience came through the temptation of an irresistible power, one must despair of a remedy and resign himself to suffer. But this vengeance and punishment is repugnant to all our ideas of justice, of kindness, of divine love and perfection. Consequently we must look elsewhere for the true cause of evil. This cause we find in a social organization resulting from inexperience, from ignorance and from the mistakes of man in his infancy. Hence, we may find the remedy in a better social organization founded on a superior principle. Let us replace the olden times by the new, the reign of Satan or of evil, by the reign of God or of good, spiritual death by the resurrection, regeneration and life, darkness by light, routine and prejudice by the experience of the centuries, error by truth, ignorance by knowledge and learning, injustice by justice, domination and servitude by enfranchisement and liberty. Let us substitute the welfare of all for the excessive opulence of the privileged few who have nearly everything without working, and who are running over with abundance while the masses who work and produce have nearly nothing, lack the necessities, and suffer from the enslavement of misery. Let us substitute for a religion overburdened with superstition, intolerance and fanaticism, one that is reasonable and which teaches men to love and help each other. May we adopt a social organization in which the word society may not be a word of reproach and derision, but a truth and a reality, and in which there is neither antagonism nor competition, no exploitation of man by man, neither masters, servants, nor hirelings, proletariat nor pauperism, idleness nor excessive labor. Let us replace individual property, the source of all abuse, by social property, common, undivided, which has none of the objections of the first and which is infinitely more productive for the use of all. Let us purify and perfect marriage and the family through the suppression of dowries, through the education of women as well as men, and through liberty in the choice of a spouse. In a word, the old society is based on individualism. Give us, as a basis for the new, fraternity, equality and liberty, communism or the community. Appeal to Icarians of Europe and America and to philanthropists, Icarians of all countries, who are well acquainted with our Icarian system and our Icarian doctrine, who adopt them completely, who partake of our devotion to the cause of the people and of humanity, who combine all the necessary qualities, who fill all the required conditions, and especially who consent freely and voluntarily to put all in common in order to bring about the triumph of our system of fraternity and community, equality and liberty, of democracy and of the republic. Come, aid us to establish in the wilderness an Icarian commune and afterward a state. Come, brothers, and you will be welcome. And you who cannot come, but who have heroic spirits and generous hearts, you, friends of progress and of humanity, you philosophers or philanthropists of all classes, you sincere and zealous Christians who desire to contribute by your works to the realization of the true principles of Christianity, you philanthropic societies, aid us with all your strength and all your means, in our great and difficult evangelical and humanitarian enterprise. We have everything to create in the wilderness, our houses and our workshops, our agriculture and our industry, our sciences and our arts, our schools and our temples. We shall have need of land and of animals, of machines and of steamboats, etc., etc., that is to say, of money and of much money. Assist us by your knowledge and your advice, by your support, above all by your gifts or your loans. There are many wealthy people who desire to make themselves useful without knowing how to satisfy their desires effectually. Let them promote the success of Icaria, and the grateful Icarians will perpetuate their names as benefactors of humanity. The President of the Community. Kabit. Chapter IV. The Germans. While in Europe only a general revolution can form the means of uplifting the working people, in America the education of the masses will instill them with the degree of self-confidence that is indispensable for the effective and intelligent use of the ballot, and will eventually lead to the emancipation of the working people from the yoke of capital. Constitution of the General German Workingmen's Union, October 1865. Whoever works for a living has the same interests that a wage laborer has, and should assist the latter in his struggle for the rights of labor against the encroachments of capital. Friedrich Sorge. Socialism and the Worker, 1876. Let us not conceal the truth. The Socialist Labor Party is only a German colony, an adjunct of the German-speaking social democracy. Party Secretary V. L. Rosenberg, March 1885. I did not advocate the use of force. But I denounced the capitalists for employing it, for holding the laborers in subjection to them, and declared that such treatment would of necessity drive the workingmen to employ the same means in self-defense. Aubert R. Parsons, Cook County Jail Cell, August 1887. The German party over there must be smashed up as such, it is the worst obstacle. The American workers are coming along already, but just like English workers they go their own way. One cannot drum the theory into them beforehand, but their own experiences and their own blunders and the evil consequences of them will soon bump their noses up against theory, and then all right. Independent nations go their own way, and of all of them the English and their offspring are surely the most independent. Their insular, stiff-necked obstinacy annoys one often enough, but it also guarantees that once a thing gets started, what begun it will be carried out. Ensitz to Hermann Schlitter, January 11, 1890. No honest man, if he is intelligent, and no intelligent man, if he is honest, will consider that anything he may have to give to the socialist movement is a sacrifice. It is no sacrifice at all to invest our all, time, wealth, knowledge, and all else, so as to leave our children the estate of the socialist or cooperative commonwealth. Danny E. L. Delian. The People, January 26, 1898. The spectacular industrial development of the United States that took place between the Civil War and the 1890s called forth no socialist movement of consequence. Not that protests against the massed power of the capitalists were lacking, pitched battles between striking workers and the authorities and riots by the poor and the unemployed broke out with insistent regularity. But these upsurges of anger and violence, like the jacqueries of medieval Europe, invariably petered out, or were suppressed, leaving behind hardly a trace of organized opposition to the system. Reformers and radicals criticized the excesses of the capitalists, but not capitalism itself. It was in the name of free enterprise that they opposed the monopolies and the plutocrats. Root and branch criticism would have come from a socialist movement, had there been one. America's failure to produce such a movement was no mystery, and men as disparate as Andrew Carnegie and Friedrich Engels could agree on the reasons. The United States was the most advanced political democracy in the world. Americans took for granted the quintessential freedoms that European socialists were still struggling to obtain, e.g., universal male suffrage, civil liberties, equal protection of the laws, representative government. Americans assumed as a matter of course that any form of special privilege, any undue concentration of power, violated the laws of the land and would be resisted or struck down by the normal processes of majority rule. They were free of the inherited feudal rights and prerogatives under which Europeans groaned. Correspondingly absent from the lives of Americans, even from most of the newly arrived immigrants, was the one nutriment on which socialism elsewhere throve: class consciousness. Their response to the sudden rise of industrial capitalism, to the appearance all at once of men possessing incalculable property and power, was to affirm the pre-industrial values on which they had been bred, the values inculcated on farms, in small towns, among the inhabitants of homogeneous communities. And even after they had, by the turn of the century, come to terms with industrialism, they continued to reject the notion of class as destructive of American ideals. Between 1850 and 1890, almost all of the socialists in America were German immigrants, rarely numbering more than a few thousand at any one time, an infinitesimal fraction of the 4 million Germans who landed in the United States in that 40-year period. Yet, few as they were, the Germans gave socialism whatever life it had in this country. Generally, it was a life lived in the penumbra of society. The German socialists were confined to their own neighborhoods in the cities, spoke their own language, published their own newspapers, organized their own parties, and carried on their own disputes, all quite remote from the concerns of native Americans. The German socialists were as isolated from America at large as the communitarians of the pre-Civil War days had been. They constituted a sect, in the sense of a small, self-contained group that adheres to a narrow and exclusive ideology, or faith. But they were not a sect by choice. They did not seek to withdraw from society in order to transform it. In fact, they were categorically anti-sectarian. Whether they were Marxists, Lassalleans, or anarcho-communists, these differences will be explored later. The German socialists were uniformly opposed to utopianism. The socialism they espoused was rooted in the reality of the times, in the industrial process, the travail of the working class, the imperatives of everyday life as the average person experienced them. They looked forward to the establishment of a cooperative commonwealth embracing the whole mode of production and distribution that had grown up under capitalism, regarding socialism as the highest stage of historical evolution, and the proletariat as the embodiment of civilization itself. That they tended to be dogmatic, stiff-necked, and often incomprehensible to the masses they sought to reach is incontestable. All their attempts to link up with insurgent political groups and labor unions ended in failure, often with humiliating consequences. Nonetheless, the German socialists did exert, indirectly at least, some influence on the life of their times. Certainly American labor owed them much. The founders of the American Federation of Labor were closely associated with German socialism, and it was as Marxists that they discovered the formula under which workers were successfully organized. It was they who effected the transition from class consciousness to trade union consciousness. The ideas of the German socialists also found their way into the broader arena of public discourse, primarily through the work of such writers as Lawrence Gronlund, Edward Bellamy, William Dean Howells, and through the native socialist movements that sprang up in the 1890s. By then, however, German socialism had ceased to be German and become another rivulet that fed into the inexhaustible American mainstream. Among the million or so Germans who came to the United States in the 1850s, several thousand were political émigrés who had fled after the abortive 1848 revolutions. Most of them were liberal Democrats who had dared to advocate constitutional, or republican, forms of government in the place of the despotisms that ruled the various states of their homeland. A tiny minority was socialist, that is, they had gone beyond political reform and demanded a redistribution of wealth in favor of the workers and peasants who created it. The German socialists had been divided into numerous, highly contentious groups, as one can judge from Marx's early writings, and they brought these divisions with them to America. There were the friends of Marx who preached class conflict and proletariat revolution, the Turners, members of the Turnverein, or German Gymnastic Union, who believed that socialism represented the unity of a healthy mind in a healthy body. The philosophers and pedagogues who established a communist club in New York as a discussion and education center, and the followers of Wilhelm Weitling who comprised the largest single group. Weitling was an ex-tailor from Magdeburg whose writings on communism and activities as a revolutionist had made him notorious long before he emigrated. Immediately after settling in America, he circulated a plan to promote cooperative production and exchange, the first step toward what he hoped would be complete communism. The plan won support from some German mechanics and artisans, and they formed a General Working Men's League to put it into effect. But the cooperative venture was short-lived, and Weitling withdrew into obscurity. In fact, by the end of the 1850s, socialism had practically disappeared from the German-American community. Most of the socialists had gone over to the anti-slavery movement, either as abolitionists or Republicans. Some, including one of Marx's good friends, Joseph Weidemeyer, were to serve with distinction in the Civil War. The Tumors carried on as before, but they grew increasingly conservative and finally abandoned politics altogether. Socialism came to life again in the late 1860s. Skilled workers, German-born and American, suffered from the installation of labor-saving machines during and after the war. For them, large-scale production meant unemployment or reduction in status to the level of factory hands. By 1869, over 200,000 men had confederated into a powerful and well-led organization, the National Labor Union, which demanded a shorter work day, control over hiring and working conditions, and, most important, curtailed employment of cheap and unskilled labor. Many of the German workers in the Union were also members of the London-based International Workingmen's Association, founded in 1864 by European, mainly British trade unionists who had come to realize that their problems were international in scope, e.g., the movement of labor from one country to another, and that unless they cooperated they would stand no chance against the freewheeling capitalists. In the United States, the International was run entirely by German socialists. Its presiding officer, Friedrich A. Sorge, was, from his arrival in America in 1852 until his political retirement 30 years later, the single most influential socialist in the country. He was also the closest to Marx. His correspondence with Marx and Engels would fill a small volume. But he was no dogmatic apostle of Marxism. He hoped that the trade unions would provide the nuclei of a socialist political movement and that German and American workers would join together, draw on each other's experience, and so advance to a higher stage of solidarity. For a while the International made headway. In 1870–71 a substantial number of sections, each of which contained at least 25 members, emerged in cities across the country. At one point the total membership reached 5,000. Most of the sections were, of course, German. But there were also Irish sections, Bohemian, Scandinavian, French, exiled victims of the recently fallen Paris Commune, and a smattering of American as well. The organization did not limit itself to any particular ideology, it threw out a wide net, and it caught some exotic fish. One section, 12 of New York City, consisted of a heterogeneous gathering of American radicals and nonconformists led by two wild sisters, Victoria Woodhull and Tennessee Claflin. Through their magazine, the Woodhull and Claflin Weekly, they propagandized not so much for workers' rights as for female suffrage and sexual freedom, which they, at least, had no trouble exercising, and a host of other reforms. Soon, Section 1 of New York, which was German, demanded the expulsion of Section 12 on the grounds that it was misleading the public and discrediting the International with its visionary ideas and outrageous behavior. Local newspapers brought the dispute into the open. The sisters made excellent copy, giving the public something to laugh about. Section 12 was expelled from the International in 1872. But it promptly held a convention of its own at which it changed its name to the Equal Rights Party and proceeded to nominate Victoria Woodhull and Frederick Douglass, the Negro leader, as presidential and vice presidential candidates. Having disposed of Section 12, the American branch of the International, known as the North American Federation, looked forward to a period of further expansion. The prospects seemed favorable. The National Labor Union, having sponsored a series of losing strikes and wasted its substance on third-party activities, was disintegrating, and some of its affiliates were expected to join the International. The prestige of the American branch received another boost when, in 1872, the headquarters of the organization was moved from London to New York. Marx, the International's chief strategist, decided on this course to prevent the anarchists from taking it over, as they appeared about to do. They subsequently formed their own Black International, and Sorge was entrusted the task of preserving the organization until such time as it could be returned to its place of origin. But it was fated for a different end. The Panic of 1873 and the Depression that followed dealt it a death blow. Most of the sections dissolved, and what was left was torn apart by dissension. Socialists agonized over the question of what they should do during the crisis. American workers, oppressed by unemployment or wage reductions, were turning to the ballot box or to more violent forms of action, such as protests, riots, and strikes, to redress their grievances. A majority of the International's members wanted to engage in politics, even if it meant collaborating with radical bourgeois groups. These were the devotees of the legendary Ferdinand Lassalle who had laid the intellectual foundation for the rise of the German Socialist Party. According to Lassalle, socialism ideally represented the fusion of the state and the proletariat. Through democratic political means, by voting in elections and putting up candidates, the proletariat should seek to appropriate the state. This formula was working in Germany, and the American Lassallians had good reason to hope that it would in the United States too. The other faction consisted of Sorge and those who shared his Marxist orientation. They answered the Lassallians by reaffirming the exclusively working-class basis of socialism in the International. Accordingly, at its 1874 Congress, the North American Federation of the International announced that it rejected all cooperation and connection with the political parties formed by the possessing classes, whether they call themselves Republicans or Democrats or Independents or Liberals or patrons of industry or patrons of husbandry, Grangers, or Reformers or whatever name they may adopt. Consequently, no member of the Federation can belong any longer to such a party. The Lassallians promptly left the International and established the Social Democratic Working Men's Party of North America, whose objective was to take possession of political power as a prerequisite for the solution of the labor question. In Germany, meanwhile, the Lassalleans and the Marxists were moving toward a reconciliation. At the famous Gotha Congress of 1875, they finally hammered out a program acceptable to both factions and to the bulk of the trade union movement. The American Socialists soon followed suit. On July 15, 1876, the International, reduced to a handful of sections, formally came to an end. That same week, its leaders met with the Lassalleans and agreed to form a new organization, the Working Men's Party of the United States. Actually, the party platform reflected the defunct International's point of view rather than the Lassalleans. The Lassalleans had done very poorly in the elections of 1874 and 1875 and had soured on politics. "We can only become strong," said the head of the Labor Party of Illinois, the Chicago Lassalleans, "when, instead of wasting our time and money at the ballot box, we devote ourselves with all our energy to the demands of the trade unions and bring material advantages to the workers." This was what the Marxists had been saying all along. As the Depression deepened, labor's resentments exploded into violence. In July 1877, thousands of railroad workers rose up against their companies, which had drastically cut their wages. The pattern everywhere was the same. A strike would be called. The company would bring in outside workers. In the ensuing conflict, the militia, sometimes federal troops, would intervene to restore order. Pitched battles between workers and militiamen were frequent and bloody. In some instances, Pittsburgh, Reading, St. Louis, the workers routed the militia and temporarily took control of the railroads. Nothing like this kind of working-class rebelliousness was seen before, or since, in America. Not surprisingly, the socialists abandoned their aversion to politics and ran in local elections throughout the country. The results were astonishing. In Chicago, they polled 7 new votes, in Cincinnati 2, in Buffalo 6,000, in Milwaukee they elected several officials. Elsewhere they cooperated with labor parties to good effect. Suddenly socialism had a future. Especially encouraging was the fact that not all the votes came from Germans. There were now 8 English-language socialist newspapers, along with 14 German. Confident that they were about to emulate the success of their colleagues in Germany, the socialists changed the name of their party in 1877 to the Socialist, or Socialistic, Labor Party, serving notice to bourgeois America that they would shortly be a political power of the first rank. Their confidence proved to be misplaced. The fortunes of the Socialist Labor Party fell as rapidly as they had risen. In succeeding local elections the vote melted away, party membership dropped sharply, and every English-language newspaper folded, as did all but 3 of the German. Selves a Corporal's Guard, a minor foreign sect. The reason for their decline was obvious enough. Prosperity had returned, and labor no longer supported sweeping social reforms. Workers focused their attention instead on economic improvement through such major trade unions as the Knights of Labor, which came into its own in the early 1880s, and the Federation of Organized Trades and Labor Unions, launched in 1881 and soon to become the American Federation of Labor. The plundered toilers, the national chairman of the Socialist Labor Party commented sadly, are rapidly being drawn back to the old paths, and are closing their ears to the appeal of reason. They are selling their birth NGHT for a mess of pottage by rejecting the prospect of future emancipation in their greed for the trifling gains of the present. The socialists were immensely disappointed. They had been led to believe that the capitalist system was on the verge of collapse, that the masses were in a revolutionary mood. But the capitalists emerged from the latest crisis more powerful, more buoyant than ever. The uprisings had been crushed and the workers were safely back in the fold. An increasing number of socialists came to teal that the party's methods, based on its belief in rationality, the education of the masses, the peaceful acquisition of power, the permeation of trade unions, played into the hands of the capitalists. They insisted that the party should arm its members and train them in techniques of self-defense. Many of them had begun doing just that by organizing their own educational and defense societies, Lehr und Wir Verein. The party promptly condemned these societies, maintaining that the ruling classes would like nothing more than to treat socialism as a police problem. The proponents of direct action established their own revolutionary Socialist Labor Party in 1881. A large contingent of German anarcho-communists, recent arrivals in the United States, augmented the ranks of the new party, furnishing it with an ideology and a program. As had been evident as far back as the 1860s, when Marx engaged in ferocious controversies with Michael Bakunin and the followers of Proudhon, the anarcho-communists differed from the orthodox Marxists in several important particulars. The anarcho-communists asserted that the state, i.e., all laws, all coercive institutions, must be abolished before men could freely and spontaneously seek their own means of self-fulfillment and create their own communities. Denouncing politics as a fraudulent compromise with the state, they condoned, though they did not necessarily advocate, acts of violence by the oppressed against the ruling classes, claiming that propaganda by deed educated the masses better than 1,000 sermons or books. By 1883, the anarcho-communists and the other direct actionists had completely eclipsed the Socialist Labor Party in size and importance. Certainly their leaders were far more interesting and colorful. Two of them stand out: Albert R. Parsons, an American, and Johann Most, a German. Parsons was born in Montgomery, Alabama, in 1848, and despite his youth managed to fight in the Confederate Army. Soon after the war he brought out a newspaper in Waco, Texas, affirming the rights of Negroes and justifying Republican Party rule in the South, which hardly endeared him to his neighbors. Worse yet, he married a dark-skinned Mexican, Lucy Gonzalez, who was later to distinguish herself in the anarchist movement. When life in the South became untenable for him, Parsons moved to Chicago and joined the Social Democratic Labor Party. After running for office as a socialist, he became convinced that capitalism was nothing but theft and democracy nothing but a hoax, joined the anarcho-communists and was appointed editor of their English-language paper, Alarm. To the Germans, Johann Most was a hero, or at least a legend, before he arrived in the United States. Back in the old country they remembered him as a fiery speaker, an inveterate troublemaker, a victim of bourgeois justice. His detractors contended that his propensity for violence was psychological, that it was his way of making society pay for the tribulations of his youth. Born in Augsburg in 1846, he was brought up by a tyrannical stepmother. When an operation on his jaw left his face horribly disfigured and destroyed his hope to become an actor, he developed into an outstanding socialist orator. His speechmaking got him elected to the Reichstag. It also landed him in prison several times. By 1878, when he was thrown out of Germany under Bismarck's recently enacted anti-socialist laws, he was well along on the road to anarchism. In London he published a weekly, Die Freiheit, Freedom, which announced his conversion to the school of violence and propaganda by deed. His paper applauded the assassination of Tsar Alexander II, and the British promptly jailed him. He came to the United States in December 1882 and immediately embarked on a triumphal tour. He reminded his German audiences that since America under industrial capitalism was no different from the despotisms of Europe, it was necessary to wipe out its religious and political institutions by fire and sword, confiscate the wealth stolen from the proletariat, and place the means of production in the hands of the producers themselves. Most knew little about America. He might have delivered the same speeches in Germany or Austria or Russia. Chicago was the unofficial headquarters of the anarchist movement. There its most talented leaders were gathered, and it was making impressive headway among the workers. Along with other parts of the country, Chicago was the scene of profound industrial unrest between 1884 to 86, when workers struck time and again for an 8-hour day. As active participants in these strikes, anarchist militants exhorted the men to go beyond bread and butter gains, to take up arms, occupy the factories, and destroy the capitalist class. In the spring of 1886 events moved toward a climax. On May 1 a general strike was called for the Chicago area. 2 days later violence flared up at the McCormick Harvester plant, where for months unionized workers had been replaced by strikebreakers under the protection of Pinkerton men. During a speech given by an anarchist firebrand named August Spies, a fight broke out between the old employees and the strikebreakers. The melee got out of hand and the police arrived. They were met by bricks, rocks and epithets from a nearby crowd, consisting largely of women and children. The police fired into the crowd and killed 6 people. This was what the anarchists had been waiting for. Later that same day they put out a flyer in German and English that called upon the workers to arm themselves and appear in full force. On May 4th, they appeared, about 3,000 of them, at Haymarket Square in Chicago to hear Spies, Parsons, and other anarchist speakers protest the killings. Present at the square too were the mayor, the police chief, and a large force of policemen. The evening drew to a close and nothing had happened. The speeches were surprisingly moderate, so moderate that the mayor advised the chief to send home the reserves. He himself left. Moreover, after Parsons spoke, heavy clouds gathered overhead, and the crowd thinned to a few hundred. Then, for no explicable reason, one of the police captains suddenly ordered the meeting to end. As he did so, a bomb, thrown from an alley, landed in the midst of the police detail. One policeman fell dead, others were wounded. Heavy firing opened up on both sides. When the smoke cleared, 11 men had been killed, 7 policemen and 4 civilians, and 110 had been wounded. The country as a whole was mortified. The worst forebodings about the anarchists had been confirmed. Violent speech had turned into violent deeds. Who had thrown the bomb was not, and never would be, established. But Chicagoans demanded anarchist blood. The authorities, the police, the politicians, above all the courts, complied, and one of the most reprehensible trials in American history took place in Chicago between June 21 and August 20, 1886. Fight of the leading local anarchists, including Parsons, who voluntarily surrendered out of solidarity with his comrades, were charged with complicity in the murder of a policeman. The prosecution did not attempt to link them with the throwing of the bomb. There was no evidence that they had had anything to do with it. Their crime, in presiding Judge Joseph Gary's words, was to have generally by speech and print advised large classes of the people, not particular individuals, to commit murder. That in consequence of that advice, somebody not known did throw the bomb. The defendants, in other words, were accused of having made the killing possible by means of speech and print. Their conviction was a certainty, doubly so because the judge and the prosecutor, working closely together, saw to it that the right kind of jury was picked. 7 of the men were sentenced to die, 1 was given 15 years. Of the 7, 2 asked for mercy and received life imprisonment. 1, a 22-year-old, committed suicide. The remaining 4, among them Spies and Parsons, were hanged on November 11, 1887, anarchists to their last breath. 6 years later the jailed men were pardoned by the reform governor of Illinois, John Peter Altgeld. In effect, Altgeld apologized to them, and to the memory of the dead, by denouncing the trial in all its aspects, from the behavior of Judge Gary to the testimony of the witnesses and the selection of the jury, as an unpardonable miscarriage of justice. But by then the anarchist movement in America was dead. The Haymarket affair had effectively discredited it even among its sympathizers, most of whom shied away from actual, as distinguished from rhetorical, violence. To be an anarchist was to be a marked man. Furthermore, with the return of prosperity after 1887 and the temporary restoration of industrial peace, workers turned a deaf ear to appeals for direct action. Anarchism was thereafter confined to a few intellectuals and activists who hoped to spark a social revolution through daring, suicidal deeds of violence, e.g., Alexander Berkman's attempt on the life of industrialist Henry Frick and Leon Czolgosz's assassination of President McKinley. Meanwhile, the Socialist Labor Party proceeded on its Marxist, nonviolent course. After descending to its nadir in the early 1880s, it began to pick up members. Then, in the very year of the anarchist trial, it was offered a miraculous opportunity to enter, or rather to rechannel, the mainstream of American politics. In the mid-1880s, during the national campaign in behalf of the 8-hour day, local labor parties sprang up everywhere. New York City's United Labor Party was founded in 1886. The SLP was instrumental in organizing the new party and approved its mayoral candidate, the world-renowned political economist and reformer, Henry George, who had recently come to live in the city. Accepting George, however, the socialists swallowed much that was unpalatable to them. His analysis of the system, set forth magnificently in his famous book, Progress and Poverty, which had been selling by the hundreds of thousands every year since its publication in 1879, they regarded as manifestly wrong-headed and, in its consequences, reactionary. This had been Marx's own view of it. George asked the night question: what accounted for pervasive poverty in the midst of so much wealth? It was his answer that disturbed the socialists. According to George, the root cause of the poverty could be traced to land monopoly. Originally the land belonged to all. Now it belonged to fewer and fewer people, who did nothing but collect higher and higher rents, unearned increment, as the population increased. Men driven off the land therefore had no choice but to sell their labor, and small businessmen were ruined because they could not afford the rents, leaving the field of business enterprise to the great industrial concentrations. George's solution followed from this analysis. The government, he said, should expropriate the land by imposing a single tax on all unearned increment, the only tax that would be necessary to run the affairs of state. This was as far as George went in the direction of socialism. In fact, he was opposed to any form of collective or state restrictions on laissez-faire. He proposed the single tax in the name of maximum competition and free enterprise, and he looked forward to a period of social harmony and equal opportunity once rent-free land had been made available to all. The socialists criticized the whole scheme as a Jeffersonian pipe dream, an 18th-century illusion, a pre-industrial romance. To the socialists the cause of the simultaneous rise of progress and poverty lay in the monopolization not of land, though this was evil and must be eradicated too, but of industry and the labor of the proletariat. To take the landlord's unearned increment would, accordingly, suit the capitalists fine and would, in the end, leave the problem entirely unresolved. Yet despite their reservations, the socialists enthusiastically supported George's candidacy and worked mightily to bring about his election. George came remarkably close to winning. He received 68,000 votes to 90,000 for Democrat Abram S. Hewitt, the son-in-law of the late reformer, Peter Cooper, and 60,000 for Republican Theodore Roosevelt. Had the Catholic hierarchy not intervened against George, whom it regarded as a dangerous radical, he probably would have been elected. And had the Tammany machine not been in charge of collecting the ballots, he certainly would have won. After his defeat, it did not take long for the socialists and the single taxers to fall out. George had come to feel that the socialists were an albatross around his neck, that the differences between his philosophy and theirs was irreconcilable, that the United Labor Party should be emphatically American and reformist. The truth is, he said, that state socialism, with its childish notions of making all capital the common property of the state, is an exotic, born of European conditions that cannot flourish on American soil. The socialists for their part were willing to maintain the uneasy marriage, for they assumed that the United Labor Party would continue to grow and eventually fall under their domination. But George held all the cards, and at the 1887 United Labor Party convention in Syracuse he had the socialists expelled on a pretext. The new platform explicitly repudiated socialism. That year George imprudently ran for a minor state office, Secretary of State, and did quite poorly. Soon his own single tax camp was rent by schisms, and in 1888 the United Labor Party ran its last campaign. The Socialist Labor Party was as minuscule as ever. But the ideas it stood for were not so remote, so alien, so forbidding as they once had been. By the end of the 1880s socialism was a well-known term, though few perhaps outside the circle of faithful understood its meaning. Americans now realized that the country was prone to the afflictions of industrial life, and that the growth of socialist parties in Europe might have more than passing relevance. The SLP reflected this change by attracting a new kind of membership. Its ranks were filled more and more by Russian Jews, hundreds of thousands of whom were now emigrating to America every year and settling in the urban ghettos, especially New York's, and by Native Americans, drawn mainly from the middle class. Heartened by these propitious signs, the SLP decided that it would go to the people itself and offer its own program to the electorate, openly and without compromise. One of the men who entered the party at this critical moment in its history was Daniel Delian. Delian is important not only because he was an interesting and original thinker in his own right, but because he shaped the ideology and strategy of American socialism precisely when it was poised for swift advance, when the country was more receptive to socialism than ever before. The 1890s was a decade of continuous turmoil, marked by the collapse of the economy, by the outbreak of war between labor and capital, the Homestead and Pullman strikes, Coeur d'Alene, Leadville, Tracy City, etc., by agrarian uprisings in the South and West, and by a radical shift in party loyalties and coalitions. Not much is known about De Leon's early life. He was born in 1850 in Curaçao, Dutch West Indies, the son of a Dutch Sephardic doctor. For some reason he never acknowledged his authentic genealogy. He claimed that he descended from full-blooded Spanish grandees. Educated in Europe, he emigrated to the United States in his early 20s, and after practicing law in Texas for a while was hired by Columbia University as a lecturer in international law. He first came to public notice in 1886, when he served as a featured speaker for Henry George. Delian was a rare bird. Few academics at that time dared to espouse radical causes publicly. His exposure to socialism drove him leftward. Within 3 years he had become a member of the Socialist Labor Party. By then he had given up his position at Columbia, despite his large family, to devote his life to socialism. Soon he headed the party. He was a speaker and debater of commanding power. As editor of the party's English-language paper, The People, he sent out weekly broadsides in which he laid down policy, instructed the readers in Marxism, flailed his enemies, and cast out the apostates. For Delian the truth was plain to see, and those who did not see it he regarded as ignorant, confused, or malevolent. He was an incorrigible polemicist. He crossed swords with every prominent man of the left in his time, and he spared no epithet, no detail of logic, in vanquishing his foe. A brilliant exponent of orthodox Marxism, he had the ability to frame his abstruse arguments in illuminating figures and images. He wrote in a folksy American idiom, modeling his style on such humorists as Petroleum V. Nasby and Mark Twain. As party leader he certainly countenanced no opposition, either on matters of political tactics or ideology. He was Pope Delian, who defined infallible doctrines, pronounced anathemas, and handed down excommunications, always purifying the church militant over which he presided. It was also true, however, that he was a man of unusual personal integrity, who uncomplainingly suffered incredible personal hardships in behalf of his ideals. De Leon's originality lay in his attempt to give Marxism an American setting. He believed that revolutionary socialism would come first to America because industry was more fully developed here than anywhere else. There could be no escape, in his view, from the economic laws that Marx had laid bare. The economic crisis was bound to worsen and finally bring down the great trusts along with the whole superincumbent structure of laws and social relations. But at the proper moment capitalism would be banished not by violence, but by peaceful constitutional means, by the ballot, by majority rule. In its place would rise the cooperative commonwealth, the dream of all socialists. Delian had his own conception of what it would be like, a republic of syndicates. Political representation would correspond to the large-scale industries that capitalism had forged, not to meaningless geographic ones. This would be the ultimate stage in man's evolution from savagery to civilization, the stage in which each, though he depends on the labor of all, receives the full product of his labor because he owns the total means of production and distribution. With customary vehemence, Delian insisted that nothing less than the cooperative commonwealth as he envisaged it was acceptable. Wage increases, improved working conditions, social reforms of one kind or another, these were so many deceptions and, as such, worse than the evils they purportedly combated. Only when capitalism was exposed in all its naked cruelty could it be defeated. Delian thus reserved his heaviest fusillades for the trade union leaders and the moderate socialists who favored palliatives, who were willing to come to terms with the system. Actually, Delian was much more uncompromising than Marx himself ever was. Marx had repeatedly supported factory legislation and other remedial measures, as well as palliatives for trade unions. For that reason he had helped organize the First International. Like the other revolutionary socialists of the time, Delian assumed that politics, or the struggle for domination by man over man, would disappear in the cooperative commonwealth. Until then, however, politics would have to be pursued as relentlessly as necessary. Accordingly, obedience to the party was one's paramount duty. The party was the vanguard of the working class. In all revolutionary movements, as in the storming of fortresses, Delian wrote, "The thing depends on the head of the column, upon that minority that is so intense in its convictions, so soundly based in its principles, so determined in its actions, that it carries the masses with it, storms the breastworks and captures the fort." Armed with De Leon's insights, the Socialist Labor Party followed a twofold strategy in the 18 On the political field it solicited votes, on the economic it sought to bring the major labor unions under its control. The vote for SLP candidates sharply increased in the course of the decade. In 1892 it ran an old-line American, one Simon Wing, as its presidential candidate and received some 21,000 votes in 6 states. By 1898 its national vote had risen to 82,000, and several of its local candidates had been elected to office. Comparisons were being made with the emergence of the Republican Party from similarly humble beginnings. But 1898 was the SLP's last good year. While its popularity had been growing, Delian had been putting down a series of devastating rebellions. The Jewish socialists of the Lower West Side were eliminated in 1897. 2 years later the bulk of the party's rank and file walked out. In 1900 the SLP vote was down to 33,000 and the party's future was closed. De Leon's economic policy had been the main cause of these defections. The SLP tried variously to permeate, bore from within, the American Federation and the Knights of Labor. As early as 1890 the nascent AFL, led by Samuel Gompers, perhaps De Leon's chief bête noire, rejected any kind of working relationship with the socialists. 4 years later the Union decisively rejected the whole socialist program. The Knights of Labor, a dying organization, though it still claimed some 100,000 members, offered better possibilities, primarily because its largest district in New York City was an SLP enclave and was represented by none other than Delian himself. But the Knights threw out Delian, the SLP, and, indeed, the whole district. Chastened by these failures, Delian made a fateful decision. No longer would the party try to deal in any way with the labor lieutenants of capitalism. Instead, it would establish its own union, the Socialist Trade and Labor Alliance, a union dedicated, like the party itself, to revolution and the realization of the cooperative commonwealth. So far as the rest of organized labor was concerned, Delian was guilty of lèse-majesté. He was sanctioning dual unionism. He was seeking to wreck other unions in the hope of advancing his. The Socialist Trade and Labor Alliance was, Gompers said, conceived in iniquity and brutal concubinage with labor's double enemy, greed and ignorance, fashioned into an embryonic physical dwarf, bomb in corruption and filth. At first the alliance did take some members from other unions and at one point in the mid-18 boasted a membership of 30,000. But whether this number was exaggerated or not, the STLA soon fell away to nothing, as the locals themselves refused to go along with the tactics of dual unionism and broke their ties with the party. Meanwhile, the AFL, expanding relentlessly, enrolled almost 1 million members by the turn of the century. Under De Leon's severe tutelage the Socialist Labor Party offered America a transcendental measure of justice, one too high on the scale of values to count in the hurly-burly of politics. Though it served as a vital training ground for men who later left its ranks to join other movements, it failed by its own standards. Delian conceived of the party as an agent of revolution, not as a sect concerned with defining eternal truths. Yet it became such a sect. American socialism went its own way and passed the SLP by. It became a fossil on the political landscape. American Confederation of the International Workingmen's Association. Declaration of Principles and Platform 1872. The first Congress of the American branch of the International was held in Philadelphia on July 9 and 10, 1872. Following are the highlights of its proceedings. Declaration of Principles. That the emancipation of the working classes must be accomplished by the working classes themselves. that the struggle for the emancipation of the working classes means not a struggle for class privileges and monopolies, but for equal rights and duties and the abolition of all class rule. That the economical subjection of the man of labor to the monopolizer of the means of labor, that is, the sources of life, lies at the bottom of servitude in all its forms, of all social misery, mental despotism and political dependence. That the economical emancipation of the working classes is therefore the great end to which every political movement ought to be subordinate as a means. That all efforts aiming at that great end have hitherto failed from the want of solidarity between the manifold divisions of labor in each country, and from the absence of a fraternal bond of union between the working classes of different countries. That the emancipation of labor is neither a local nor a national, but a social problem, embracing all countries in which modern society exists, and depending for its solution on the concurrence, practical and theoretical, of the most advanced countries. That the present revival of the working classes in the most industrious countries of Europe and America, while it raises a new hope, gives solemn warning against a relapse into the old errors, and calls for the immediate combination of still disconnected movements. For these reasons, we do now in Congress assembled, declare ourselves to be the American Confederation of the International Workingmen's Association, and while proclaiming ourselves to be in harmony with the working people of the world, we reserve to ourselves the right to regulate this branch of the International Workingmen's Association without dictation from the General Council at London, England, except so far as its decrees may be consistent with the orders of the General or Universal Congresses of the Association, in which we may be represented as from time to time they may be held. And we hereby proclaim the following platform. First, the total abolition of all class rule and all class privileges. Second, complete political and social equality for all, without distinction of sex, creed, color or condition. Third, nationalization of the land and of all the instruments of production, by which it is understood that the state shall, as speedily as possible, without harm to any one, assume possession of the lands and the labor-saving machinery which have been alienated from the people, and thus be able to accord employment to all who may need it. Fourth, a reduction of the hours of labor, so as to allow more time for improvement and recreation. Fifth, education to be undertaken by the state, to be obligatory, gratuitous, secular, scientific and professional. Sixth, the subject of religion to be ignored by the association. No religious creed or differences to be recognized. Seventh, the abolition of standing armies, as being provocative to war, and hostility to war itself as being destructive to the best interests of mankind. Eighth, money to be issued by the government only, to be a legal tender and to bear no interest. Ninth, the adoption of the principle of associative production, with a view to the complete supersession of the present system of capitalistic production. 10th, ter rarempum. Laws to be submitted to the people for their approval or rejection. Friedrich A. Sorge, Socialism and the Worker * 1876. Socialism and the Worker was the only piece of writing that Sorge published in English. He wrote it a year before the establishment of the Socialist Labor Party. Socialism has been attacked and incriminated at all times, but never with more animosity than recently. Socialists are reproached with every kind of wickedness, of the tendency to do away with property, marriage, family, to pollute everything that is sacred. They have even been accused of arson and murder. And why not? If we look at the originators of these incriminations, we are not the least astonished, for they have to defend privileges and monopolies which in reality are in danger, if drawn to the broad daylight and handled by the socialist. They act according to the old Jesuitic stratagem. Invent lies, pollute your enemy in every way you can. Something will stick. But if we find those reproaches repeated and echoed even by working men whose interests are quite different, we must wonder indeed. If the workers, however, hate and attack socialism, it is not a clear perception of the wickedness of the aims of socialism by which their judgment is guided, but by a dim and vague idea, and it is well known that specters are awful things in the dark for people who believe in them. But everybody who hates and persecutes other people for their purposes and pursuits should be convinced that he is right in doing so. For, if we hate and persecute persons whose purposes and pursuits are reasonable and right, we are wrong. For this reason, let us examine the real aims of the socialists. I think I know them pretty well, and I promise to tell the truth and nothing but the truth about them. When you have read this to the end, you may persecute the socialists with renewed hatred if you find they are bad, on the asterisk. pp. 3-4, 7-12, 14-16. Other hand, you will think favorably of them if you find their views good and right. For I am convinced that you, dear reader, whoever you are, have not a mind to love the bad and hate the good. Foremost and above all, it seems to be certain that the socialists intend to divide all property. Everybody who owns anything must give up what he owns. This whole mass has to be divided equally among all the people, and each person may use his part just as he likes. After a while, when some have used up their allotted part and a new disproportion of property has arisen, a new division will be made, and so on. Especially the money and the soil are to be divided. This is what some people say concerning socialism. Now, honestly, reader, have you ever seen or heard of a man of sound mind who really demanded such nonsense? No, you have not. Such a demand involves the highest degree of craziness. Just reflect, dear reader, to whose lot, for instance, should a railroad fall? Who should have the rails, or a locomotive, or a carriage? And since everybody would have a right to demand an equal share, all these things would have to be broken and smashed up, and one would get a broken axle tree, another the door of a carriage, or perhaps some bolts. Not even lunatics could recommend such a state of things. A division of money or soil might possibly be thought of, but money and soil form only a small part of the wealth of a country. The ready money forms even a very small part. And if the soil should be divided, all the new owners would be in need of houses, barns, stables, agricultural implements of all kinds. Such a distribution of the soil is, therefore, utterly impossible, and the socialists know well enough that such a proceeding would benefit nobody. During the Great French Revolution in 1789, something similar was tried. Large estates were divided among poor country people to make them happy. What is the result? The French peasantry, generally, are so poor that thousands of them live in dwellings with only a door and no window at all, or with only one small window at the side of the door. And small farmers are not much better off in any country, except, perhaps, in the vicinity of large cities. Before we go on, we must explain two conceptions. I. What is communism? 2. What is property? About communism many lies have been set afloat, especially by people whose interest it was to do so, viz. By those money-making idlers, so that most people cannot but connect with the word communism. The idea of rascality, communist and scoundrel of the worst kind appear to them to be synonymous terms. Therefore, it is not an easy matter to speak of communism without running the risk of being condemned before one commences. Many people in such a case will not hear, will not see, will not judge. Their verdict is formed. All social prejudices are awakened and called forth by this expression. For that reason it is very difficult to come to a quiet understanding about it. But the reader, who has followed us so far, will follow us farther, not blindfolded, but using good common sense. If we open our eyes and look around us, we find many beneficent and useful institutions established by many or by the whole people in common. In one place associations are formed, for instance, to save and shelter shipwrecked persons. At another place the community erect a school, or the state, the commonwealth, builds a harbor or a canal. In ordinary life everybody cares for himself, but in such cases as those just mentioned, people unite for advancing a common, social purpose. Experience teaches that in doing so they do admirably well. Every one of them who will reflect a little must confess that his own welfare is greatly advanced by such institutions of common usefulness. What would people be without common roads, common schools, etc., that is, such as are built and instituted at the cost of the community for common use? We should be in a terrible situation if all at once the different insurance companies were to cease to exist, whose object is to transfer a calamity, by which a person might be struck heavily, or perhaps be ruined, from his shoulders to the shoulders of many. If I chose I could mention here 1,000 other things, but the above-named common institutions will be sufficient. Now all these institutions are nothing but communism. For communism is nothing but the principle of the common interests of society. In everyday life everybody looks out for his own interest, even at the cost of his fellow men. Here cold, ugly egoism is dominant. The large cotton mills have ruined thousands and thousands of weavers, but who cares for hundreds of honest, industrious, happy people who are ruined by one mill? Who cares how many honest shoemakers are deprived of a living by the large shoe manufacturers? What does the usurer care for the victims of his avarice? Swindlers care for the fate of the shareholders after their hard-cared savings are gone? Nobody ever thought of caring for such things, and it is my firm belief that a businessman in our days who should show any consideration for the welfare of his fellowmen in his transactions would be certain to become a laughing-stock. Egoism rules supreme. Everybody thinks of his own welfare, and does not care whether by doing so he destroys the welfare of others. What business have I to care for others if I am comfortable? In spite of the prevalence of egoism, the common interest of mankind is irrepressibly gaining ground. More and more people unite to cultivate it, more and more associations are formed. The activity of the state and the community is extending its influence over more and more objects. Who would have thought in former times of all the different associations which are formed today to advance any number of common interests of every description? Who had an idea in former years that whole countries would be cut in all directions by railroads, that telegraphs would communicate news to the remotest parts of the world in an instant? Who could have predicted the admirable development of our postal system? Who thought of waterworks or of gas? Who had an idea of the modern arrangement of the fire brigades? The root of all these is communism. They represent the victory of common interest over hideous egoism. To turn institutions of common interest to the use of all is the tendency of the age, and however people may curse at communism they are bound to obey its mandates. Everywhere common interests press their claims, and communism, proudly elevating its head, marches on triumphantly with all conditions of human life in its IAME. What is property? to be sure that which a person owns, possesses, well. But now tell me, are you certain that the socialists are, or ever were, opposed to what Peter or Paul owns? Can you show me a sentence or passage from any of the writings or pamphlets of socialists which justifies the supposition that they intend to attack the property of any person? You cannot, because such an idea never entered the head of a socialist. I should not wonder if you yourself have not thought sometimes that, considering the means and ways by which many amass their riches, it would be only just and right to take that ill-gotten wealth from their rascally owners. But it is a firm principle. 202. Socialism in America of Socialism, never to interfere with personal property in order to investigate its origin or to arrange it in a different way. Never and nowhere, and whoever asserts to the contrary either does not know the principles of socialism or willingly and knowingly asserts an untruth. The socialists deem an investigation into the origin of an acknowledged personal property an unnecessary trouble. They do not envy the Duke of Westminster or Lord Brassey their wealth. Although they perceive very well the constant changes with regard to property, although they investigate and are acquainted with the causes producing those changes, although they are well aware that fraud and meanness and violence in a great many instances are among those causes, they forbear to investigate how much these causes, how much others, have influenced the state of property of this or that single person. They consider the personal property an accomplished fact, and respect it, so much so that they consider stealing a crime. Every time revolution was victorious in Paris, bills were seen at the street corners threatening death to thieves. A remarkable fact is that Baron Rothschild fled suddenly from Paris as soon as these bills were posted. At Lyons during an insurrection in 1832, a man who had appropriated another man's property was shot by a laborer in command. During the reign of the Commune of 1871, Paris had no thieves, no prostitutes. On the other hand, the right of the owner is not always respected in our time, but they are not socialists who violate the sanctity of property in these cases, although it must be confessed that in many instances an abrogation of the right of a property holder becomes necessary. Socialists cannot be reproached with ever having condemned houses or tracts of land for the purpose of building a street or opening a railroad. They certainly are not socialists who seize and sell houses or lots at auction for unpaid taxes. Nor will you find socialists who connive at those shamefully unjust appropriations of the property of others which however go on in a lawful form. One thing, however, calls forth all the energy of the socialists, and they will try with all their might to remedy it. I have stated already, they do not care whether a person owns hundreds of thousands or millions of pounds, whether that person makes use of his money one way or the other, whether he spends it wisely or foolishly. He may spend his own as he chooses. But these sums of money are not used simply to be spent, but to bring interest, to increase, if possible, the wealth of the possessor. Does he himself want to work, to do something useful? Far from it. His money works for him, his money makes money, as the saying is, or in plain English, his money is the channel through which the earnings of other industrious people flow into his pockets. Socialists call all kinds of property in this respect, capital, this expression comprising all means for production. And because one class of the people possess, by their wealth, these means, that is, capital, another, and by far the largest class, have only their physical or mental strength and skill for labor. Hence capital becomes a means for enslaving workers, forcing them to give up the greater part of their produce to him who owns the capital. They themselves obtain hardly enough to support themselves and their families, while the capitalists enjoy life and get richer without working at all. This is the point. Dead property deprives living work of its fruits. Now since work should, by rights, own what it produces as its sole and legitimate earning, dead property becomes the bitter enemy of working life. Hence the struggle of labor against capital. Returning to the question, what is property? The answer given above appears unsatisfactory. We must add another question. To whom justly belongs what the working part of the human race produces? The answer to this question is of the greatest importance. Now it is capital which appropriates the greater part of it, leaving to the workers, who form by far the greater number, only so much of it that they may keep alive. They are treated like bees, they are robbed of the honey they make. This class is excluded from enjoying the blessings of civilization. The greater part of their product is taken by capital. What right has the owner of a beehive to rob the bees of the fruit of their industry and labor? They are his property, his is the might. What right has capital to rob the working class of the greater part of the fruit of their industry and labor? The wage laborers, the mechanics, the farmhands, are they the property of the capitalist? Are they his slaves? As things stand today, they are. Might is right, and by the title of such right the slave owner considers the fruit of the work of his slaves his property. By this right, in former times, the feudal landowner made his serfs work for his employment and benefit. Slavery is injustice, serfdom is injustice, so the right which capital. 204. Socialism in America claims to the work of the worker is injustice. I would not like to be misunderstood here. As far as anything is the personal property of a person, he may enjoy it as he chooses. Nobody has a right to interfere. But as soon as he tries to use this property to enslave other people, he steps over his domain and must be checked. 4. I think it is acknowledged among civilized people that nobody has a right of ownership over his fellowman. Slavery has been abolished, serfdom has been abolished, so the power which capital exercises now will be abolished. Its place will be occupied by the natural and sacred right of the worker to the proceeds of his work. Some time ago the middle class formed the firm and solid foundation of society and state. Machinery was invented and a change occurred. Manufacturing, and even farming to a certain extent, were conducted on a large scale. The middle-class people were pressed down into a class of wage laborers, and were employed in large numbers by the manufacturers or employers. More and more this middle class ceased to be property holders. It is getting more and more difficult for the mechanics and small farmers to hold their ground. Thus the middle class is constantly decreasing, the class of wage laborers increasing, until there will be only two classes of people, rich and poor. In this process the number of niche people is diminishing, wealth becoming concentrated in the hands of comparatively few persons who are getting enormously rich. But this process must soon have its limit. There will be a time when the large mass of the working people will feel its consequences unbearable, and will abolish it. That will be the time when communism will enter into its rights. Labor will then be organized according to a certain reasonable plan, and since, for that purpose, the use of the existing capital, comprising soil, houses, railways, shipping, manufactories, machines, and sea, will be necessary, those comparatively few possessors of all the wealth of the nations will have to be expropriated. Perhaps they then will consent themselves to such a measure, and give up everything necessary for production of their own accord, honored and praised for their patriotism and humanity, and remunerated deservedly. Perhaps they will use their ample means to resist the common demand, and will perish, overwhelmed by the newly formed organization of the state. As I hinted before, in the new order of things all branches of labor will be organized in a similar way to the arrangements we see today in large factories, large estates, or institutions of the government. Unnecessary work will be avoided, and the reward for work done will be greater. Labor will not be wasted in making luxuries for the idle, but will be usefully employed in making the necessaries of life for other workers. It will be everybody's duty to work, hence everybody will have ample leisure for recreation and mental development. All will strive to ameliorate the conditions of the community they belong to, for, by doing so, everybody will improve his own private situation. The conception of property of capital will be transformed gradually into the conception of property of work. Nowhere, you will perceive, is abolition of property thought of by socialists, and nobody, I trust, will object to the change just mentioned. The development of mankind to greater perfection never was and never will be arrested by the prevailing laws concerning property. For instance, it was not arrested, when humanity demanded abolition of slavery, by the pretended divine right of the slave owners. And if such rights and laws demand that humanity stop its progress, such demand is madness. Laws and rights concerning property are subjected to constant changes, when such changes are in the interest of progress. But even in our better institutions injustice is ruling, and the change just spoken of will abolish that injustice and lead mankind to a higher state of perfection. At the bottom of our institutions there is a remnant of slavery. As soon as capital shall cease to govern, wage labor and the rest of slavery will be abolished. Freedom and equality will then be no longer empty and cheap phrases, but will have a meaning. When all men are really free and equal, they will honor and advance one another. The working man will then no longer be deprived of the fruit of his work, his property, and everybody who will work will be able to spend a good deal more in food, clothing, lodging, recreation, pleasure and instruction than he can spend at present. If the socialists had nothing to offer to the suffering people but the consolation that communism will bring help at some future time, when the condition of life, nearly unbearable now, will have become quite so, this consolation would be poor. Long enough a future state of bliss has been held out to suffering mankind, in which they would be rewarded for all the wants and sufferings and pains of this world, and now most people have lost confidence in such empty promises. They demand an amelioration, not words. 206. Socialism in America not promises, but facts. They do not want to expect, with resignation, what may come after death. They demand a change of their unfortunate situation while living on earth. The interests of all workers are the same. This is best shown by the fact that in many strikes working shopkeepers are in favor of the wage laborers. Low wages are unfavorable to the farmer as well as to the mechanic, for when wages are low the struggle for economical independence is more difficult. Large capital increases at the expense of small property. If the working people would only lean to comprehend the solidarity of their interests. As it is with the increase of wages, so it is with the decrease of working hours. 8 hours work a day is judged sufficient by physicians. A person who has worked properly 8 hours a day ought to have done his duty, and has a right to request some hours for recreation, for instruction, and for his family. Those who are the loudest in complaining of the laziness of the working men would soon make wry faces if they were compelled to work only 6 hours a day. This decreasing of the working hours will better the condition of the whole of the working class. Everybody can easily see that. Even in the country it could be done, although there's such a shortening will meet with the greatest objections, but it will be done. What a great benefit will be achieved by this measure alone. Whole armies of paupers, tramps, and will find useful employment. They will disappear, and with them a great deal of mischief and crime. Now if the wage laborers of the cities and manufacturing places will be ready to lead the van in the struggle for the interest of labor, the rest of the whole working class have no right to put themselves in the position of idle, indifferent, or even grudging and hostile spectators. On the contrary, it is the duty of the whole working class to participate in this struggle, for this war is carried on in the interest of all workers, and the wage laborers who have taken up the gauntlet are the pioneers for the human race. But in order to carry on this war successfully, the workers must be organized. Singly and isolated they are powerless. If all would unite for the same purpose, they would be a formidable power which nothing could resist. You may easily break many single matches, but you may try in vain to break a whole bundle of them tied together. With regard to this, the socialists have the gratification of seeing that their endeavors have not been fruitless. In Germany socialism already forms a respectable power, which has puzzled even the great Bismarck. They have been able to elect 24, now more than 30, representatives into the German parliament, who, by their untiring activity, by the speeches they have delivered, have opened the eyes of hundreds of thousands of people in Germany. And who would venture to pretend that those men strove for something that was bad, that they betrayed the interests of their constituents? But not only in Parliament, but in a great many municipal assemblies also we find members belonging to the working class or representing its interests. And all this has been accomplished in a few years. It is only 24 years since the Labour Party unfurled its banner there. And what has been tried and done during those 22 years to suppress the labor movement? It has been ridiculed, scored, incriminated. Many of its prominent leaders have been put into prison. Many were deprived of their offices and situations and customers. In spite of all this it grew and thrived. In France, Belgium, Holland, Denmark, Austria, Russia, Italy, Spain, and now in England, everywhere throughout the civilized world socialism has taken root. Everywhere it has begun the struggle against capital, monopoly, and class rule, and its victory is assured. Concerning socialism there might be said what was said in olden times about Christianity. If it is bad it will die of its own badness. If it is good it will conquer the world in spite of all persecutions. And socialism will conquer the world. Its principles will carry the whole human race to a higher state of perfection. Reader, you may judge for yourself and decide either in favor of or against socialism. If you think the aims and endeavors of the socialists deserve your hatred, try to crush them. If, on the contrary, you are convinced that they are good, that the socialists endeavor to promote the happiness and welfare of mankind, join them. And if you do not like to act publicly, help them secretly. Try to propagate their principles among your acquaintances, explaining them in your intercourse, destroying the falsehoods brought against them. Tell them that the socialists form the true and only party of the working people. And if you are a capitalist yourself, reflect how much nobler it is to help to promote the welfare of the many than to serve only your own interest, ugly and hideous. Egoism. Manifesto of the International Working People's Association * 1883. Anarchists throughout the nation gathered in Pittsburgh in late October 1883, and approved of the following definition of their social and political aims. To the working men of America. Fellow workmen. The Declaration of Independence says, but when a long train of abuses and usurpations, pursuing invariably the same object, evinces a design to reduce them, the people, under absolute despotism, it is their right, it is their duty to throw off such government and provide new guards for their future security. This thought of Thomas Jefferson was the justification for armed resistance by our forefathers, which gave birth to our republic, and do not the necessities of our present time compel us to reassert their declaration? Fellow workmen, we ask you to give us your attention for a few moments. We ask you candidly to read the following manifesto issued in your behalf, in the behalf of your wives and children, in behalf of humanity and progress. Our present society is founded on the expoliation of the propertyless classes by the propertied. This expoliation is such that the propertied, capitalists, buy the working force body and soul of the propertyless, for the price of the mere costs of existence, wages, and take for themselves, i.e., steal, the amount of new values, products, which exceeds this price, whereby wages are made to represent the necessities instead of the earnings of the wage laborer. As the non-possessing classes are forced by their poverty to offer for sale to the property their working forces, and as our present production on a grand scale enforces technical development with immense rapidity, so that by the application of an always decreasing number of human working forces, an always increasing amount of products is created, so does the supply of working forces increase constantly, while the demand therefore decreases. This is the reason why the workers compete more and more intensely in selling themselves, causing their wages to sink, or at least on the average, never raising them above the margin necessary for keeping intact their working ability. Whilst by this process the propertyless are entirely debarred from entering the ranks of the propertied, even by the most strenuous exertions, the propertied, by means of the ever-increasing plundering of the working class, are becoming richer day by day, without in any way being themselves productive. If now and then one of the propertyless class become rich, it is not by their own labor, but from opportunities which they have to speculate upon, and absorb the labor product of others. With the accumulation of individual wealth, the greed and power of the propertied grows. They use all the means for competing among themselves for the robbery of the people. In this struggle, generally, the less propertied, middle class, are overcome, while the great capitalists, par excellence, swell their wealth enormously, concentrate entire branches of production, as well as trade and intercommunication, into their hands, and develop into monopolists. The increase of products, accompanied by simultaneous decrease of the average income of the working mass of the people, leads to so-called business and commercial crises, when the misery of the wage workers is forced to the extreme. For illustration, the last census of the United States shows that after deducting the cost of raw material, interest, rents, risks, etc., the propertied class have absorbed, i.e., stolen, more than 5/8 of all products, leaving scarcely 3/8 to the producers. The propertied class, being scarcely 1/10 of our population, and in spite of their luxury and extravagance, unable to consume their enormous profits, and the producers, unable to consume more than they receive, 3/8, so-called overproductions, must necessarily take place. The terrible results of panics are well known. Lashon, which becomes pauperized, and is driven to crime, vagabondage, prostitution, suicide, starvation, and general depravity. This system is unjust, insane, and murderous. It is therefore necessary to totally destroy it with and by all means, and with the greatest energy on the part of everyone who suffers by it, and who does not want to be made culpable for its continued existence by his inactivity. Agitation for the purpose of organization, organization for the purpose of rebellion. In these few words the ways are marked, which the workers must take if they want to be rid of their chains, as the economic condition is the same in all countries of so-called civilization, as the governments of all monarchies and republics work hand in hand for the purpose of opposing all movements of the thinking part of the workers, as finally the victory in the decisive combat of the proletarians against their oppressors can only be gained by the simultaneous struggle along the whole line of the bourgeois, capitalistic, society. So therefore the International Fraternity of Peoples, as expressed in the International Working People's Association, presents itself a self-evident necessity. True order should take its place. This can only be achieved when all implements of labor, the soil and other premises of production, in short, capital produced by labor, is changed into societary property. Only by this presupposition is destroyed every possibility of the future spoliation of man by man. Only by common, undivided capital can all be enabled to enjoy in their fullness the fruits of the common toil. Only by the impossibility of accumulating individual, private capital can everyone be compelled to work who makes a demand to live. This order of things allows production to regulate itself according to the demand of the whole people, so that nobody need work more than a few hours a day, and that all nevertheless can satisfy their needs. Hereby time and opportunity are given for opening to the people the way to the highest possible civilization. The privileges of higher intelligence fall with the privileges of wealth and birth. To the achievement of such a system the political organizations of the capitalistic classes, be they monarchies or republics, form the barriers. These political structures, states, which are completely in the hands of the propertied, have no other purpose than the upholding of the present order of expoliation. All laws are directed against the working people. In so far as the opposite appears to be the case, they serve on one hand to blind the worker, while on the other hand they are simply evaded. Even the school serves only the purpose of furnishing the offspring of the wealthy with those qualities necessary to uphold their class domination. The children of the poor get scarcely a formal elementary training, and this, too, is mainly directed to such branches as tend to producing prejudices, arrogance, and servility, in short, want of sense. The church finally seeks to make complete idiots out of the mass and to make them forego the paradise on earth by promising a fictitious heaven. The capitalistic press, on the other hand, takes care of the confusion of spirits in public life. All these institutions, far from aiding in the education of the masses, have for their object the keeping in ignorance of the people. They are all in the pay and under the direction of the capitalistic classes. The workers can therefore expect no help from any capitalistic party in their struggle against the existing system. They must achieve their liberation by their own efforts. As in former times a privileged class never surrendered its tyranny, neither can it be expected that the capitalists of this age will give up their rulership without being forced to do it. If there ever could have been any question on this point, it should long ago have been dispelled by the brutalities which the bourgeoisie of all countries, in America as well as in Europe, constantly commits, as often as the proletariat anywhere energetically move to better their condition. It becomes, therefore, self-evident that the struggle of the proletariat with the bourgeoisie must have a violent revolutionary character. We could show by scores of illustrations that all attempts in the past to reform this monstrous system by peaceable means, such as the ballot, have been futile, and all such efforts in the future must necessarily be so, for the following reasons. The political institutions of our time are the agencies of the propertied class. Their mission is the upholding of the privileges of their masters. Any reform in your own behalf would curtail these privileges. To this they will not and cannot consent, for it would be suicidal to themselves. That they will not resign their privileges voluntarily we know. That they will not make any concessions to us we likewise know. Since we must then rely upon the kindness of our masters for whatever redress we have, and knowing that from them no good may be expected, there remains but one recourse, Roars. 212. Socialism in America. Fathers have not only told us that against despots force is justifiable, because it is the only means, but they themselves have set the immemorial example. By force our ancestors liberated themselves from political oppression, by force their children will have to liberate themselves from economic bondage. It is, therefore, your right, it is your duty, says Jefferson, to arms. What we would achieve is, therefore, plainly and simply, first, destruction of the existing class rule, by all means, 1. By energetic, relentless, revolutionary, and international action. Second, establishment of a free society based upon cooperative organization of production. Third, free exchange of equivalent products by and between the productive organizations without commerce and profitmongery. Fourth, organization of education on a secular, scientific, and equal basis for both sexes. Fifth, equal rights for all without distinction to sex or race. Sixth, regulation of all public affairs by free contracts between the autonomous, independent, communes and associations, resting on a federalistic basis. Whoever agrees with this ideal, let him grasp our outstretched brother hands. Proletarians of all countries, unite. Fellow workmen, all we need for the achievement of this great end is organization and unity. There exists now no great obstacle to that unity. The work of peaceful education and revolutionary conspiracy well can and ought to run in parallel lines. The day has come for solidarity. Join our ranks. Let the drum beat defiantly the roll of battle. Workmen of all lands, unite. You have nothing to lose but your chains. You have a world to win. Tremble, oppressors of the world. Not far beyond your purblind sight there dawns the scarlet and sable lights of the judgment day. Johann Most. The Beast of Property * 1884. Following are extracts of a typical pamphlet by Most, written at a time when anarcho-communist agitation was at the height of its intensity. Among beasts of prey, man is certainly the worst. This expression, very commonly made nowadays, is only relatively true. Not man as such, but man in connection with wealth is a beast of prey. The richer a man, the greater his greed for more. We may call such a monster, the beast of property. It now rules the world, makes mankind miserable, and gains in cruelty and voracity with the progress of our so-called civilization. In the following pages we will define the character of this monster and recommend his extermination. Look about you. In every so-called civilized country about 95 of every 100 men are destitute and about 5 are moneybags. It is unnecessary to trace all the sneaking ways by which the latter have gained their possessions. The fact that they own all, while the others subsist, or rather vegetate, admits of no doubt, nor that these few have grown rich at the cost of the many. Either by direct brute force, by cunning, or by fraud, this horde has from time to time seized the soil with all its wealth. The laws of inheritance and entail and the changing of hands have lent a venerable color to this robbery, and consequently mystified and erased the true character of such actions. For this reason the beast of property is not yet recognized for what he is, but, on the contrary, is worshipped with holy awe. And yet, all who do not belong to this class are its victims. Every offspring of a non-possessor, poor man, finds every nook and corner of the earth occupied at his entrance into the world. There is nothing which is lordless. Without labor nothing is produced. Asterisk on page. And in order to labor not only ability and will are required, but room to work, tools, raw materials and means of subsistence. The poor man must, by the force of necessity, apply to those who possess those things in plenty. And behold, the rich give him permission to continue his existence. But in return for this he must divest himself of his skill and power. These powers his pretended superiors use for themselves. They place him under the yoke of labor. They force him to the utmost of his mental and physical abilities to produce new treasures, which, however, he is not entitled to own. To perpetuate this state of affairs is the only aim of the dominant classes. Though not always united among themselves, one seeking to gain advantage over the other by tricks of trade, cunning in speculation and diverse machinations of competition, yet in opposition to the proletariat they stand in one united hostile phalanx. Their political ideal is, therefore, in spite of all their liberal phrases, a most powerful, centralized and brutal government. If the poor man, who is momentarily unable to sell himself to an exploiter of labor or is already flayed to complete helplessness by the beast of property, has recourse to begging. Then the glutted bourgeois terms it vagrancy and calls for the police. He demands pillory and prison for the poor devil who refuses to starve between mountains of food. Should the unemployed apply a little of the much vaunted self-help, that is, should he do in a small way what the rich do daily with impunity and on a grand scale, should he, in fact, steal in order to live, the bourgeoisie will heap burning coals of moral indignation upon his head and hand him over to the relentless state, in whose prisons he will be fleeced all the more effectively, i.e. cheaper. When the workers combine in order to obtain better wages, shorter hours of labor, or similar advantages, the moneybags immediately decry it as a conspiracy which must be prevented. When the workers organize politically, it is denounced as resistance to the divine order of things, which must be nullified by laws of exception or discrimination. Should the people finally contemplate rebellion, an unceasing howl of rage raised by the gold tigers will be heard throughout the world. They pant for massacres and their thirst for blood is insatiable. The life of the poor is valued as nothing by the rich. Women are cheaper than men. For this reason the capitalistic vampires seek their blood with insatiate rapacity. Besides, female labor procures them cheap mistresses. Child flesh is the cheapest. What wonder, then, that the cannibals of modern society continually feast upon juvenile victims? What care they that the poor little ones are thereby bodily crippled and mentally ruined for life, that thousands of them, miserable and worn out at a tender age, sink into their graves? Stocks rise. That suffices. As the bourgeoisie, by means of its capital, completely monopolizes all new inventions, every new machine, instead of shortening the hours of labor and enhancing the prosperity and happiness of all, causes, on the contrary, dismissal from employment for some, reduction of wages for others, and an increased and intensified state of misery for the entire proletariat. When increase of production is accompanied by an augmented pauperization of the masses, consumption must simultaneously decrease. Stagnation and crisis must ensue. A superabundance of actual wealth in the hands of the few must create hunger, typhus and other epidemics among the many. The injustice, yea the idiocy, of this state of affairs is evident. The moneybags, of course, merely shrug their shoulders. This they will continue to do until a rope, tightly tied around their necks, will end all further shrugging. In America the place of the monarchs is filled by monopolists. Should monopolism in the alleged free United States of America develop at the rate it has in the last quarter of a century, only daylight and air will remain free of monopolization. 500 million acres of land in the United States, about 6 times the area of Great Britain and Ireland, have been divided within a generation among the railroad companies and the great landlords of Europe aristocratic origin. Within a few decades Vanderbilt alone amassed $200 million, several dozen of his competitors in robbery bid fair to outdo him. San Francisco was settled hardly 30 years ago, yet today it harbors 85 millionaires. All the wealth of this great republic, its mines, its coalfields, its oil wells, etc., has been taken from the people and are the property of a handful of daring adventurers and cunning schemers. The sovereignty of the people falls prostrate into the dust before the influence of these money kings, railroad magnates, coal barons and factory lords. These fellows carry the whole United States in 216. Socialism in America their pockets, and what is vaunted as untrammeled legislation and free ballot is a farce, a delusion and a snare. If this be the condition of the green wood, what may we not expect of the decayed timber? If this young American republic, with its boundless territory and its almost inexhaustible natural resources, has been so fatally corrupted and ruined in such a short time by the capitalistic system, why be surprised at the results of long-continued abuses of a similar nature in servile, rotten Europe? Indeed, it seems as though this young American republic had for the present but one historical mission, that of demonstrating beyond controversy, to the people on this side of the Atlantic as to those on the other, what an outrageous monster the beast of property really, 1%. Let those who labor to live understand that this monster cannot be tamed nor be made harmless or useless to man. Let them learn to know that there is but one means to safety: unrelenting, pitiless, thorough war of extermination. Gentle overtures are for naught. Scorn and derision will be the result if by petitions, elections, and the like silly attempts, the proletariat hopes to command the respect of its sworn enemies. Some say general education will bring about a change, but this advice is, as a rule, an idle phrase. The education of the people will be possible only when the obstructions thereto have been removed. And that will not take place until the entire present system has been destroyed. But let it not be understood that nothing could or should be done by education. Far from it. Whoever has recognized the villainy of the present conditions is duty bound to raise his voice to expose them and thereby open the eyes of the people. Only avoid reaching this result by super-scientific reflections. Let us leave this to those well-meaning scientists, who in this manner tear the mask of humanity from the better class and disclose the hideous countenance of the beast of prey. The language of and to the proletariat must be clear and forcible. Whoever uses this kind of speech will be accused of inciting disturbance by the governing rabble. He will be utterly hated and persecuted. This shows that the only possible and practical enlightenment must be of an inciting nature. Then let us incite. Let us show the people how it is swindled out of its labor power by country and city capitalists, how it is euchred out of its meager. The Germans' 217 wages. How priests of pulpit, press and party seek to destroy its intellect, how a brutal police is ever ready to maltreat and tyrannize it and a soldiery to spill its blood. Patience at last must forsake it. The people will rebel and crush its foes. The revolution of the proletariat, the war of the poor against the rich, is the only way from oppression to deliverance. But, some interpose, revolutions cannot be made. Certainly not, but they can be prepared for by directing the people's attention to the fact that such events are imminent, and calling upon them to be ready for all emergencies. Capitalistic development, which, many theorists assert, must proceed to the total extinction of the middle class before the conditions favorable to a social revolution are at hand. This development has reached such a point of perfection that its further progress is almost impossible. Everything, therefore, is ripe for communism. It is only necessary to remove its inveterate enemies, the capitalists and their abettors. During these crises the people will become sufficiently prepared for the struggle. Everything will then depend on the presence of a well-trained revolutionary nucleus at all points, a nucleus that is able to crystallize around itself the masses of the people, driven to rebellion by misery and want of work. A nucleus that can then apply the mighty forces so formed to the destruction of all existing hostile institutions. Therefore organize and enlarge everywhere the Socialistic Revolutionary Party before it is too late. The victory of the people over its tyrants and vampires will then be certain. Instead of developing a program here, under the present conditions it is of far greater importance to sketch a plan of what the proletariat should do, immediately after the victorious battle, to maintain its supremacy. The following should be done. In every local community where the people have gained a victory, revolutionary committees must be constituted. These execute the decrees of the revolutionary army, which, reinforced by the armed workingmen, now truly like a new conqueror of the world. The former, present, system will be abolished in the most rapid and thorough manner when the bases of its support, the beasts of property and their horde of adherents, are annihilated. The case stands thus. If the people do not crush them, they will crush the 218. Socialism in America. People, drown the revolution in the blood of the noblest men, and rivet the chains of slavery more firmly than ever. The alternative is kill or be killed. Therefore massacres of the people's enemies must be instituted. All free communities will enter into an offensive and defensive alliance while combat continues. The revolutionary communes must incite rebellion in the adjacent districts. The war cannot terminate until the enemy, the beast of property, has been pursued to its last lurking place and totally destroyed. In order to proceed thoroughly in the economic sense, all lands and so-called real estate, with everything on it, as well as all movable capital, will be declared the property of the prospective communes. Until the harmonious reorganization of society can be effected, the proclamation of the following principles and measures might suffice. Every pending debt is liquidated. Objects of personal use which were pawned or mortgaged will be returned free. No rents will be paid. District committees on habitation, sitting permanently, will allot shelter to those who are homeless or who have inadequate or unhealthy quarters. After the great purification there will be no want of desirable homes. Until everyone obtains suitable employment, the commune must guarantee the necessities of life to all. Committees on supplies will regulate the distribution of confiscated goods. Whatever is lacking, e.g., food, must be obtained by the proper agents. Taking such things from neighboring great estates by armed columns of foragers would be a most expeditious way of furnishing them. The preparation of provisions will be done effectively by communal associations of workingmen, organized for that purpose. The immediate organization of the workers according to their different branches of trade, and the placing of the factories, machines, raw materials, etc., at their disposal for cooperative production. This will form the basis of the new society. The commune will, at least for the present, mediate and regulate consumption. It therefore enters into contracts with the individual workers' associations, grants periodic advances to them, e.g., drafts upon communal wares that have been collected and stored up, and thereby gives the death stroke to the old monetary system. Good schools, kindergartens, and other institutions for education must be founded without delay. The education of adults, which will, the Germans 219 then be possible, must not be neglected or postponed. Truth and knowledge must be taught in all churches, where no priestly cant will be tolerated. All printing presses must be put into operation to produce books, papers and pamphlets of educational value by the millions. These are to be distributed everywhere, particularly in regions not yet liberated from thraldom. All law books, court and police records, registers of mortgages, deeds, bonds, and all so-called valuable documents must be burned. 25. And now let us take a look at the ideal we have in mind. A free society consists of autonomous, i.e., independent communes. A network of federations, the result of freely made social contracts, not of authoritarian government, unites them all. Common affairs are attended to through free deliberation and judgment by the interested communes or associations. People of both sexes meet frequently in parks or suitable halls, not to make laws or to bind their own hands, but to decide from case to case on all matters touching public affairs, or on which individuals should carry out their resolves and hear their reports. The exterior appearances of these communes will be entirely different from those of the present cities and villages. Narrow streets have vanished, tenement prisons have been torn down, and spacious, well-fitted palaces, surrounded by gardens and parks, have been built in their places, giving accommodation to larger or smaller associations brought together by identical interests, increasing comfort to a degree which no individual or family arrangement could reach. In the country, the people will be more concentrated. One agricultural commune, with city conveniences, will take the place of several villages. The uniting of farms hitherto separated, the general application and constant improvement of agricultural implements and chemical fertilizers, the growing perfection of the means of communication and transportation. For these reasons and others, the process of concentration has been greatly simplified. The former contrast between city and country disappears, and the principle of equality gains one of its most important triumphs. Private property exists no more. All wealth belongs to the communes or the communal leagues. Everybody, whether able to work or not, can obtain from them such articles of necessity as he may. 220. Socialism in America. Desire. The sum total of necessities and comforts demanded regulates the quantity of production. The time of labor for the individual is limited to a few hours a day, because all those able to work, regardless of sex, take part in production, because useless, injurious, or the like work will not be done, and because technical, chemical and other auxiliary means of production are highly developed and universally applied. By far the greater part of the day can be spent in the enjoyment of life. The highest gratification will be found in freely chosen intellectual employment. Some spend their leisure time in the service of their fellow men, and are busy working for the common weal. Others can be found in the libraries, where they apply themselves to literary pursuits, or to gathering material for educational lectures, or simply for private studies. Others again hasten to the lyceums and learn about science. Academies of painting, sculpture, music, etc., offer chances of education for those who follow the fine arts. Teaching will be done only in well-ventilated, lighted rooms, and, in fair weather, in the open air. And in order to secure the equal development of mind and body, merry play, gymnastics and work will alternate with the intense application of the mind. Theaters and concert halls will offer free seats to all. Forced or procured marriages will be unknown. Mankind will return to the natural state, and love rules will be unconstrained. Vice and crime will disappear along with their original causes. Private property and general misery. To a great extent diseases will disappear because bad lodging, murderous workshops, impure food and drink, overexertion, etc., etc., will cease to afflict men. Man at last will enjoy life. The beast of property is no more. Speeches at the Chicago Anarchist Trial 1886. The speeches delivered by the 8 anarchists at their trial were widely publicized. The excerpts below of 3 of them are from a book brought out the following year, by Lucy Parsons, Anarchism. Its Philosophy and Scientific Basis. Speech by August Spies. From their testimony one is forced to conclude that we had, in our speeches and publications, preached nothing else but destruction and dynamite. The court has this morning stated that there is no case in history like this. I have noticed, during this trial, that the gentlemen of the legal profession are not well versed in history. In all historical cases of this kind truth had to be perverted by the priests of the established power that was nearing its end. What have we said in our speeches and publications? We have interpreted to the people their conditions and relations in society. We have explained to them the different social phenomena and the social laws and circumstances under which they occur. We have, by way of scientific investigation, incontrovertibly proved and brought to their knowledge that the system of wages is the root of the present social iniquities, iniquities so monstrous that they cry to heaven. We have further said that the wage system, as a specific form of social development, would, by the necessity of logic, have to make room for higher forms of civilization, that the wage system must prepare the way and furnish the foundation for a social system of cooperation, that is, socialism. That whether this or that theory, this or that scheme regarding future arrangements were accepted was not a matter of choice, but one of historical necessity, and that to us the tendency of progress seemed to be anarchism. That is, a free society without kings or classes, a society of sovereigns in which the liberty and economic equality of all would furnish pp. 53 to 55, 57 to 58, 67 to 68, 82 to 96, 105 to 107. 222. Socialism in America. An unshakable equilibrium as a foundation and condition of natural order. It is not likely that the Honorable Bonfield and Grinnell can conceive of a social order not held intact by the policeman's club and pistol, nor of a free society without prisons, gallows, and state's attorneys. In such a society they probably fail to find a place for themselves. And is this the reason why anarchism is such a pernicious and damnable doctrine? Grinnell has intimated to us that anarchism was on trial. The theory of anarchism belongs to the realm of speculative philosophy. There was not a syllable said about anarchism at the Haymarket meeting. At that meeting the very popular theme of reducing the hours of toil was discussed. But, anarchism is on trial, foams Mr. Grinnell. If that is the case, Your Honor, very well, you may sentence me, for I am an anarchist. I believe with Buckle, with Paine, Jefferson, Emerson, and Spencer, and many other great thinkers of this century, that the state of castes and classes, the state where one class dominates over and lives upon the labor of another class, and calls this order, yes, I believe that this barbaric form of social organization, with its legalized plunder and murder, is doomed to die, and make room for a free society, voluntary association, or universal brotherhood, if you like. You may pronounce the sentence upon me, Honorable Judge, but let the world know that in A.D. 1886, in the state of Illinois, 8 men were sentenced to death because they believed in a better future, because they had not lost their faith in the ultimate victory of liberty and justice. We have preached dynamite. Yes, we have predicted from the lessons history teaches, that the ruling classes of today would no more listen to the voice of reason than their predecessors, that they would attempt by brute force to stay the wheel of progress. Is it a lie, or was it the truth we told? Are not already the large industries of this once free country conducted under the surveillance of the police, the detective, the military and the sheriffs? And is this return to militancy not developing from day to day? American sovereigns, think of it, working like the galley convicts under military guards. We have predicted this, and predict that soon these conditions will grow unbearable. What then? The mandate of the feudal lords of our time is slavery, starvation and death. This has been their program for the past years. We have said to the toilers, that science had penetrated the mystery of nature, that from Jove's head once the Germans 223 more has sprung a Minerva, dynamite. If this declaration is synonymous with murder, why not charge those with the crime to whom we owe the invention? To charge us with an attempt to overthrow the present system on or about May 4th by force, and then establish anarchy, is too absurd a statement, I think, even for a political officeholder to make. Grinnell has repeatedly stated that our country is an enlightened country, sarcastically. The verdict fully corroborates the assertion. This verdict against us is the anathema of the wealthy classes over their despoiled victims, the vast army of wage workers and farmers. If Your Honor would not have these people believe this, if you would not have them believe that we have once more arrived at the Spartan Senate, the Athenian Areopagus, the Venetian Council of 10, etc., then sentence should not be pronounced. But, if you think that by hanging us, you can stamp out the labor movement, the movement from which the downtrodden millions, the millions who toil and live in want and misery, the wage slaves, expect salvation. If this is your opinion, then hang us. Here you will tread upon a spark, but there, and behind you, and in front of you, and everywhere, flames will blaze up. It is a subterranean fire. You cannot put it out. The ground is on fire upon which you stand. You can't understand it. You don't believe in magical arts, as your grandfathers did who burned witches at the stake, but you do believe in conspiracies. You believe that all these occurrences of late are the work of conspirators. You resemble the child that is looking for his picture behind the mirror. What you see, and what you try to grasp is nothing but the deceptive reflex of the stings of your bad conscience. You want to stamp out the conspirators, the agitators. Ah, stamp out every factory lord who has grown wealthy upon the unpaid labor for his employees. Stamp out every landlord who has amassed fortunes from the rent of overburdened workingmen and farmers. Stamp out every machine that is revolutionizing industry and agriculture, that intensifies the production and ruins the producer, that increases the national wealth, while the creator of all these things stands amidst them, tantalized with hunger. Stamp out the railroads, the telegraph, the telephone, steam and yourselves, for everything breathes the revolutionary spirit. You, gentlemen, are the revolutionists. You rebel against the effects of social conditions which have tossed you, by the fair hand. 224. Socialism in America of Fortune, into a magnificent paradise. Without inquiring, you imagine that no one else has a right in that place. You insist that you are the chosen ones, the sole proprietors. The forces that tossed you into the paradise, the industrial forces, are still at work. They are growing more active and intense from day to day. Their tendency is to elevate all mankind to the same level, to have all humanity share in the paradise you now monopolize. You, in your blindness, think you can stop the tidal wave of civilization and human emancipation by placing a few policemen, a few Gatling guns, and some regiments of militia on the shore. You think you can frighten the rising waves back into the unfathomable depths, whence they have risen, by erecting a few gallows in the perspective. You, who oppose the natural course of things, you are the real revolutionists. You and you alone are the conspirators and destructionists. Speech by Michael Schwab. We contend for communism and anarchy. Why? If we had kept silent, stones would have cried out. Murder was committed day by day. Children were slain, women worked to death, men killed inch by inch, and these crimes are never punished by law. The great principle underlying the present system is unpaid labor. Those who amass fortunes, build palaces, and live in luxury are doing that by virtue of unpaid labor. Being directly or indirectly the possessors of land and machinery, they dictate their terms to the workingman. He is compelled to sell his labor cheap, or to starve. The price paid him is always far below the real value. He acts under compulsion, and they call it a free contract. This infernal state of affairs keeps him poor and ignorant, an easy prey for exploitation. I know what life has in store for the masses. I was one of them. I slept in their garrets, and lived in their cellars. I saw them work and die. I worked with girls in the same factory, prostitutes they were, because they could not earn enough wages for their living. I saw females sick from overwork, sick in body and mind on account of the lives they were forced to lead. I saw girls from 10 to 14 years of age working for a mere pittance. I heard how their morals were killed by the foul and vile language and the bad example of their ignorant fellow workers, leading them to the same road of misery, and as an individual I could do nothing. I saw the Germans' 22 families starving and able-bodied men worked to death. That was in Europe. When I came to the United States, I found that there were classes of workingmen who were better paid than the European workmen, but I perceived that the state of things in a great number of industries was even worse, and that the so-called better-paid skilled laborers were degrading rapidly into mere automatic parts of machinery. I found that the proletariat of the great industrial cities was in a condition that could not be worse. Thousands of laborers in the city of Chicago live in rooms without sufficient protection from the weather, without proper ventilation, where never a stream of sunlight flows in. There are hovels where 2, 3 and 4 families live in one room. How these conditions influence the health and the morals of these unfortunate sufferers, it is needless to say. And how do they live? From the ash barrels they gather half-rotten vegetables, in the butcher shops they buy for some cents offal of meat, and these precious morsels they carry home to prepare from them their meals. The dilapidated houses in which this class of laborers live need repairs very badly, but the greedy landlord waits in most cases till he is compelled by the city to have them done. Is it a wonder that diseases of all kinds kill men, women and children in such places by wholesale, especially children? Is this not horrible in a so-called civilized land where there is plenty of food and riches? Some years ago a committee of the Citizens Association, or League, made an investigation of these matters, and I was one of the reporters that went with them. What these common laborers are today, the skilled laborers will be tomorrow. Improved machinery that ought to be a blessing for the working man, under the existing condition turns for him to a curse. Machinery multiplies the army of unskilled laborers, makes the laborer more dependent upon the men who own the land and the machines. And that is the reason that socialism and communism got a foothold in this country. The outcry that socialism, communism and anarchism are the creed of foreigners is a big mistake. There are more socialists of American birth in this country than foreigners, and that is much, if we consider that nearly half of all industrial workingmen are not native Americans. There are socialistic papers in a great many states edited by Americans for Americans. The capitalistic newspapers conceal that fact very carefully. 226. Socialism in America. Speech by Albert R. Parsons. In the effort of the prosecution to hold up our opinions to public execration, they lost sight of the charge of murder. Disloyalty to their class, and their boasted civilization is in their eyes a far greater crime than murder. Anarchy, in the language of Grinnell, is simply a compound of robbery, incendiarism and murder. This is the official statement of Mr. Grinnell, and against his definition of anarchy I would put that of Mr. Webster. I think that is pretty near as good authority as that gentleman's. What is anarchy? What is the nature of the dreadful thing? This anarchy, for the holding of which this man says we ought to suffer death. The closing hours of this trial, yes, for 5 days the representatives of a privileged, usurped power and of despotism sought to belie, misrepresent, and vilify the doctrine in which I believe. Now, sir, let me speak of that for a moment. What is anarchism? What is it? What are its doctrines? General Parsons, for which you are called upon to die. Mr. Parsons, for which I am called upon to die. Parsons, for which selves a corporal's guard, a minor foreign sect. The reason for their decline The people, he sent out weekly broadsides in which he laid down policy, instructed the Johann Most, the Beast of Property * 1884. Following and in order to labor not only ability and will are required, but vampire 200 the Germans 217 wait 216 social vampires seek their blood with insatiate rapacity 216 socialism in America their pockets, and what is vaunted as untrammeled legislation and free ballot is a farce, a delusion and a snare. If this be the condition, labor procures them cheap mistress their pockets, and what is vaunted as untrammeled legislation and free ballot is a farce, a delusion and a snare. If this be the condition of the green wood, what may we not expect of the decayed timber? If this young American republic, with its boundless territory and its almost inexhaustible natural resources, has been so fatally corrupted and ruined in such a short time by the capitalistic system, why be surprised at the results of long-continued abuses of a similar nature in servile, rotten Europe? Indeed, it seems as though this young American republic had for the present but one historical mission, that of demonstrating beyond controversy, to the people on this side of the Atlantic as to those on the other, what an outrageous monster the beast of property really, ones, percent 5. Let those who labor to live understand that this monster cannot be tamed nor be made harmless or useless to man. Let them learn to know that there is but one means to safety: unrelenting, pitiless, thorough war of extermination. Gentle overtures are for naught. Scorn and derision will be the result if by petitions, elections, and the like silly attempts, the proletariat hopes to command the respect of its sworn enemies. Some say general education will bring about a change, but this advice is, as a rule, an idle phrase. The education of the people will be possible only when the obstructions thereto have been removed. And that will not take place until the entire present system has been destroyed. But let it not be understood that nothing could or should be done by education. Far from it. Whoever has recognized the villainy of the present conditions is duty bound to raise his voice to expose them and thereby open the eyes of the people. Only avoid reaching this result by super-scientific reflections. Let us leave this to those well-meaning scientists, who in this manner tear the mask of humanity from the better class and disclose the hideous countenance of the beast of prey. The language of and to the proletariat must be clear and forcible. Whoever uses this kind of speech will be accused of inciting disturbance by the governing rabble. He will be utterly hated and persecuted. This shows that the only possible and practical enlightenment must be of an inciting nature. Then let us incite. Let us show the people how it is swindled out of its labor power by country and city capitalists, how it is euchred out of its meager wages, how priests of pulpit, press and party seek to destroy its intellect, how brutal police is ever ready to maltreat and underscore tyrannize it and a soldiery to spill its blood. Patience at last must forsake it. The people will rebel and crush its foes. The revolution of the proletariat, the war of the poor against the rich, is the only way from oppression to deliverance. But, some interpose, revolutions cannot be made. Certainly not, but they can be prepared for by directing the people's attention to the fact that such events are imminent, and calling upon them to be ready for all emergencies. Capitalistic development, which, many theorists assert, must proceed to the total extinction of the middle class before the conditions favorable to a social revolution are at hand. This development has reached such a point of perfection that its further progress is almost impossible. Everything, therefore, is ripe for communism. It is only necessary to remove its inveterate enemies, the capitalists and their abettors. During these crises the people will become sufficiently prepared for the struggle. Everything will then depend on the presence of a well-trained revolutionary nucleus at all points, a nucleus that is able to crystallize around itself the masses of the people, driven to rebellion by misery and want of work. A nucleus that can then apply the mighty forces so formed to the destruction of all existing hostile institutions. Therefore, organize and enlarge everywhere the Socialistic Revolutionary Party before it is too late. The victory of the people over its tyrants and vampires will then be certain. Instead of developing a program here, under the present conditions it is of far greater importance to sketch a plan of what the proletariat should do, immediately after the victorious battle, to maintain its supremacy. The following should be done. In every local community where the people have gained a victory, revolutionary committees must be constituted. These execute the decrees of the Revolutionary Army, which, reinforced by the armed workingmen, now truly like a new conqueror of the world. The former, present, system will be abolished in the most rapid and thorough manner when the bases of its support, the beasts of property and their horde of adherents, are annihilated. The case stands thus: if the people do not crush them, they will crush the people, drown the revolution in the blood of the noblest men, and rivet the chains of slavery more firmly than ever. The alternative is kill or be killed. Therefore, massacres of the people's enemies must be instituted. All free communities will enter into an offensive and defensive alliance while combat continues. The revolutionary communes must incite rebellion in the adjacent districts. The war cannot terminate until the enemy, the beast of property, has been pursued to its last lurking place and totally destroyed. In order to proceed thoroughly in the economic sense, all lands and so-called real estate, with everything on it, as well as all movable capital, will be declared the property of the prospective communes. Until the harmonious reorganization of society can be effected, the proclamation of the following principles and measures might suffice. Every pending debt is liquidated. Objects of personal use which were pawned or mortgaged will be returned free. No rents will be paid. District committees on habitation, sitting permanently, will allot shelter to those who are homeless or who have inadequate or unhealthy quarters. After the great purification there will be no want of desirable homes. Until everyone obtains suitable employment, the commune must guarantee the necessities of life to all. Committees on supplies will regulate the distribution of confiscated goods. Whatever is lacking, e.g., food, must be obtained by the proper agents. Taking such things from neighboring great estates by armed columns of foragers would be a most expeditious way of furnishing them. The preparation of provisions will be done effectively by communal associations of workingmen, organized for that purpose. The immediate organization of the workers according to their different branches of trade, and the placing of the factories, machines, raw materials, etc., at their disposal for cooperative production. This will form the basis of the new society. The commune will, at least for the present, mediate and regulate consumption. It therefore enters into contracts with the individual workers' associations, grants periodic advances to them, e.g., drafts upon communal wares that have been collected and stored up, and thereby gives the death stroke to the old monetary system. Good schools, kindergartens, and other institutions for education must be founded without delay. The education of adults, which will then be possible, must not be neglected or postponed. Truth and knowledge must be taught in all churches, where no priestly cant will be tolerated. All printing presses must be put into operation to produce books, papers and pamphlets of educational value by the millions. These are to be distributed everywhere, particularly in regions not yet liberated from thraldom. All law books, court and police records, registers of mortgages, deeds, bonds, and all so-called valuable documents must be burned. 25. And now let us take a look at the ideal we have in mind. A free society consists of autonomous, i.e., independent communes. A network of federations, the result of freely made social contracts, not of authoritarian government, unites them all. Common affairs are attended to through free deliberation and judgment by the interested communes or associations. People of both sexes meet frequently in parks or suitable halls, not to make laws or to bind their own hands, but to decide from case to case on all matters touching public affairs, or on which individuals should carry out their resolves and hear their reports. The exterior appearances of these communes will be entirely different from those of the present cities and villages. Narrow streets have vanished, tenement prisons have been torn down, and spacious, well-fitted palaces, surrounded by gardens and parks, have been built in their places, giving accommodation to larger or smaller associations brought together by identical interests, increasing comfort to a degree which no individual or family arrangement could reach. In the country, the people will be more concentrated. One agricultural commune, with city conveniences, will take the place of several villages. The uniting of farms hitherto separated, the general application and constant improvement of agricultural implements and chemical fertilizers, the growing perfection of the means of communication and transportation. For these reasons and others the process of concentration has been greatly simplified. The former contrast between city and country disappears, and the principle of equality gains one of its most important triumphs. Private property exists no more. All wealth belongs to the communes or the communal leagues. Everybody, whether able to work or not, can obtain from them such articles of necessity as he may desire. The sum total of necessities and comforts demanded regulates the quantity of production. The time of labor for the individual is limited to a few hours a day, because all those able to work, regardless of sex, take part in production, because useless, injurious, or the like work will not be done, and because technical, chemical and other auxiliary means of production are highly developed and universally applied. By far the greater part of the day can be spent in the enjoyment of life. The highest gratification will be found in freely chosen intellectual employment. Some spend their leisure time in the service of their fellow men, and are busy working for the common weal. Others can be found in the libraries, where they apply themselves to literary pursuits, or to gathering material for educational lectures, or simply for private studies. Others again hasten to the lyceums and learn about science. Academies of painting, sculpture, music, etc., offer chances of education for those who follow the fine arts. Teaching will be done only in well-ventilated, lighted rooms, and, in fair weather, in the open air. And in order to secure the equal development of mind and body, merry play, gymnastics and work will alternate with the intense application of the mind. Theaters and concert halls will offer free seats to all. Forced or procured marriages will be unknown. Mankind will return to the natural state, and love rules will be unconstrained. Vice and crime will disappear along with their original causes. private property and general misery. To a great extent diseases will disappear because bad lodging, murderous workshops, impure food and drink, overexertion, etc., etc., will cease to afflict men. Man at last will enjoy life. The beast of property is no more. Speeches at the Chicago Anarchist Trial 1886. The speeches delivered by the 8 anarchists at their trial were widely publicized. The excerpts below of 3 of them are from a book brought out the following year, by Lucy Parsons, Anarchism. Its Philosophy and Scientific Basis. Speech by August Spies. From their testimony one is forced to conclude that we had, in our speeches and publications, preached nothing else but destruction and dynamite. The court has this morning stated that there is no case in history like this. I have noticed, during this trial, that the gentlemen of the legal profession are not well versed in history. In all historical cases of this kind truth had to be perverted by the priests of the established power that was nearing its end. What have we said in our speeches and publications? We have interpreted to the people their conditions and relations in society. We have explained to them the different social phenomena and the social laws and circumstances under which they occur. We have, by way of scientific investigation, incontrovertibly proved and brought to their knowledge that the system of wages is the root of the present social iniquities, iniquities so monstrous that they cry to heaven. We have further said that the wage system, as a specific form of social development, would, by the necessity of logic, have to make room for higher forms of civilization, that the wage system must prepare the way and furnish the foundation for a social system of cooperation, that is, socialism. That whether this or that theory, this or that scheme regarding future arrangements were accepted was not a matter of choice, but one of historical necessity, and that to us the tendency of progress seemed to be anarchism. That is, a free society without kings or classes, a society of sovereigns in which the liberty and economic equality of all would furnish pp. 53 to 55, 57 to 58, 67 to 68, 82 to 96, 105 to 107. An unshakable equilibrium as a foundation and condition of natural order. It is not likely that the Honorable Bonfield and Grinnell can conceive of a social order not held intact by the policeman's club and pistol, nor of a free society without prisons, gallows, and state's attorneys. In such a society they probably fail to find a place for themselves. And is this the reason why anarchism is such a pernicious and damnable doctrine? Grinnell has intimated to us that anarchism was on trial. The theory of anarchism belongs to the realm of speculative philosophy. There was not a syllable said about anarchism at the Haymarket meeting. At that meeting the very popular theme of reducing the hours of toil was discussed. But, anarchism is on trial, foams Mr. Grinnell. If that is the case, Your Honor, very well, you may sentence me, for I am an anarchist. I believe with Buckle, with Paine, Jefferson, Emerson, and Spencer, and many other great thinkers of this century, that the state of castes and classes, the state where one class dominates over and lives upon the labor of another class, and calls this order, yes, I believe that this barbaric form of social organization, with its legalized plunder and murder, is doomed to die, and make room for a free society, voluntary association, or universal brotherhood, if you like. You may pronounce the sentence upon me, Honorable Judge, but let the world know that in A.D. 1886, in the state of Illinois, 8 men were sentenced to death because they believed in a better future, because they had not lost their faith in the ultimate victory of liberty and justice. We have preached dynamite. Yes, we have predicted from the lessons history teaches, that the ruling classes of today would no more listen to the voice of reason than their predecessors, that they would attempt by brute force to stay the wheel of progress. Is it a lie, or was it the truth we told? Are not already the large industries of this once free country conducted under the surveillance of the police, the detective, the military and the sheriffs? And is this return to militancy not developing from day to day? American sovereigns. Think of it, working like the galley convicts under military guards. We have predicted this, and predict that soon these conditions will grow unbearable. What then? The mandate of the feudal lords of our time is slavery, starvation and death. This has been their program for the past years. We have said to the toilers, that science had penetrated the mystery of nature, that from Jove's head once more has sprung the Minerva, dynamite. If this declaration is synonymous with murder, why not charge those with the crime to whom we owe the invention? To charge us with an attempt to overthrow the present system on or about May 4th by force, and then establish anarchy, is too absurd a statement, I think, even for a political officeholder to make. Grinnell has repeatedly stated that our country is an enlightened country, sarcastically. The verdict fully corroborates the assertion. This verdict against us is the anathema of the wealthy classes over their despoiled victims, the vast army of wage workers and farmers. If Your Honor would not have these people believe this, if you would not have them believe that we have once more arrived at the Spartan Senate, the Athenian Areopagus, the Venetian Council of 10, etc., then sentence should not be pronounced. But, if you think that by hanging us, you can stamp out the labor movement, the movement from which the downtrodden millions, the millions who toil and live in want and misery, the wage slaves, expect salvation. If this is your opinion, then hang us. Here you will tread upon a spark, but there, and behind you, and in front of you, and everywhere, flames will blaze up. It is a subterranean fire. You cannot put it out. The ground is on fire upon which you stand. You can't understand it. You don't believe in magical arts, as your grandfathers did who burned witches at the stake, but you do believe in conspiracies. You believe that all these occurrences of late are the work of conspirators. You resemble the child that is looking for his picture behind the mirror. What you see, and what you try to grasp is nothing but the deceptive reflex of the stings of your bad conscience. You want to stamp out the conspirators, the agitators. Stamp out every factory lord who has grown wealthy upon the unpaid labor for his employees. Stamp out every landlord who has amassed fortunes from the rent of overburdened workingmen and farmers. Stamp out every machine that is revolutionizing industry and agriculture, that intensifies the production and ruins the producer, that increases the national wealth, while the creator of all these things stands amidst them, tantalized with hunger. Stamp out the railroads, the telegraph, the telephone, steam and yourselves, for everything breathes the revolutionary spirit. You, gentlemen, are the revolutionists. You rebel against the effects of social conditions which have tossed you, by the fair hand of fortune, into a magnificent paradise. Without inquiring, you imagine that no one else has a right in that place. You insist that you are the chosen ones, the sole proprietors. The forces that tossed you into the paradise, the industrial forces, are still at work. They are growing more active and intense from day to day. Their tendency is to elevate all mankind to the same level, to have all humanity share in the paradise you now monopolize. You, in your blindness, think you can stop the tidal wave of civilization and human emancipation by placing a few policemen, a few Gatling guns, and some regiments of militia on the shore. You think you can frighten the rising waves back into the unfathomable depths, whence they have risen, by erecting a few gallows in the perspective. You, who oppose the natural course of things, you are the real revolutionists. You and you alone are the conspirators and destructionists. Speech by Michael Schwab. We contend for communism and anarchy. Why? If we had kept silent, stones would have cried out. Murder was committed day by day. Children were slain, women worked to death, men killed inch by inch, and these crimes are never punished by law. The great principle underlying the present system is unpaid labor. Those who amass fortunes, build palaces, and live in luxury are doing that by virtue of unpaid labor. Being directly or indirectly the possessors of land and machinery, they dictate their terms to the workingman. He is compelled to sell his labor cheap, or to starve. The price paid him is always far below the real value. He acts under compulsion, and they call it a free contract. This infernal state of affairs keeps him poor and ignorant, an easy prey for exploitation. I know what life has in store for the masses. I was one of them. I slept in their garrets, and lived in their cellars. I saw them work and die. I worked with girls in the same factory, prostitutes they were, because they could not earn enough wages for their living. I saw females sick from overwork, sick in body and mind on account of the lives they were forced to lead. I saw girls from 10 to 14 years of age working for a mere pittance. I heard how their morals were killed by the foul and vile language and the bad example of their ignorant fellow workers, leading them to the same road of misery, and as an individual I could do nothing. I saw 4 families starving and able-bodied men worked to death. That was in Europe. When I came to the United States, I found that there were classes of workingmen who were better paid than the European workmen, but I perceived that the state of things in a great number of industries was even worse, and that the so-called better-paid skilled laborers were degrading rapidly into mere automatic parts of machinery. I found that the proletariat of the great industrial cities was in a condition that could not be worse. Thousands of laborers in the city of Chicago live in rooms without sufficient protection from the weather, without proper ventilation, where never a stream of sunlight flows in. There are hovels where 2, 3 and 4 families live in one room. How these conditions influence the health and the morals of these unfortunate sufferers, it is needless to say. And how do they live? From the ash barrels they gather half-rotten vegetables, in the butcher shops they buy for some cents offal of meat, and these precious morsels they carry home to prepare from them their meals. The dilapidated houses in which this class of laborers live need repairs very badly, but the greedy landlord waits in most cases till he is compelled by the city to have them done. Is it a wonder that diseases of all kinds kill men, women and children in such places by wholesale, especially children? Is this not horrible in a so-called civilized land where there is plenty of food and riches? Some years ago a committee of the Citizens Association, or League, made an investigation of these matters, and I was one of the reporters that went with them. What these common laborers are today, the skilled laborers will be tomorrow. Improved machinery that ought to be a blessing for the working man, under the existing condition turns for him to a curse. Machinery multiplies the army of unskilled laborers, makes the laborer more dependent upon the men who own the land and the machines. And that is the reason that socialism and communism got a foothold in this country. The outcry that socialism, communism and anarchism are the creed of foreigners is a big mistake. There are more socialists of American birth in this country than foreigners, and that is much, if we consider that nearly half of all industrial workingmen are not Native Americans. There are socialistic papers in a great many states edited by Americans for Americans. The capitalistic newspapers conceal that fact very carefully. Speech by Albert R. Parsons. In the effort of the prosecution to hold up our opinions to public execration, they lost sight of the charge of murder. Disloyalty to their class, and their boasted civilization is in their eyes a far greater crime than murder. Anarchy, in the language of Grinnell, is simply a compound of robbery, incendiarism and murder. This is the official statement of Mr. Grinnell, and against his definition of anarchy I would put that of Mr. Webster. I think that is pretty near as good authority as that gentleman's. What is anarchy? What is the nature of the dreadful thing? This anarchy, for the holding of which this man says we ought to suffer death. The closing hours of this trial, yes, for 5 days the representatives of a privileged, usurped power and of despotism sought to belie, misrepresent, and vilify the doctrine in which I believe. Now, sir, let me speak of that for a moment. What is anarchism? What is it? What are its doctrines? General Parsons, for which you are called upon to die. Mr. Parsons, for which I am called upon to die. First and foremost, it is my opinion, or the opinion of an anarchist, that government is despotism. Government is an organization of oppression, and law, statute law is its agent. Anarchy is anti-government, anti-rulers, anti-dictators, anti-bosses and drivers. Anarchy is the negation of force, the elimination of all authority in social affairs. It is the denial of the right of domination of one man over another. It is the diffusion of rights, of power, of duties, equally and freely among all the people. But anarchy, like many other words, is defined in Webster's dictionary as having two meanings. In one place it is defined to mean, without rulers or governors. In another place it is defined to mean, disorder and confusion. This latter meaning is what we call capitalistic anarchy, such as is now witnessed in all portions of the world and especially in this courtroom. The former, which means without rulers, is what we denominate communistic anarchy, which will be ushered in with the social revolution. Socialism is a term which covers the whole range of human progress and advancement. Socialism is defined by Webster, I. Here is a socialist. 1 a.m. condemned as a socialist, and it has been of socialism that Grinnell and these men had so much to say, and I think it right to speak before the country, and be heard in my own behalf, at least. If you are going to put me to death, then let the people know what it is for. Socialism is defined by Webster as a theory of society which advocates a more precise, more orderly, and more harmonious arrangement of the social relations of mankind than has hitherto prevailed. Therefore everything in the line of progress, in civilization in fact, is socialistic. There are two distinct phases of socialism in the labor movement throughout the world today. One is known as anarchism, without political government or authority. The other is known as state socialism or paternalism, or governmental control of everything. The state socialist seeks to ameliorate and emancipate the wage laborers by means of law, by legislative enactments. The state socialists demand the right to choose their own rulers. Anarchists would have neither rulers nor lawmakers of any kind. The anarchists seek the same ends by the abrogation of law, by the abolition of all government, leaving the people free to unite or disunite as fancy or interest may dictate. Coercing no one, driving no party. Whoever prescribes a rule of action for another to obey is a tyrant, usurper, and an enemy of liberty. This is precisely what every statute does. Anarchy is the natural law, instead of the man-made statute, and gives men leaders in the place of drivers and bosses. All political law, statute and common, gets its right to operate from the statute. Therefore all political law is statute law. A statute law is a written scheme by which cunning takes advantage of the unsuspecting, and provides the inducement to do so, and protects the one who does it. In other words, a statute is the science of rascality, or the law of usurpation. If a few sharks rob mankind of all the earth, turn them all out of house and home, make them ragged slaves and beggars, and freeze and starve them to death, still they are expected to obey the statute because it is sacred. This ridiculous nonsense that human laws are sacred, and that if they are not respected and continued we cannot prosper, is the stupidest and most criminal nightmare of the age. Statutes are the last and greatest curse of man, and when destroyed the world will be free. The statute book is a book of laws by which one class of people can safely trespass upon the rights of another. Every statute law. Other equally vicious statute. The statute is the great science of rascality by which alone the few trample upon and enslave the many. There are natural laws provided for every want of man. Natural laws are self-operating. They punish all who violate them, and reward all who obey them. They cannot be replaced, amended, dodged or bribed, and it costs neither time, money nor attention to apply them. It is time to stop legislating against them. We want to obey laws, not men, nor the tricks of men. Statutes are human tricks. The law, the statute law, is the coward's weapon, the tool of the thief, and more, the shield and buckler of every gigantic villainy, and frightful parent of all crimes. Every great robbery that was ever perpetrated upon a people has been by virtue of and in the name of law. By this tool of thieves the great mass of the people who inhabit our planet have been robbed of their equal right to the use of the soil and of all other natural opportunities. In the name of this monster, statute law, large sections of our race have been bought and sold as chattels. By it the vast majority of the human race are today held in the industrial bondage of wage slavery, and in its name our fair earth has been times without number deluged in human blood. Anarchy, therefore, is liberty, is the negation of force, or compulsion, or violence. It is the precise reverse of that which those who hold and love power would have their oppressed victims believe idness. Anarchists do not advocate or advise the use of force. Anarchists disclaim and protest against its use, and the use of force is justifiable only when employed to repel force. Who, then, are the aiders, abettors and users of force? Who are the real revolutionists? Are they not those who hold and exercise power over their fellows? They who use clubs and bayonets, prisons and scaffolds. The great class conflict now gathering throughout the world is created by our social system of industrial slavery. Capitalists could not if they would, and would not if they could, change it. This alone is to be the work of the proletariat, the disinherited, the wage slave, the sufferer. Nor can the wage class avoid this conflict. Neither religion nor politics can solve it or prevent it. It comes as a human, an imperative necessity. Anarchists do not make the social revolution, they prophesy its coming. Shall we then stone the prophets? Anarchists do not use or advise the use of force, but point out that force is ever employed to uphold despotism to despoil man's natural rights. Shall we therefore kill and destroy the anarchists? And capital shouts, yes, yes, exterminate them. Anarchy has no schemes, no programs, no systems to offer or to substitute for the existing order of things. Anarchy would strike from humanity every chain that binds it, and say to mankind, go forth, you are free. Have all. Enjoy all. Anarchism or anarchists neither advise, abet nor encourage the working people to the use of force or a resort to violence. We do not say to the wage slaves, you ought, you should use force. No. Why say this when we know they must? They will be driven to use it in self-defense, in self-preservation, against those who are degrading, enslaving and destroying them. Already the millions of workers are unconsciously anarchists. Impelled by a cause, the effects of which they feel but do not wholly understand, they move unconsciously, irresistibly forward to the social revolution. Mental freedom, political equality, industrial liberty. This is the natural order of things, the logic of events. Who so foolish as to quarrel with it, obstruct it, or attempt to stay its progress? It is the march of the inevitable, the triumph of progress.